I watch you play, keeping the lights on me. It's just vacant place. It's so much time. Feels like you fell right on my head. Gave you away to the wind. I hope it was worth it in the end. You and my guitar. Think you may be my only friend. Hello. I gave it all to see you shine again. I hope it was worth it in the end. Us against the world, just a couple seconds making fun of her. If I keep you here, I'll only be doing this for myself. Let's start. Feels like you fell right on my head. Away to the wind. I hope it was worth it in the end. Yeah, I hope it was. Think you may be my only
Johnny answer says
friend.
hello, T.
Hello, Bella. Hello, Emil. Please tell me if you're having any trouble over there. About that. One day we'll meet again. Some distance.
Thank you, you fave artist, for sending 1x hard me.
Thank you.
Tell me that storm is over. That day we meet again.
Moga Jada says, how are you?
I'm doing well. Just doing my thing.
Cheers, love! The cavalry's here!
Thank you, you fave artist,
doing
for
well.
sending 1x finger hard.
Unless the leg. I think the leg's too straight. It feels so.
Think you may
Be my only friend.
Venda TV Queen says, how are you?
I'm doing well. Just.
Moga Jada said, are you done with YouTube?
Am I done with YouTube? What do you mean done? Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. I hope you guys are having an awesome day. For coming in today. Today we're going to finish off. We're going to finish off your favorite artist's drawing here. I'm gonna make some changes to the leg because if it's just straight, it's too straight. I think if they both like push in together, it'll be a little bit more gestural. So I'm gonna see what I can do. So all this. What does she really want? Can't stop to see me walk out the door.
Moga Jada says, didn't say you're done with YouTube videos.
No, I never said that. Never said that.
Thank God.
My mom and dad are sticking two together because we don't.
Moga Jada says, oh.
Okay. I gotta get this piece here. You got it, oh, you think you got it, but got it, just don't get it when there's nothing at all.
We get together, but separate, so much better when the feelings of and they say that nothing is forever. No one makes the exception. Why are we so into love when we know that we're not happy here?
Wait, there was two of them? What the hell? I didn't know there was two of them. That might work. Okay. I love your videos. Thank you, I appreciate it. We'll be making more in the future, but I need to get this commission done. I wanted to do another Marvel Rivals video, but we'll have to hold off on that. That'll be out by Friday, hopefully. Maybe even Thursday. We'll see. But I don't know yet. I don't know yet. We will see. Let me see here.
I wish I could.
Wait. So, okay. The issue that we need, the only thing that needs to be fixed is the breast, the leg, and the head. And then after that, we can actually just,
Moga Jada says we are the Martians.
Bill, I love your face. Guys, for those who are on YouTube, are you guys having a hard time over there watching? Not like glitching or anything. Okay, Billy.
We're just friends, stop being so irrational.
Okay.
And your ghost likes to visit with me nightly. Tell me how every day was something fictional. And I you in every single person that I meet. And I'm sorry, but the thought of you with him is enough to leave me weak and I hate it.
Okay, the belly's done. Let's see. We gotta fix the leg. I don't like how straight it is.
Came another passenger, trying to act strong. It's tit for tat, ain't perfect, but I'm searching for some purpose. They marching on their lines inside the circus, but this burden might be worth it if I carry it with everything. So tender with the shots, go ahead and with these rocks that I kick. No, I mean with no pride, sound like that. It's low key like
Now, this part here needs to go.
Notrison says is this Psylocke.
I'm not drawing, no carrot. I'm doing a commission.
Egg says hi, Teach.
Hello. I move on and let you know. I see you in every single person that I meet, and I'm sorry, but the thought of you with him's and to leave
Yes,
me
I agree.
weak and I hate it. You don't know how much I hate it. You don't know how much I hate it. Okay, like that.
You don't know how much I hate it.
Now we gotta fix that leg. Okay. Now the knee is gonna be more slanter. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. This is gonna be like reverse engineering everything. But let's see if I can make it work. So grab this. Okay, this one whole thing. That's pretty nice. I don't have to do a bunch of different.
Beanbag says hi.
Leg. No, tilt the leg. Hey, Bri.
Beanbag says, gosh, this is a cute drawing. Brian said,
let's see here.
Brighter flows at you fave artist. Pretty good, just chilly. Lavenda TV Queen says it right.
Let's see here. Oh god, this is too big. Put it in the corner. Okay. Let's see if we can get this right.
Brian says I like this.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. The leg's going like, and the leg more straight. Too relying on that. It was my last day. If I close my eyes and I found those hands, okay. Your last day. You know,
Lavenda TV Queen says this is a good song though.
yeah, it's a nice song. It's a pretty nice song. 60-minute thing. Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Now this leg is a little bit too off. There we go. There we go. Okay. see here.
Have you ever looked?
Let me see here. Okay, pull out here. Pull it right here.
At an artist's work and thought, I would love to draw like this. Maybe it's their style, their use of color, or the way they use light. Hey, Joshua here. Let's talk about master study. Master study is an intentional way to practice where an artist replicates or analyzes a piece of work created by a master artist with the goal of improving their own art. A master artist is simply an artist whose work you'd like to learn from. This could be a historically significant figure like John Singer Sargent, Norman Rockwell, or Frank Frazetta, or artists you find insanely skilled. A few of mine are Jin Kim, Jennifer Park, and Cameron Mark. However, making art that's a direct copy isn't enough. True learning happens when you break down and the choices the original artist made. Let's do a master study. I'll be focusing on Cameron Mark. He's a character designer in the animation industry whose work I adore for its expressiveness and appeal. If you want to soak in the work of a true pro, just check out his Instagram page. In this study, I'm trying to understand how he uses proportions to maximize appeal and study the way he uses lines to achieve this sketchy but complete style. Okay, first things first, I'm just trying to rough in the most important features. Later, we'll move on to the detail. In this stage, I'm looking carefully at the relationships between features and trying to get as close to what I'm seeing as possible. I'm noticing myself doing certain things out of habit, but the entire point of the master study is to reel in some of those habits and absorb new or more important ones to the details. I'll knock down the opacity, go to a new layer, and start with the eyes. I find it really unique how he draws eyes. It's quite different from the way I do it. Generally, I'll put eyelashes together in one solid piece, but he tends to draw them in clumps. That's how this looks. I'm going to start using this to create variance among my characters. Secondly, the way he drew highlights on this particular piece. A cursory glance through his page shows something he does quite a lot. He tends to draw highlights as triangles or lines. I most see this in really cartoony styles, but it looks great on a more realistic style. It's something I admire, but don't plan on incorporating into my style. Part of the joy of doing these is just to appreciate the way the artist does it. You don't have to take everything. Okay, this is important. While you're making a rough drawing, try your best not to be overly bound by it. If you see something you didn't quite get right, you don't need to carry over mistakes from your rough drawing to your clean drawing. Generally, you should try to solve all the problems with your rough drawing before moving on to your clean drawing. But in this case, I didn't. So since I already know that my rough drawing is not perfect, I'm making a conscious effort to adjust it in the cleanup layer. I'm correcting things like the nose and the mouth because I know they weren't correctly placed in my rough drawing. Jawline differs from how I typically draw them. For female characters, I tend to draw smooth and rounded jawlines. My fear is that it would make them look too masculine, but I should probably loosen up because she's pretty feminine to me here. The hair is really interesting. I think I might adopt something similar for my sketchy. It was fun to do this part because I almost never get to draw hair in this style. I usually just form it into a couple of big globs or chunks, and that's it. I also like the way he uses hatching lines for shading. That's another thing I'm excited to experiment with in my own work. I've noticed that sometimes I make this mistake when drawing a head tilted downward, placing the back of the head too low. I quickly corrected that. I'm also trying to stay as close to the shading method as I can, but within reason, as I don't want to spend too long on one study. Studies typically take longer than regular drawings because of the mental effort involved throughout the process. It's interesting to note that although his style is quite realistic, you can still see how he forms the hair into individual clumps of varying sizes instead of singular hair strands. In this final stage, I'm looking carefully at my reference and correct the drawing. Now, even while you're moving things around in this stage, you want to recognize that some of these mistakes will be based on your style, and some will be actual mistakes. So you need to pay attention at this stage to know which is which. What you're trying to do here is notice what you tend to do and how does those same things. And that'll generally lead you through a more impactful study. And here is the final study. Apply what you close. Try creating original work inspired by the master's style. This was a challenge we explored in the 2 previous videos. Credit the original artist if you share your study publicly. If you have any questions, please ask them in the comment section, and I'll be happy to answer.
I did that.
Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe. Bye.
Well, that was quick. I wasn't expecting that to be so quick. Holy shit.
Think manga is all about drawing skills? Think again. The secret lies in mastering manga paneling. Pro mangakas make it look so easy. Have you noticed how your eyes just glide across a page when you read your favorite manga? That's a high-level visual storytelling skill you need to unlock to make it a pro. Over the past 3 years, we've helped over 400 aspiring mangakas and they've learned paneling techniques from our pro Japanese mentors. Today, we're sharing these exact techniques with you. We'll break down 5 essential
Lavenda
rules
TV
of manga
Queen says, "Oh
paneling
God."
so you can master the art of visual storytelling. You learn how to control pacing, emphasize action, and guide your reader's eyes. Stick around until the very end. We'll uncover a bonus tip that you could use to change your manga game forever. Are you ready to finally create your first one-shot manga this 2025? We invite you to apply to our online one-shot manga drawing program. This is your chance to learn directly from Japanese mangakas and published manga artists. You can book a free manga consultation call with us to see if we're a good fit to work together. The link is in the description. Rule number 1. Less is more. Too many panels in a single page can make it look too cluttered and hard to follow. Why? Because the more panels you have, the harder they get, and the harder they are to read.
This goes also for character design. When your character has too many shit going on, it tends to oversaturate their whole interest.
Our mentor, Art Crumbs, calls these pages dense pages. Dense pages contain more panels and tends to make the panels smaller. But we're not saying to avoid dense pages altogether. In fact, these kinds of pages can be for quick actions and dialogue-heavy scenes, whereas rough pages or pages with less and larger panels tend to drag out or slow time. These are great for when you want to make an impact with a scene. Knowing when to use more or less panels can make a big difference. Our mentor, Art Crumb, says,
"The less panels you have, typically the better your page will look."
Can you guess what's the average of panels in a single page?
4.
Let us know in the comments.
I'll say 4.
Usually, there are 6 to 7 panels in a page. And
6 to 7.
panels are arranged in tiers. The number of tiers in a page should be no more than
Then
3.
3. I was. Let's go.
3
to 4. I said 4.
Good manga. And beginners can have trouble with achieving the right flow. Sometimes you have too many panels, and other times you've scenes and text bubbles in a confusing way. If your readers have to reread pages just to double check if they read it right, then that's a sign of bad flow.
Wow.
In manga, how well a story flows depends on the page layout. In Japanese, this is called komawari. Manga panels are called koma in Japanese, and komawari refers to the layout as a whole and its flow. Panels make up and panels flow from right to left, top to bottom. Always remember this when making your manga. Your character placement, speech bubble placement, and character movement will help guide your reader's eyes in and out of your panels. Here's a Yonkoma submission that we got from Kenda. In the original submission, there's some weird reading flow caused by the speech bubbles. In the first panel, look at the first speech bubble. It's closer to the bottom of the panel below your character's reaction. When reading your manga, this isn't typically where your readers are supposed to start. It still makes sense, but a more natural and easier flow would be simply to place the spell on the upper corner. The biggest problem is on the second panel. Guess why? The order of the speech bubbles only makes sense if you left to right. But all the other panels are more effective when read right to left. So, to make the second panel more consistent, our suggest moving part of the dialogue to the first panel so they'll be read in proper order. In the third panel, all the characters and speech bubbles are placed to the right, with tons of empty space on the left. We balance out the flow and make better use of the empty space. Our coaches suggested moving the characters and speech bubble more towards the left and adding more background details. See how the reading flow is now smoother and more balanced. Rule number 3, the 180-degree rule. When filming a scene with 2 or more characters, filmmakers tend to follow a basic filmmaking rule called the 180-degree rule. Mangakas actually follow this exact same rule when drawing their scenes. The 180-degree rule is
a camera.
Pick a side to film from and stick to it. Imagine an invisible line between 2 characters.
Yeah, A lot of TikTok influencers who are doing like comedy sketch and stuff have to follow this very rule, because if you do like those one takes where they're talking about conversation going back and forth and it's just one person, you can't put the character in random places when you're trying to imitate someone, or you're trying to make your point, because if they're everywhere, you're gonna actually make your audience go confused, even if the whole point wasn't in them moving. So you have to make sure that everything is consistent from beginning to end. I did that with the drawing I did with
Janae says hello.
hello. That's the drawing. That's exactly what I did with the video with what was it? It was the Sonic one, the Sonic AnimeArt. I think it was.
Brighter Close says it mono/high mono.
Actually, it was. Hold on, pause this. We will put this out. It was this one.
Janae says it was high brine.
It was this video, because I had to make sense of the placement of the camera where we're looking at them. So the camera starts with us behind the tortoise, the little, with both Sanji and Zoro. So in the next scene, we have to make sure that's making sense. So in the next scene, as you can see, I moved it in a I was like a 30-something degree angle, where we're still behind technically the tortoise, but we're not technically in front all that much of both Sanji and Zoro. We kind of came from here to curve like this, right? So as the camera's looking from them here, it gives you the panel where the hand is that's coming in, grabbing the turtle. Because if I put it right there, it would have been too lazy. So to give it a more dynamic look, we have these two talking as the turtle still stays in place. So if I were to turn the camera back, it'll be still correct based on the placement. So because Sanji's on the right side, Zoro's on the left. So when we move the camera, even though is different, they're still
Brighter
on
Close says
right,
and Haley no details later.
Zoro's on the left, and the tortoise anywhere else, he's still in front of them. So the camera we just changed our position, but where they are has not changed. So this is something that a lot of beginners about when they're doing like an animatic or anything, because it causes confusion on who's where and what's where. So that's very important to take in and you're doing like panels or anything like that, because that's how I figured that out pretty fast. That it gives it more context to them distracted, and most people didn't really pay attention too much when watching this. That's Luffy's in the back. Once they found the turtle, I guess they was looking for food. Luffy was in the back and he heard, so he's like, oh, I'm hungry. Like, he's hearing meat. He's not like he's seeing the tortoise, like the cute tortoise. So that's why when I move the camera, as you can see Luffy's hand going around, because he went behind them without them realizing and putting their hand right here. Because he's still far off in the distance. He's just not in the actual like scene other than his hand. And then we had the little guy kind of like paying attention as they're looking away. So it gives it a form of context and it makes sense, right? And then as they're fighting with one another over something as stupid as this, Luffy gets it and grabs it. So it gives it a sense of context without being like disjointed from the whole scene. It keeps everything in place. So this is a lot of beginners don't think about, thinking that you're not a cameraman to a certain degree. You are the camera. You have to make sense of the placements of your characters at that point if you're going to make scenes like this. You can't put them in random places.
Jens, I got another strike today.
For what? Let me see. So yeah, question doesn't have to do what you're talking about when you're trying to sketch to do focus. Like, question, that doesn't have to do what you're talking about.
They says for offensive talking.
Do you focus on details? Question, that doesn't have to do, wait, what? Are you asking a question? Wait, what? Are you asking? No, what I'm talking about is something completely different from what I'm doing. I'm talking about camera placement. I'm not really sure. Anyway, back to what we was doing. Let me see here. Back there.
Janae, as they were asking, when do you focus on details?
When the sketch is done, when the whole line art is done.
Talking, walking, or this is called the line of action. The camera should only stay on one side of this line, whether it's different cameras or different angles. This is especially important during dialogues or action scenes between characters. Why? Because it gives your readers spatial awareness. Where are characters standing within the setting? Where are they actually
It can't be random places.
Here's a great example from our student Max. In his Yonkoma, an alien is down to earth and meets a human. In the second panel, you can see that the human is on the left and the alien is on the right. Max sticks
so the
to
alien on the panel will always be on the right side and Max will be on the left.
Line of action. In the third panel, the alien is still on the right and he's looking towards them.
Correct.
In the fourth panel, the human is still on the left, facing the alien. Yep. Imagine if we cross the line of action in this last panel. The camera angle would be from the opposite side of the characters, and the human would appear to be on the right side.
You'd be so fucking confused.
This makes the flow confusing. Suddenly, it looks like they aren't looking at each other anymore as they're talking. As long as the camera stays on one side of the invisible line between the two people, then everything is clear and your audience would know who is where.
Bro, what the fuck?
Rule number 4, the focus panel. Each of your pages should have a otherwise known as a focus panel. Our mentor, Art Crumbs,
Janae says I have school tomorrow again.
Most important panel in a... Usually, it's the largest panel. The Misegoma contains most important information or makes the most impact. So, use it to highlight important moments, like action climaxes, reveals, plot twists.
Janae says so I have to go now.
Alright, bro, have a good night.
Think about which part of your story you want to highlight. Next time you read your favorite manga, try to see if you can Misegoma on each page.
Rytriclos says it mono, Gian mono.
The concept of Ma.
Night, bro.
Ma is a technique Studio Ghibli uses a lot in their films. Check out some of these scenes where
says it Rytriclos Gian Bride.
Can you guess what Ma is? Ma in Japanese culture refers to the space or interval between things. Not just physical space, but also the sense of timing, rhythm, pauses. It's the idea that emptiness or silence
Janae says bye
and significance. In Japanese culture, people aren't supposed to respond. Another person is talking or doing something. After the other person has finished, then you take it all in and think of a response. This
that is totally anti-American at that point. Oh no, can't do that. Oh, in American culture, quite the opposite.
You notice this in a lot of manga.
Rytriclos says low.
Pause before a character strikes or speaks. A spin over several panels before a big reveal, or reaction shots characters. Typically, these scenes have no dialogue. This is the negative space or the intentional emptiness, actions, dialogues, or events. It prevents the story feeling rushed, allowing impactful moments to breathe. And it enhances storytelling by using silence and as tools for mood, tension, and reflection. Now, are you ready for this bonus paneling tip? It's a technique that every mangaka absolutely needs to master, the art page turn. The goal of a mangaka is to make the reader keep turning that page. In manga, this is achieved with two specific panels, the hikigoma and the mekurigoma. Hikigoma or pull panel, the last panel on a 2-page spread. This is the setup panel. It tells readers to turn the page. This panel makes them curious to know what happens next. Mekuri Goma or reward panel is the first panel on the next page spread. It contains the payoff, the reveal, and the answers your readers were looking for. This concept of setup and then reward is what keeps readers turning the page. Here's an example from a spread from Look Back by Tatsuki Fujimoto, the creator of Chainsaw Man. The MC, a fourth grader called Fujino, draws a panel manga called a yonkoma for the school paper. Her teacher asks her if she can give space to another student who
Isn't this manga or this anime that we just heard about the other day when her friend gets killed off with a foreign here?
Submit their yonkoma. Fujino agrees
Hello,
and
Eli.
feels confident that
Eli, I
this
said
student
hi.
couldn't possibly draw any better than her. I mean, this other person was basically a shut-in. By the end of the spread, the school paper is being passed around, and in the last panel, Fujino takes a look.
You see how much better the leg looks when it was just straight on? It looks a little bit more believable. I will have to fix a few places when it comes to this leg, but like it looks a lot more believable with the leg, because before it was super straight to the point it looked like it looks painful. So I had to cross knees a little bit more closer, and I will have to put some emphasis that where the knee is here. It looks like this leg is kind of broken, but it's not. It's just that the furry thing is kind of distorting your vision. So I'm going to have to put some folds somewhere down here to give some indication that the other knee is kind of close to this knee to a certain degree. But like the leg here, I think this part needs to be a little bit more, I don't know, skinnier, or like just a little bit more straighter. And this part half, but we'll figure that out. But it looks a lot natural compared to it was before. It looked really weird with the legs super straight. Okay.
This is the hikigoma, the pull panel. What did she see? We don't know until we turn the page. The reveal, the Mekuri Goma, the reward panel. Fujino's yonkoma is on the left, and the other student's work is on the right. You can see the big difference. Fujino's art looks so bad compared to the other person's work. And now, you'll in. What happens to our MC? In the last panel of the spread, classmates that used to praise her art now feel like she's nothing special. That's another hikigoma. How does our MC react when her classmates compare her art? We need to turn the page to find out. If you want to master the art of the page turn and all the different paneling and storyboarding techniques to create a manga that would captivate your readers until the end, then we invite you to apply to our online one-shot manga drawing program. You learn directly from pro-Japanese mangakas and published manga artists through weekly live Zoom training sessions. We create a custom training plan based on your skills
This sounds expensive.
and your goals. You can book a free manga consultation call with us to see if we're a good fit to work together. The link is in the description. In the
one
meantime, you can
glorified
check
commercial.
out to learn more about paneling basics.
Okay, it's over. Do 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 do. Let me see. Let's play this a little bit.
Picture this. It's 2004. You school, backpack hits the floor, and after suffering through math homework, you finally get to do what every kid wants to do. Turn on Cartoon Network and relax. So you turn the TV on, you watch an episode of Teen Titans, maybe even Totally Spies, but instead you get greeted by kids with foreheads the size of satellite dishes, and one of them has a purple triangle thing in his hair, while another one looks like he has a family computer was the main computer in the household. You see this bunch of weirdos and you think, you know what, maybe this isn't for me, I'll come back in 30 minutes for a new show, and just as you're about to change the channel, something happens. The show switches and it's insane. Neon colors, digital worlds, kids are flipping off walls, and an opening song that captivates you to this day. And before you even know what's happening, you're hooked. That's how cold Lyoko got us. But what if I told you it was made? But before we get into all this interesting stuff, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Remy.
Didn't the show like cancel on a cliffhanger or some shit? If I remember watching the show. The show was not bad. It was pretty good. To a degree. Maybe it didn't hold as the other shows that was playing, like Teen Titans at the time, but it was on that shit.
Okay, that was dumb. Okay, my name is Remy. Welcome to my channel.
Beanbag says I run
Everyone
the
check out
show.
Code Lyoko,
Yep.
and if not, let's. Alright, let's start off with a banger. Code Lyoko was almost never made. And no, not because it was a bad idea. Because some animation studios rarely take risk on something this weird. Say it with me now. Animation is expensive and consuming. But thankfully, a French studio called Moonscoop had a concept called Garage. It had a similar premise. Kids battling an AI in a digital world. But it looked way rougher. The mix of 2D and 3D was there, but apparently everything felt more student film than global phenomenon.
Beanbags, it
However,
reminded
the
me of
concept
Ben
was too
10.
unique to ignore. Kids fighting against a rogue AI in cyberspace? That's early 2000s sci-fi gold right there. So,
Yeah, it
after
was.
some polish, Moonscoop took a shot and published the concept. And Code Lyoko was born. But here's the fun part. Despite being a series, it blew up globally. So how did a French show that almost got scrapped at the beginning get a following? To figure that out, I feel like we need to talk about one of the most striking features of the show.
I'm
the
kind of
wild-
surprised that this show didn't get a reboot. I'm kind of surprised about that. Given we live in the AI age right now, this AI beginning stage, I'm surprised that has not been brought up yet. Like, what the fuck?
animation style. So once again, picture this. You're watching a show, it's all 2D, flat, traditional animation style. But the second they enter Lyoko, bam, full 3D immersion. It was jarring, like really, really jarring.
We have better 3D capabilities now than we was, and this was like the early 2000s. I think it was in 06, 04. Yeah, he said 04. 04.
Says true.
This is a little before the 360. My God, the 360 came out in 06. Holy shit. The Xbox One came in 2016. That's 10 years later. And I think the Xbox X came out in like, what, 4 years later?
Like really, really risky. But it also worked. All the other shows airing at the time were stuck to one animation style, but Code Lyoko needed the contrast. Lyoko wasn't just another place, it was an entirely different reality. The shift wasn't just a gimmick, it reinforced the actual story. But this choice also came with some hilarious drawbacks, like how the 3D models were stiff as bricks in season 1, which was kind of
hell
odd
yeah.
for the time because shows like Cubics and Jimmy Neutron have both been airing for a while when Code Lyoko initially came. And both shows aired with smoother 3D animation.
But it was a French show. It was made in France, so I'm pretty sure I'm not sure if they did have better technology back then, but I'm gonna doubt they did. I'm just gonna doubt that.
Thing for season
Yeah.
1, so I'm gonna just chalk it up to that.
Maybe it was just a
Thankfully,
budget
over
thing.
time, the show refined its look, and the 3D became a lot smoother. However, it wasn't just the visuals that made Code Lyoko stand out so much; it was the characters themselves. Okay, so honestly, time. The team was weird. Bunch of weirdos. I love them, but a bunch of weirdos nonetheless. A cast and crew full of unique characters. A smart kid to a goth girl to a cat boy. You know what I mean? Like, no
I'm not
context.
gonna lie. If this was made in this era now, if Koyoko came out in this era, bunch of bitches will be complaining something about white privilege and something about cultural appropriation or some shit, because Ulrich, if I remember right, the one with the samurai sword, they'll say, oh, he's cultural appropriation because he's a white guy in samurai clothing or something to that degree. Same thing with the girl. I don't know if she was Asian. I don't think she was. I don't think they ever really pointed out if she was Asian or not. But like technically his love interest to a certain degree. But like, I didn't really feel she was Asian. I didn't feel she was white. I think she was like somewhere in between in my head. I'm not totally sure. And the friend, I forgot his name. Lee? Is it Lee? I forgot his name. The blonde-haired one. Yeah, cat boy.
Text. That sounds a bit odd. No pun intended with the name. But each member of the team brought something unique to the table. Ulrich being the team's brooding swordsman, rocking scruffy brown hair and a wardrobe that evolved from green cargo pants to a military chic. He's the best fighter on Team Lyoko, originally sporting a single samurai katana, eventually leveling up to 2 katanas because obviously 2 is better than 1. And why is he so good with swords? Absolutely no reason. He's good at soccer, sports, and occasionally martial arts, but somehow that translates into sword skills. I question it if you don't. Despite coming from a well-off family, he rejects the highlight and prefers to dorm with Odd and his misbehaving dog.
Odd, that was the name.
Side note, it's called a dog, but that thing is so nasty.
That thing is ugly, yo.
I hate it. Like, it looks like a cross between like a chihuahua and then like the ugliest purple thing you've ever seen. I don't know, man. I hate it. Get rid of it. Nevertheless,
yeah, the dog was
really
ugly as
popular.
hell.
Girls in school have a crush with him, especially like Sissy. Unfortunately for Sissy, he's too caught up in his painfully slow burn relationship with Yumi to even honestly care about anything else. But when the team's in danger, he'll step up without hesitation. Fun fact, he also has vertigo, but that only matters when it needs to matter, because when it doesn't need to matter, it does not matter. Next we have Yumi, the
Why
not
did
goth,
that
but
even
looks like a
brought up?
goth girl. Yumi was born in Kyoto.
Wait, I don't remember this design. I remember this design, but I do not remember. Yeah, her name was Yumi. That's how she was Asian. She had the Yumi Hashimoto. Oh yeah.
France when she was young and opposes those values to this day. While in Lyoko, she starts off by looking like a cyberpunk gay in a kimono, but also with laser fans because weaponry. Then after a couple seasons, she finally gets upgraded to a sleek bodysuit with sneakers. Personality-wise, she's calm, collected, and takes her time in trusting people. But once she does, she's fiercely loyal. But betray that trust and she won't hesitate to out, though she regrets it some of the times when she does. She's an athlete, a top student, and skilled martial arts. While her parents think her hobbies are a bit strange, she doesn't care because her friends in class like her anyway.
Wait, it's strange that our hobbies is just being athletic? What kind of fucking parents do you have?
Out of her Japanese heritage. She's such a nice person. She even dabbles in charity and environmental projects. But, she's not battling a rogue AI trying to take over the world. She's just a solid friend to have in a pinch, I think. And finally, we get to the last of the main three. We have our boy Odd. Odd is a fun-loving blonde-haired goofball with a random purple streak in his hair, which he styles as like Vegeta on a good hair day. Funnily enough, Odd joined the Lyoko game purely by accident. Right. His dog Kiwi wasn't supposed to be on campus. One thing led to another, and then boom, Odd ended up virtualizing going to Lyoko before everybody else. And honestly, he takes it like a champ, kind of just rolling with punches in this regard. Personally, I'd freak out a little bit, but I was like, hey, it is what it is. He even started flirting with Alita at some point. He was just chill about it. He was the team's fearless volunteer, whether it's monsters, getting body swapped.
I did find his voice kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it fit, but it annoyed the shit out of me sometimes when he spoke. It was just fucking...
being cloned. This happened a couple times. He thrives in action, especially piloting the Navs kids in a digital scene. He's considered, I didn't know what he was about, and he kind of got to respect that. He was who he was all the time and apologetic for it. Then we have the man in the chair himself, the one who set this whole show in motion. My guy Jeremy, top of his class, wears big glasses, and was so smart he skipped the
I remember they said they actually put Jeremy through the Lyoko. He went to Lyoko. He looked weird as fuck. They never really showed what he looked like. They just said he looked weird as fuck off camera. It was the funniest shit. I was like, wait, I wanted to see what he looked like. You bullshit. I wanted to see what his model looked like.
Said rolling on the floor.
That shit gave me mad a little. I was a little bit mad, but I did laugh. But I was kind of mad. I'm like, bro, like, I actual like reason or there was any weird requirements to go to Lyoko. I think you just have to be human, and that's pretty much it. But, like, it made me mad that they actually let him go to Lyoko and didn't show it, but they said it off screen. That shit pissed me off.
Just love him, and other kids think kind of boring. Not to mention, he had zero friends before the whole Lyoko supercomputer situation started. I mean, overall, this kind of worked out for him in a weird, really sadistic, twisted way. But, whatever. Despite his nerd status, he's kind, fiercely loyal, and incredibly stubborn. He spends most of his time glued to the supercomputer, obsessively working to free
TV
Alita
Queen
and
says,
defeat
can I see
Vanna.
the full picture really quick? I want to show my mom.
Slick with it, but it's fun.
So
he's
far the head is
team, always reassuring his friends.
Are you sure the head's
also
not?
Horrendously bad in his
Not there.
and the room sometimes. But through it all, deep down, he values his friends more than anything.
So
okay, last of the good guys, and the one with the most lore and backstory. With pink hair. That would be our main heroine.
I can show you
Alita.
hold on.
The time-traveling pink hair in the U.S. daughter of France. Alita had a childhood in the Swiss Alps until her mom was kidnapped by Men in Black. The urge to make a Men in Black joke is fighting me right now, but I'm not going to do it because I respect y'all too much. Anyhow, after this traumatic event, her and her dad leave to France, where they change names and secretly build a supercomputer in the abandoned factory, like you do when you're on the run. Where did it come from? Stop thinking too hard. One day, while biking, Alita comes home to find more Men in Black. No Will Smith jokes. Okay.
Hold on, guys. Let me push this on the side so I can get the head in there.
More Men in Black, forcing her and her father to escape into the factory. And instead of, just running away, France decides that the best move is to digitize them into a virtual world. Solid parenting right there, my guy. Just dad of the year, right?
This
event causes her to be stuck in Lyoko for a decade. So by the time the series actually starts, 22, and Jeremy is not that age, but don't think too hard about it, because then it gets kind of weird. But it's there in the back of your mind now that you realized it. But just don't look at the weird age thing right there. Just don't. They're kids. So but a little side eye, just like a smidge. But overall, Alita's kind, smart, and a musical prodigy, by the way. And when we get to the end of the series, she's battle ready. And she's even rocking her wings. So, full circle moment, she fights back, gets out Lyoko, gets her physical body back towards the end of the series. And it's all thanks to her friends being with her and giving her the push to overcome her horrible situation. A fun fact about her, she dies multiple times in this show.
Yeah, I remember that. You can actually die in this show. But I don't know about Alita though. I knew that like Auric and them can get killed off if they're not paying attention or they get distracted or something. But I always remember like I forgot if she could die, because if she dies, doesn't like the whole like get deleted or something? I forgot.
She always gets revived because of, like, you know, plot MacGuffin, because they can't kill a kid. But, like, she dies a lot in this show. And thankfully, they also have a supercomputer that can reverse time, which I feel like they don't play with enough, but that's just a tool they have in their arsenal. Okay, now for the bad guys and the sort of bad guys. Because most of the show is episodic, there's a lot of revolving characters that are evil, so we're going to stick to the two.
They should thing special with that. So whenever you keep going back in time, it does like, here it is, the head. I was looking for that. Oh my god, I could not find it. My god. Let me see. Like it's not the official head for those who are watching. It's a sketch. Remember, this is just a giant sketch. This is the sketch. So I'm going to line. Well, it's the line art too, but I'm going to thicken everything and line weight it later. But like, you just have an idea. At first, I thought it was gonna be. It's not a box. It's actually a TV, and I think it's a computer. She sent me the reference. I'll have to make changes to the box because it's way too big. It needs to be softened. It needs to be more shorter and stuff like that, and then a lot better. I already know what what it looks like. I just gotta go to the thing, but we'll talk about it later. But I hope that was easy for you to see, for your mom to see. It's not done. It'll be totally done when it's ready. So don't think this is the final product. Never assume that whatever I'm working on is the final product. I might even just switch and do the whole thing over again. That happens sometimes. It does happen. But yeah. So yeah.
My two major baddies, I do mean they're just the most interesting. Okay, first we have William.
Lavenda TV Queen says, yes, it looks great. Thank you.
William's a chill dude, almost about everything, except for girls. My guy fell too fast and fell way too hard, and it just always blew up in his face. I feel like most people know a Wilson kind of friend or person. Just everywhere there's a William. Wait, no, I don't think that. No, I don't like that. Anyway, William started off the series as an ally to the main group. It took him a while to eventually get into Lyoko, but when he did, he had a giant sword, and he could turn into smoke. So his power sets were pretty cool. Originally a backup for the group,
Wait, is that a giant like homage to Final Fantasy with Cloud and his giant Buster sword?
To the potential of making him an ally, so she brain controlled him and then physically traps him in Lyoko, to the point where it got kind of weird where he just disappeared in the actual 2D world, so they had to make a clone, and people like
Right, Close says I hope so.
Original, which is kind of sad actually. And after a while, a series of adventures, they eventually get him freed from Xena, and once freed, Williams to earn the team's trust again. But in like his defense, he was brain cold. What was he supposed to do? I don't personally.
I think the reason why they didn't say Xana compared to Xena is because it sounds too close to Xanax.
I don't understand that. If I was brain controlled and y'all knew I was brain controlled and I started doing videos on like Teletubbies or something, yo, what do you want me to do about that, man? I was right mind. Like, don't hold me accountable for that. Be understanding. I don't know. Granted, there's a situation a bit more extreme than me making Teletubby videos, but you get the point. He does eventually earn their trust back by, you know, he's just a good fighter. So like, dang, we can't really bitch this dude. He's one of the fighters. It's him or Odd, and we want him. And now finally we talk about the big bad of the show, Xena. Xena started as a basic computer program, but pulled a full sci-fi villain glow-up, becoming a self-aware virus hell-bent on world domination. It's seen humanity as a threat, logic, zero understanding of friendship. I could go on and on, but we all know the AI evil song. It's only gonna do ChatGPT and Gemini. Watch yourself. Please, I don't want to fight an AI war. Please don't. While mostly personality-free, Xena occasionally drifts into some sadistic AI stuff. It respects intelligence, hates stupidity, and to some extent views everything dumber than her, even though she loses to middle schoolers every week. The reason she's so dangerous is because she's able to affect the real world.
Holy fuck, I didn't know how to gender. It was a she? Oh man, we was misgendering a long time ago. Guys,
from the cyberspace, spreading her virus like a plague. And once she stole
we all should go to jail now.
It escaped into the internet, making itself nearly unkillable. But unlike the MCU Ultron, she worked with humanity before she got on Twitter. You gotta respect the game a bit. She's a certified hater. Lamar might be even proud of her. I'm just saying, you know, like, certified, you know, I'm gonna say something crazy. Anyway, a key component of the AI is this unique dynamic with each one of the characters, good or bad. For example, you have Jeremy. Honestly, it's number one. Anna tries to take him out first since he's the team's brain. Then you have Alita, both a threat and an asset. Tries to capture her or use her for a scheme majority of the time. As for Yumi, she sees her as the best fighter and tends to target her the most.
Their heads, yo. Their head, bro. Oh my god, they're like descendants of Rihanna. What the fuck?
Might be sexist. I don't know if an AI can be sexist. Might be sexist, just saying. Follow that up by Odd, who is considered the wild card of the group, tends to not know handle him. Then we have Ulrich, who she seems to know that she has to swarm every time he's on the field, so he tends to get the most mobs going against him at any given moment. And as I already said about William, as by the AI, causing him to lose himself because of it. And that whole weird possessive nature of Zaina is shown at full case with William, because even when he breaks free of the hypnotism, brain control, whatever you want to call it, Zaina still wants him back. And finally, we have Hopper or Waldo, the one person in the show Zaina actually fears, constantly trying to prevent him from helping his daughter and her friends to save the world. And even with all these amazing characters and villains, it's only so far a good story to take you. You also need music that slaps, and that's where the intro to Lyoko comes in, baby. Let me tell you. The second intro starts, you hear the dun, 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 dun.
I did answer your message,
it's all rap.
Bob,
Game's
right?
over. Banger theme song right there.
Noob Ford said yeah.
Okay.
You hear the vocal say, if we get all we got, we will make it. You're like, come on, man. Just so good. Such a good song. The pure 2000s Euro pop energy, it never stopped being a banger, and I will play it to this. I'm honestly playing it right now while I'm recording this. Like, every time I make one of these videos, I'm probably playing the theme song while writing and or recording these rips. I know, wish it was a joke, but I genuinely do these theme songs while I edit these videos. So, yeah, here's real time. Here's the timestamp for what I'm saying, and yeah. Okay, back to editing. And definitely while editing these videos, every time I'm editing a video, I am playing this in the mood. And since I'm in the mood now, we can talk about the fun part. We can get into the show story. Let's break it from beginning, middle, and the end. A group of middle schoolers, Jeremy, Ulrich, Yumi, Odd, and Alita, all get entangled with a supercomputer hidden under an abandoned factory. What do? Well, naturally, they do the responsible thing and report it to proper authorities. I'm kidding, we wouldn't have a show if they did that. With the group's involvement with the supercomputer, they accidentally released an AI program known as Xena, whose goal is to, ruin. And how, pray tell, does an AI ruin everybody's day? By hacking reality, everything to go crazy, possessing everything from vending machines to killer teddy bears. Luckily enough, though, this supercomputer also
the one thing about this show, stakes was pretty high to a certain degree on certain episodes. Like, people will literally die on this show. Like, outside, if it's not, and I'm not talking about when they're going to like the virtual world. I'm talking about sometimes in like situations where Xana's attacking the real world, like the people will actually die, or they'll on the verge of death. Like, it's crazy. It's pretty crazy.
Yes, I agree.
A digital cyber world where Xena
I think one of the craziest ones is when Jim, I think his name is Jim, the coach, kind of found out that they was doing their thing, and then I think for like, it was like an episode or two, he was like their friend. First he was kind of like an ass, but like he became their friend, and then I think it was too much for the writers for like having him like help them and stuff. I don't know what was the reason, but apparently there was an episode where he was like helping them and stuff, and he told them to call him Jimbo because he wanted to show how much of a friend he was to them now, like an asset, or the hell. And then I think he gets shot by one of the like Xana's like AI monsters or something, because he actually gets shot and he hits the floor. And they actually show that on the show. I'm like, oh shit, he got shot and he like hit the floor, and then they literally proved that he was like dead to a certain degree. I was like, God, that was crazy. What the fuck?
So the kids start doing what any other logical person would do. They start living a double life. Cyber superheroes by day, also students by day. A lot of stuff happens by day for these people, but they make it work. As for Alita, Jeremy makes it his job to get her out. This involves a lot of early 2000s dramatic typing and keyboard mashing, because you can super fast type Python if you're like 15 and just understand how that works. Oh, also, he can turn back time with the computer. Somehow he can figure that out too. Just reversal of time. Also, he makes nothing out of something, and we'll get back to that later. And the gang was doing what they had to do to get the job done, and for the most part, things were going well. Whenever they made a huge mistake, they could reverse time, and things were relatively okay until Xena just walked in and get an upgrade. By this point, the gang are seasoned monster fighters. Jeremy's getting closer to materializing Alita in the real world, which, if I'm gonna be honest, still kind of bugs me, because a 12-year-old figured out how to break some laws of physics But whatever. Don't think too hard about it, Remy. It's not that important, but it bugs me a little bit. And while the crew kind of think they're in this good period, bam, plot twist, Zaina decides to randomly get stronger. Like way stronger. She starts taking over technology, the actual internet. And worst of all, she starts taking over the teachers. And for a kid, that's pretty terrifying, honestly. And if that wasn't bad enough, to make matters worse, Alita's new freedom with her new physical body comes with a major catch. Turns out, Xena had a virus under her, meaning if she dies, the entire supercomputer shuts down permanently. And that means there's no more Lyoko. And if there's no more Lyoko, Xena wins. She's free. They can't stop her. So the show goes from just stop the bad guy to protect Alita at all costs, meaning Xena keeps escalating its chaos, from poltergeist to clone armies to a tsunami, just to get to Alita to put her out of her misery. But the game resists. The battles start feeling less like fun adventures and more like unpaid overtime for the group, and just when they think they can see a light at the end of the tunnel, Xena escapes to the real world. Things are officially bad. With Xena running wild outside of Lyoko, the kids are out of time. They can't just shut down the supercomputer anymore. They have to destroy Xena for good. And it turns out the only way is to destroy Lyoko. It's a lot for the group. That means no more swords, no more laser fights, no more odd, dumb jokes. But they're willing to sacrifice it all to save their friend and the world. And after an insane final battle, actually pulls it off. Xena gets deleted, Lyoko's gone, and the world is safe.
Oh, there is
Jeremy
ending.
and Alita finally to have a normal life. Yumi and Ori continue their weird, will they, won't they, on and off, hot and cold relationship they got going on. I need them to figure that out. Then Odd is, well, he's still Odd. Oh, the story wraps up really well in the final season. And then the live action ignores all of that and has its own continuity. And we will get to that when we get to that.
What the fuck?
But before we get to
Not
we
liking
gotta
this.
talk about something just as important as the franchise itself. The merch, the video games, all the other fun accoutrements.
I didn't know they even had any of that.
Accoutrement. Who uses accoutrement in normal? Whatever. We're gonna keep pushing. When it came to video games, you feel like Lyoko would have something really unique and down packed and like a cool, nice, tight package. It didn't. And none of that. Their video games were like not the best. Some were solid action RPGs. Others felt like somebody poured a PowerPoint presentation to the Nintendo DS. It's just rough. Like, I want to see the person who greenlit these and ask them to please stop. Your creativity is hurting the franchise. It's hurting the franchise, dog. Stop it. And what also hurt the franchise was the live action. Because they decided Lyoko, the 2D animated show, needed live action. Some shows, honestly, just don't need live action. Dragon Ball Z, Pokemon, Fairly Odd Parents, in every one of their movies, and that one time they made a show. I don't know why they keep doing that. Butch Hartman, stop it. Please, make a new Danny Phantom or something. In that unique category of shows that don't need live action, Lyoko fits right in. The quote-unquote newest season of Lyoko is called Evolution. And if you've never heard of it before, it's because we never got it over here in the States. The show aired in 2013, and Lyoko Evolution had a total of 26 episodes. And for some reason, they thought their drawing power would be the live-action aspects, which, surprising to no one, it was honestly poorly received by everybody.
Wow.
To such an extent that the
normal.
characters you've known for the last few seasons were literally not in this show. They had the same names and quote-unquote the same style and hairstyles or whatever, but those were not the characters you have been watching for the last couple years. They retconned certain things, new lore points, and honestly, they got so bad where fans don't even consider this a real season. This is more like an Elseworld or an alternate timeline or something, because this is not canon to majority of people. And with that being the final installment of Lyoko, it left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths. And honestly, that's why I think Lyoko should come back. If Total Drama Island can get a reboot, why not Lyoko?
Yeah, fuck. How come Total Drama? What the fuck? I never liked Total Drama Island, to be honest with you. Never really liked it. It was just kind of there. I'm like, what the hell? How this show gets a reboot and keeps getting seasons, but this show is about AI. What, like, bro? Like, you're sitting on like literally what's going on right now. Like, what? How are we ignoring this? Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, why do we do this? Why we Americans are dumb, bro?
Better CGI, smoother animation, and a marketplace dying for fun nostalgia. This is the perfect time for a reboot. A new Lyoko would be huge, right? But then, what would that even look like? Let me be a bit greedy here, and I wish for, Spider-Verse levels animation. I know, that's a bit much.
That is a bit much, but that is a great idea.
Come on, man. Imagine Lyoko with the budget, or not even full budget, half budget of Spider-Verse and half the animation style of Spider-Verse. Lyoko will look crazy. Like, come on, man.
You're not wrong.
You tell me you're not feeling that idea? Joking aside, also wishing aside, Lyoko did something most cartoons can never pull off. It had a weird, experimental which made it a global phenomenon. And even after all these years, the fandom still remembers it. So could Code Lyoko make a comeback nowadays? Honestly, I always say yes to these things, and I think it should. I think Code Lyoko has enough quote-unquote unused lore and ideas to where it could revamp itself and polish itself and repackage itself, a lot of reads there, and come back in such a new fashion where it's honestly a breath of fresh air. And
I honestly, as a kid, referred to it as like the Matrix ripoff. I always looked at it like, oh, this is trying to be like the Matrix or something to a certain degree.
Animation landscape, France currently has some of the best 3D animation you've seen. Cough, cough, look at Arcane. So I'm just saying, like, you know, France, lock in, bro. Bring it back. Anyway, thank you for letting me check up on Lyoko. Like and subscribe and all the other fun stuff, and I will see you in the next video. Y'all take it easy. Bro, that thing crazy. Anyway.
Alright, shut up. I don't care. Fuck you. Alright, let me see. I'll save that for a reaction video for the anime stuff. I don't. Hey, is anyone here to go see the Captain America movie? I'm not. I don't think I'll ever watch it. I don't care for it in the slightest.
Drytriclose says, not me.
Okay. Yeah, no one's here. No one's answering, so no one cares.
Captain America 4 has hit theaters, and surprise, surprise, the movie that's had a tumultuous production with piss-poor test screenings and multiple reshoots is trash. A choppy, sloppy, poorly edited, and badly written piece of garbage. This movie isn't worth anyone's time, let alone the time of the talent on screen. It's like being forced to listen to 50 Shades of Grey and...
I let go and come again. And it's sweet and agonizing and intense.
My editor thought this movie was great, so there's some tension behind the scenes here. But I knocked him out with facts like a makeshift boxing match. Let me be clear.
This is a table of shit.
Opening lower than Ant-Man and the Wasp and sporting a hilariously bad B- cinema score with a critic score of 50%, this garbage will come tumbling down. And before anyone tries to tell me it only cost $180 million to make, no, Disney can count as a verified source when it comes to their production budgets. They lie all the time. Like when Forbes produced court documents revealing Disney lied about their budget for Doctor Strange 2, which they report $200 million for, yet actually spent a staggering $414 million on. And that production had nothing on Captain America 4. So yes, I'll take movies that cost $100 million to make for all the marbles, Alex. Enough about all that. What about the movie itself?
All the marbles.
Why is it so bad? Well, it's all bad, but let's start at the foundation.
Oh my
the
God.
Script. Whole heist is this thing a mess. It's like the film was written by a committee, not by a person with a singular vision. And that committee was a group of 10-year-olds. It's supposed to be a spy thriller with mystery. Don't just telegraph exactly what's going to happen a mile away. They blatantly tell you what happens. The audience is constantly 10 steps ahead of the characters. That can work when done right, but here it's clearly unintentional, and it's because it's 2 to 3 scripts mashed into one. It all comes from the recent admission by Netflix that they have their screenwriters write as if people aren't watching. Searchers say exactly what they're doing while they're doing it, leaving show don't tell by the wayside. Everything's explicitly stated like we the audience are idiots and not the people writing the movie. Of a stupid plot, the villain is also an absolute fool. He's supposed to be a super genius, a statistical whiz who understands the probability of every outcome, yet he's constantly outwitted by Sam fucking Wilson in the most blunt, simplistic ways imaginable. It constantly boils down to the bad guy thinking Sam would be statistically more likely to commit one action, but then Sam just doesn't. So the bad guy's defeated. It's that fucking dumb. If this is where we're at with Marvel writing, I can't wait to see what they do with the MCU version of Wolverine.
Okay, but where's the girl? You better start talking or things are gonna get a little, let's say, dangerous.
Speak.
Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. I'm gonna just take a second to just... We saw that happen and we let that happen. We'll just I'm gonna have to sit. That, I don't know, that really hurt my soul a little bit. I'm just gonna, for like 30 seconds, just give me 30 seconds. God, that was fucking, oh my God. 30 seconds, just give me 30 seconds.
Okay.
Speaking of Sam Wilson, who the hell is Sam anyway? The movie is so goddamn insecure, it's constantly reminding you that he's Captain America in this embarrassing way of begging you to take him seriously. But we knew who
We good, I'm good.
Rogers was. He was a skinny kid who was bullied, and that crafted him. He was the guy that, despite being small before the super soldier serum, would throw himself on a live grenade to save his platoon, even though he was the little guy. His character was on full display. Who he was right there. But Sam is just the next guy. We never learn anything about Sam. And we still haven't after an entire TV show dedicated to him. Because, face it, the Winter Soldier was just a side character despite the show being called Falcon and the Winter Soldier. The main character is really just an avatar. He's not anything in particular other than the person holding the shield. So, a poor main villain, a hollow main character, what else could go wrong? Absolutely everything.
That was a perfect edit.
That's what. The movie tries to be 20 things at once. For some reason, it's a sequel to a 17-year-old Marvel movie that most people didn't like, because this is really a follow-up to 2008's Incredible Hulk. It's also a carbon copy of Winter Soldier.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. I thought, because when I heard who the villain was, I was like, wait. Weren't you an 08 Hulk movie? The Incredible Hulk movie? The movie I like the most? The better looking Hulk out of all of them? Like, let's just be honest. The best looking Hulk is the one that was in 08. I don't like the Mark Ruffalo version. He looks too small, to be honest. I would love if they had the 2008 version. That would have been crazy. And he was much bigger than what was put, but I guess they did that only because it will be fucking annoying to have him stand next to like virtually everyone if he's like Hulk and he's like huge than everyone else. That would have been a pain in the ass for the camera. So they probably did that instead. But honestly, the 08 version was way better, in my opinion. He looked terrifying. He was huge. He was a badass. That was a badass version of Hulk. I would prefer that Hulk over Mark Ruffalo any day.
Beat, just done like shit instead. On top of that, it tries tying up loose ends from other Marvel projects that have been left dangling, like the Celestials sticking out of the fucking ocean in the Eternals, and it's a soft introduction to the X-Men into the MCU with a major plot device being adamantium. They should have just called this piece of shit Captain America Loose Ends. You can tell how insecure this is because they advertised Red Hulk as a major part of it, yet he was only in it for all of 5 minutes, proving the rumors true. Same thing with Giancarlo Esposito's Sidewinder, who has a grand total of 5 minutes of screen time. Cap 4 is nothing short of a fascinating disaster. A studio too proud to just shelve it and take a tax write-off like they should have. There's so much.
How much did you pay those? Did you pay Harrison Ford for that? It must be a crap of money if he took that role. You know what? Hold on. How much did Disney pay Harrison Ford? Captain America. Holy shit. Oh, what? God, what the fuck? Wait, like, okay, film reportedly spent 30 things, but in a budget. What did Chris Evans pay for Captain America? 3 million. How much did Harrison Ford?
Zabrewski says, yeah, it was a crazy amount.
Reported that Disney paid him $15 million to appear in the Force Awakens. No, not Force. I'm saying Captain America. How much did they paid him for that? Harrison Ford. Hold on. Wait, fuck. Fuck. I'll figure that out later. It's not that serious. I'll figure it out.
To say about it that is far
because like if that's 5, like bro, there's 5 minutes. 5 minutes of him becoming. Well, then again, that's probably 5 minutes of Red Hulk. But then again, how much did they pay for Harris? Well, he probably was mostly throughout the movie. I'm gonna say like 50% of the movie. As the president, I'm pretty sure. I'm thinking of Harrison Ford himself. Red Hulk 5 minutes, but Harrison Ford was there the entire time probably.
Beat by beat, so that's exactly what I'm gonna do. But before I go ahead, I need to get in a quick word about the sponsor of this video. But as friends, I timestamped this motherfucker for your convenience, so you don't have to watch it if you don't want to. But if you do, I love you. After that, we're done.
Yeah, no, we're not doing this.
The story of Captain America, Brave New World. We start with Indiana Jones giving a speech after it's been announced he's won the presidency of the United States. President Jones is taking some undisclosed medication, and given that it's been relentlessly spoiled in the previews that he becomes Red Hulk, how much would you like to bet that this is connected to that? They hide it about as well as the Joker shitting.
I know why you choose to have your little...
He wishes he could see his daughter Betty, but alas, she's not here. So he gives a fiery speech about togetherness while looking like a fucking lunatic as he screams with a Michael Shannon level of fury.
For those of you that have your heads under rocks, which apparently is the majority of this chapter, we have been fucking up.
They show a flashback when he was wearing a fake mustache. Well, it's supposed to be real in the movie, but good, it's the Kevil mustache removal from the JL reshoots, just in reverse.
So they couldn't ask the dude who was chasing Bruce Banner. He was in 08 a Hulk and in the MCU. He was even in Ant-Man. They couldn't ask the same dude whose character the entire time to be the Hulk. They had to ask Harrison Ford and age. They like compare to him and the actor that was playing this character for the longest while, because he's been in. I think he was even in. Shit, he was in the 03 Hulk. He was in the 08 Hulk. He was in the end credits with Iron Man. Shit, he was in Ant-Man. I think the first, if I remember right. He was in Civil War, I believe, as well. He was one of the people who was like pushing the chords and all that shit. The same act. So why the fuck did they get Harrison Ford to play this character when they could just ask the original person who was playing him the entire time for the last 10 fucking years? It's bringing Harrison Ford and his old ass was such a guarantee that people were going to sit in the theaters for this? Are you serious? Did you not see what happened with Indiana Jones? Or Force Awakens and all that shit? What the fuck?
News is talking about how President Ford captured the man responsible for the creation of the abomination. So you immediately know it's the leader from the Incredible movie. What an incredible mystery they're not laying out here. Like I said, this movie is written by 10-year-olds by committee. We then flash to the title of the movie, and it just says Brave New World. Smart enough not to say Captain America this time around. Don't worry, they'll tell you Sam's the real Captain America 80 times. We fast forward 5 months later to a shitty-looking CGI plane where U.S. military specialists are asking questions to each other about things they already know the answer to because the script can't figure out any other way to get information to the audience. With their officer standing behind him watching the screen, the guy asks, "Sir, the bad guys should be over the package to the buyer any minute. Do you know what they're carrying?"
"That's classified, private face. Now where's Captain Falcon?"
"Oh shit, here he comes now."
Captain Falcon lands and beats...
Why didn't they just call him Captain Falcon? Kind of just makes more sense, doesn't it? Right? Wouldn't that make more sense? Just call him Captain Falcon? Right? Huh.
Up the bad guys in his new suit that was built by the Wakandans.
Fucking flies.
We know this because the script again can't help but straight up tell us through clunky exposition.
"How the hell did he do that, private face?"
"Well, sir, you see, his suit was a gift from the Wakandans, and it's made out of vibranium. It also does X, Y, and Z, and now he can drink his own pee."
Gus from Breaking Bad makes his first of 3 appearances in the entire movie because they needed something to sell this piece of shit in the trailers. Seriously, this dude is in the movie for all of 5 minutes total, but, you know, whatever. He's actually intimidating. Not surprising since Giancarlo Esposito is a brilliant actor, and he's also played this character like 20 times in his career, so he has it down pretty well. Falcon America goes after the hostages, while the SEAL team goes after the package. Meow. And we get some poorly choreographed, slow-moving fight scenes that look like shit. The movie continues to just follow the Winter Soldier beat by, so like Cap having to fight Batroc on the ship in that movie when he's trying to save some hostages, Captain Falcon fights generic tank soldier while he's trying to save some hostages. Speaks volumes. This is just a watered-down, shitty version of that movie on a good day. Captain Falcon and Colombian kick Falcon save the hostages and rescue the package. Again, meow. And the audience stays about 5 steps ahead of the writers because Cap thinks something is fishy and the buyer show up. And who is the buyer? Gee Willikers couldn't possibly be the leader, the guy they literally told us about at the beginning of the fucking movie, and didn't just tell us about him, actually showed him lurking around in his lab. How can a movie simultaneously play off like the audience is following along with the mystery, after the film itself gave us the answers up front? What kind of retarded bullshit is this? Oh yeah, it's a post-Endgame Marvel movie. Silly me. We just found scenes now in jarring fashion, which just speaks to how many times this movie was reshot. And now Baltimore to reintroduce us to Isaiah, whoever the fuck. You probably don't know who this guy is because you'd have to check out the Falcon and Winter Soldier show no one watched. Remember when Marvels have to watch their shitty TV shows to follow the films? Fuck you! Anyway, Joaquin calls him the Forgotten Cap because, yeah, fuck it, and be Captain America now. And he's probably better than Steve Rogers too, or something modern audience pandering. And while they're playing footsies, Captain Falcon gets a call. To his surprise, an invite to the White House. He wants old man Morpheus to come with him, but he refuses like I do when the boys ask to play another round of ranked play after we got squashed 6 times straight.
The fuck you mean? No.
The movie fills in the gaps. Why does this guy exist? Why is he standing here? Why doesn't he want to go to the White House? Because it knows you didn't watch the TV show where he was introduced. So I asked the question, why bother using him? Why not use Steve Rogers' old ass for this role? It would work way better, especially most people have no clue who this guy is, and you have to use forced dialogue to get the audience through the scene. Old man Morpheus doesn't want to go to the White House because the government experimented on him after he took the super soldier serum. But Captain Falcon convinces him to because that's what the plot needs to happen, and it'll go. Because this movie's chopped to shit, the story immediately jumps to them at the White House, where Morpheus's phone is on the fritz. We know this because he says, my phone is on. Good shit, guys. Captain Falcon's brought in to talk to President Ford privately, where he's asked to restart the Avengers. Falcon immediately asks what we're all thinking. Didn't the original Avengers stop working for the government? So why would they now? The answer? Who cares? The scriptwriters are satisfied enough that they brought it up, so fuck the answer. President Jones gives an address mysterious package they've been hiding. Meow again. Surprise, it's thing they revealed in the trailers to try and make this movie palatable. Adamantium. It was discovered at Celestial Island. You know, that thing that's been sticking out of the ocean for the past 4 years movies without anyone so much as mentioning it. So far, we have a movie that's a carbon copy of Winter Soldier while being a sequel to Incredible Hulk, trying to make a lost plot point from the Eternals matter, and now trying to soft intro the X-Men. Yes, this is going fucking great.
Wow. Holy shit. If this was the final product, I wonder what the fuck was the original when the whole, like, everything changed. Kind of makes you wonder. I kind of want to know what the original plot was. Oh, God. Holy shit.
Just call it Cap 4. Plot threads galore. President Ford's trying to keep Japan on board with the Accords, keeping some major powers in unison on what adamantium. If only he could stop being old and racist.
What's up with the guy with the eyes? He handicapped or something?
Before he can make things worse, old man more.
I miss early 2000s comedy. Oh, Omar and Kumar goes to Dell. Oh man, I miss. Oh man. Oh, people
Jolly
don't
Hunter
understand.
says low.
You don't understand. Early 2000s was the best. The racism, the sex, all of it was funny as shit because it was supposed to be funny. Damn, I missed that.
Morpheus and some other people clearly become old and attack the president. Captain Falcon and some 80-pound, 5-foot woman stop it. No, that isn't a joke. And remember that scene when Cap chased Winter Soldier through the building? Well, this movie does that too, as Falcon chases Morpheus through the White House. This time, though, they subvert expectations because Morpheus doesn't get away. Captain Falcon convinces him to give up before it gets worse. Falcon bursts into the security room to confront President Han Solo, and they're interrupted by Solo's, again, 5-foot, 80-pound security advisor with a speech impediment. Of all things in this movie, this is easily the least believable, providing 0% ability to suspend disbelief.
Are you
but
serious?
Whatever. Falcon tells her to fuck off.
Don't talk to me, you slut.
But Han Solo reminds Falcon that he's not Steve Rogers, so he can't get into this, even though he just asked him to restart the Avengers. So the guy who has Black Panther and Iron Man's armor, Falcon's wings, Ant-Man's helmet, and Captain America's shield isn't good enough to lead an investigation. But he's totally good enough to restart the greatest the world has ever known. At your convenience, you piece of shit movie. Everyone seems to know something fishy's going on, including the audience, since we already know 1, the people who attacked the president were mind control, and 2, who was controlling them. But, you know, whatever. This is a mystery. What an espionage thriller. Anyway, since the movie thinks everyone watching it is stupid, stupid. We have to go through the motions of the characters discovering the exact same thing they already know and then acting surprised about it. Colombian Falcon knows that Morpheus's phone was on the fritz since he announced, and him and the 5-foot white girl watch a CCTV recording of the phone on the fritz. They feel what they already figured out. The phone did it. Imagine being the actors in this scene, knowing how poorly written the script is, but having to go along with it anyway. I'd go home at the end feeling like Philip Seymour Hoffman in Boogie Nights.
Fucking idiot!
And when Captain Falcon's driving around, he's attacked by Gus from Breaking Bad's second of 3 appearances. This is borderline embarrassing because we're supposed to believe that 90,000 Esposito is any match for the tank that is Captain Falcon. But what the f ever, I guess. Falcon shockingly takes out Sidewinder with one fucking kick, so that's at least, even though about 20 minutes later you see an 80-pound woman beat the shit out of 6 trained military men, but we'll get to that. Anyway, after the attack on the president, it's given France and India time to assess if they should be a part of the Adamantium Accords or whatever stupid-ass name the script gives it. In some contrived-ass way, as if not teaming up with the world's greatest superpower is the right move here, they tell President Jones that he needs to get Japan back on board, and he could if only he'd stop being fucking racist.
How y'all feeling? Yay, boy!
As if this movie couldn't be more simplistic, Captain Falcon can discover where the call to Morpheus's phone was coming from. A place called Echo 1 Base. Guess where they're going and what they'll figure out. If your answer is the exact same thing I've mentioned 5 times already, you'd be right. The characters are finally going to catch up with what the known since minute 2 of this flick. Next, the forgotten female elf from Snow White is going to talk to inmates who shot at the president when she sees a guard acting all quirky as he pulls his gun out to shoot them. She absolutely has time to save at least 1 or 2 of them, but waits until the guy kills all 3 of them to draw her weapon. And instead of doing literally anything, she just there. This is so poorly edited I had to do a double take. I saw this movie 3 fucking times to write this review, mind you. This is easily the worst editing in the entire movie, but she calmly waits till the guy just shoots himself in the face. That entire paragraph is a real description of what happens. It's that stupid. And then, yes, there's a lot of and then happening in this film because that's all the writers know how to do. And then President Ford gets a call.
All I hear is like, happy. And then
on Air Force One from the leader, aka the main bad guy in the movie. We're supposed to be shocked, just like President Solo, because the script forgot it already told us who the villain of the movie is 2 minutes in.
It's you. The assassin at the White House. It was you.
This can't be
says
real.
President Ford, blissfully unaware how fucking stupid he sounds to the audience. No shit, it was him. The leader speaks with the same voice as the villain from Madam Web. First it was Amelia Perez, now this. I guess Madam Web had more influence than we could have imagined. Of course, it was me. It's a good thing you didn't know today was the day you were going to die. Or something like that. Next, Cap and Mini Falcon arrive at the secret base, like a shitty copy of the scene from Winter Soldier when Cap and Winnow enter a secret base. Because this movie has absolutely no identity. And what a surprise, they discover exactly what they already know. The phones were used to mind control Morpheus and the others and force them to attack the president. How did it manage that, you ask? Well, you came to the right place. It's a complex answer, you see, and Captain Falcon explains it. He created technology to mind control them. That is no joke, the big mystery. How were they mind controlled? Why, through technology, silly pants. That's how intelligent this script is. It's the scene from Thank You for Smoking, but it actually means it.
Cigarette base. It's the final frontier, Nick.
But wouldn't they blow up in an all-oxygen environment?
Probably. But it's an easy fix. 1 line of dialogue. Thank God we invented the, word device.
This movie has absolutely no confidence in itself, and with writing this bad, I understand why. The leader reveals himself to Falcon and Mini Falcon, again, the script thinking it's a big shock to the audience too, which makes it unintentionally hilarious, if not sad, and reveals his evil plan to them because, of course he does. Falcon America has an ah moment and realizes what's going on, because like Britney Spears, he's the last to know. And the leader sends in a bunch of mind-controlled military guards after them to slow them down instead of just straight up killing them, obliterating the room, or any other million different ways he could have just taken care of them. And he says he wants them to die too. He says, "You're a fascinating problem," showcasing how desperate the script is to make Sam Wilson interesting. Oh, and did you know he's Captain America? The movie reminds you of that again, in case you forgot how desperate they are for you to accept him. 5', 80-pound white chick shows up to save them. I'm not joking. And she kicks the shit out of all the guards because of course she does. For a movie that desperately wants to be Winter Soldier, gone are the quick-cut kinetic action scenes, replaced by tedious, slow-moving garbage that looks ridiculous, just plain boring. Elsewhere, President Ford loses Japan as an ally for the Accords because he's just that old man who can't stop being racist.
Yeah, what is that?
It's a Taiwan tummy. He unwrung me and you a drag queen and
Made that extremely racist.
What the fuck?
I'm so excited about this one.
Jokes aside, it's really this hyper-convoluted idea by the leader to create some sort of war between
Oh wait,
Japan and...
isn't that Sunny and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Yeah, that show's incredible. That shit.
the United States in
It's
order
like
to
the
make
South
Harrison
Park on
Ford's
that
daughter
show.
madder at him. I'm not kidding. That's the evil villain's plan. See, President Indy misses his daughter Betty. You remember her from 17 years ago.
Because you're a good little consumer in Sign Club, right?
Well, anyway, Betty is still mad at him about Bruce Banner, and the lead locked up and used as a science pet project by Ford and never got the pardon he was promised. So to get back at him, he's going to instigate a war between Japan and the United States. Yes, Japan of all places, because this script was too much of a pussy to pick China, since Disney has too much money wrapped up in their government. So President Indiana Jones decides to anti him himself off of Celestial Island, because that makes all kinds of sense. The president going to the island himself.
Right.
But don't worry, the bag is such a genius, a statistical whiz, such a probability machine, that he's constantly outwitted by Sam fucking Wilson of all people, and he's about to be again asks Gus about the situation for Esposito's third and final scene in the movie, and he explains to Sam exactly what we already learned. The whole thing's a ruse to make Ross look bad. Great writing, right? Who would have guessed that? Am I right? Captain Falcon and his sidekick fly to the island and intercept President Ford, who he confronts about the situation. Ford admits to everything we've already heard at least half a dozen times, but the script is so worried we didn't get it the first time, it goes over it once more. And he also reveals that the pills he takes were given to him by the leader to save his life. Shocker, I know. The leader mind controls a couple pilots who instigate a fight with the Japanese fleet, and Captain Falcon and his bitch fly around amongst shitty CGI backdrops and stop them. Ross, meanwhile, is struggling with the pills he takes, and he's clearly trying to stop the Red Hulk. The leader even calls him and tells him that the pills are filled with gamma radiation because...
How can you do that?
Madam Web-voiced bad guy realizes that his antagonistic monologuing can't convince President Ford to change into Red Hulk yet. God doesn't want him to, and does that cringe villainous scream thing. After the debacle, Sam is watching his partner get operated on because he was hurt in the skirmish. You know, through the cliche window thing that isn't real in operating rooms. Even to do this stupid shit, so it's not exclusive to this one, but it certainly adds to the half-ass flavor of it all. Finally, the real Captain America replacement shows up, Bucky Barnes. If you're in the online world like me, you've probably heard plenty of arguments about why Bucky shouldn't have Captain America over Sam by complete morons. Their arguments boil down to the fact he was a brainwashed killer before all this, so no one would accept him. Yet here he stands on the verge of fucking congressman in this movie.
Yeah, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Make sense. Make it make sense. Stop and think that through yourself. A congressman, someone who passed laws. Are you serious? Are you serious? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Jesus Christ. What does it make no sense?
Goalpost be moved next. He gives Sam a pep talk and lets him know that because the scriptwriters need you to think he's better than Steve Rogers, he just flat out tells him. He says, Steve's something to believe in, but you give people something to aspire to. This movie can go for itself. 2'7" tall white girl walks in looking shorter than ever and talks about how hot Winter Soldier is, and that inspires Sam to keep trying to save Isaiah or some stupid shit. See, Isaiah, or Old Man Morpheus, is going to get the fucking death penalty even though he didn't kill anyone, because that's how childish this movie is. And by God, Sam's got to do something about this goofy turn of events. Next, the dumbass leader shows up and kills Sam's friend who is investigating the pills President Ford takes. He's about to call Sam and tell him that the pills are filled with gamma, but leader takes him out before he can. He does this so he can just show up in front of Sam and tell him himself? What the fuck?
Then why'd you...
He kills the guy to delay...
Wait. What? Wait. What? So wait, you take out his comrade on the information that he's going to tell Sam. So you take him out, you go to Sam, and give him the same information. What was the win in that? That is fucking strange.
Play it by just a few minutes, basically, for no reason. This is
for no reason.
such a mess. Holy shit. That's right. After he's the guy, he pops up in front of Captain Falcon and is like, bah, I've been had. Ability something something. Or some dumb bullshit the script can't articulate. And that's how smart this guy is, constantly outwitted by the fucking Falcon. The leader gives himself authorities because whatever. I don't even care anymore. I just want it to end. And Falcon runs up to stop the president now that he realizes the pills are filled with gamma, or whatever. President Ford is about to give a speech in front of the White House about how the Accords have been worked out. But then main villain dude takes a cue from Batman Returns and plays his phone conversation with the president over the speaker. This movie steals from another much better movie. Again, the recording plays for everyone to hear, and President Jones is enraged that everyone now knows he has a soft spot for crack cocaine or something.
It's 7 o'clock on the dot. I need a crack rock on the
Right or close, says LMAO. I remember this.
I'm sorry. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pause it. It just caught me off guard a little. Fuck. I don't know why, but that caught me off guard.
This revelation sends him into a rage, and he finally turns Hulk, which acts and looks suspiciously like regular Hulk, but whatever. The Secret's charged with protecting the president, then turn and start firing on him because this.
What sense does that make? Wait, what? Shouldn't you not be firing? Should you be concerned if that's the president? Why are you? What the fuck? Regulate goods content? I don't know what the fuck that means. You can go fuck off, TikTok.
Movie's functionally returned. And this, sure as shit, enrages the red dude further, so he starts attacking and killing people. Luckily, Captain Falcon shows up, and thank God he has a suit of armor from Wakanda and Falcon and the mask of Ant-Man and the tech of Iron Man, so he can survive all this. But don't worry, the movie will remind you that he's just a man, minus being geared to the gills more than any super in the entire MCU. Even though Steve Rogers had super soldier serum flowing through his veins, in the original Avengers movie, they were smart enough not to have him fight the Hulk because it would make no sense. They had teched out people or demigods like Thor fight him because they're the only ones who could handle it. Stark had a Hulkbuster suit to do it. But that's how powerful Sam is at this point. Power levels, the script needs something exciting to happen, so Red Hulk it is. Let's disregard the constant reminder that he's human regardless of the tech that's superior to everyone's in the past. I swear the inconsistency is mind-numbing. Anyway, they fight it out in shitty CGI like we usually see in a Marvel movie, and Sam wins because obviously, and despite Red Hulk still not giving up, Sam uses the power of words to stop the beast. That's right.
Oh, no talking no jutsu? Or some shit?
It's the big advertised monster that's been in every trailer for this movie is in it for all of 5 minutes. Amazing, isn't it? He returns back to his Old Man Ford form and is carted off to the Raft prison for his crimes. Old Man Morpheus is freed, and Sam visits Mini Falcon in the hospital and complains about the difficulties he faces trying to replace Steve Rogers, which is a legitimate thing as he's in this movie that's trying to convince us he's the real deal. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, Ross gets to see his daughter Betty again because he's a good boy now, and that's it. That's the movie.
To unalive.
DJ, yeah, you're not true. You're not wrong.
To put a giant FU stamp on the fact the audience is 10 steps ahead of the movie at all times, we have to watch Sam Wilson be cryptically told about the multiverse in the post-credit scene. A revelation, huh? When I first started writing this review, I really disliked the movie, but now that I watched it 3 times for the plot breakdown. I absolutely despise everything wrong with Hollywood and in particular the MCU right now. Somehow bloated despite a short runtime. Aimless, exists for completionist sake and not for anything meaningful. Has nothing to say at all. Is pure consumer product made for the lowest common denominator and contributes absolutely nothing to cinema. This is the kind of movie Scorsese was talking about when he said Marvel movies were park rides. Except this one is on rusty rails and its brakes don't work. But it's a Disney theme park, so you already signed a waiver and your family will lose the lawsuit. Fuck this movie. I'm out. GG's.
GG. 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 That's crazy. Very OP. Free. Never wins. What should I put? Everyone knows this. Everyone knows this. Trying to find something interesting for us to listen to. That's not too problematic on TikTok's edge because I pissed them off saying Ramen show puts. What? What the hell? What is this?
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And what do you do if somebody leaves a bad Yelp review on your restaurant, your place of business?
I didn't know people still use Yelp. I thought that died back in 2016. I mean, 2013 or 2016. I didn't know people still use Yelp. I remember that used to be like advertised like in movies and stuff, but now that's just that kind of like, wow, I did not know that was still a thing. Wow.
Apparently you put a bounty on them. And this is what happened. There's a ramen shop owner who put a cash bounty on the heads of customers who left him a bad review. Said, I will deal with you. This is in,
Yelp
of course,
going real
Japan, in Kyoto. And it's been making the rounds. Like, normally we don't cover stuff like this, but it does kind of cross over with the WTF and anime news that we do cover. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. New York Post is talking. We'll talk about it.
This is the WTF story. Yeah.
I saw it the other day, and I'm like, what the hell? Apparently they took it down since then. But yeah, they were offering like 100,000 yen bounty on these people's heads. So
by heads, they mean their identity, like
their identity.
They don't want them dead.
No, don't bring their heads to the.
I better clarify that. They don't want them dead.
It's not gonna be like 8 heads in a duffel bag, right? Bring me the heads of the guys who didn't like my ramen. Let's talk about it. Oh my god, that would be a manga. That would be a light novel. I put a bounty on the heads of the person who left a bad review on my ramen shop, and somebody brought their head in a bag, and then I went to another world and became a slime girl. I'm gonna make that comic. Make it so.
You're not.
All right. So before we get into it, please subscribe for more pop culture, news, views, and rants. Guys, you will get a woohoo if you do.
Organar said so much so that it's taken down at least 4 places that are viral videos. Like if the restaurant owners mistreated a homeless person, people use Yelp to irreparably damage their reputation.
Oh shit. Holy moly. I didn't. Wow, I'm actually quite surprised by this because I didn't think Yelp anymore. I thought that died off. Because like given the whole like, especially with the whole Google thing, then not shooting other people to their like certain websites anymore because like they have Google reviews. So I thought most people just go with the Google reviews and call it a day. I didn't think people actually go to Yelp these days anymore, but that's crazy.
Check out clownfishtv.substack.com. We're going to try to do backup notifications for those of you who are not getting notified of new videos.
Because people are usually relatively just really lazy and they're not going to put the time to go to the website, read stuff, or look at the numbers. They'll just technically like, what's the right word? They will technically just look at the score review by Google, which will be like on the right side of like a company, and then they'll look at like some of the reviews that's like sitting right under like the first 3 or 4 reviews right under, even though there's like 10,000, and then they'll just make a synopsis from that point and say, I'm not going there, or they'll just go to TikTok or wherever the fuck.
On YouTube, some of you are, a lot aren't. So go out to Substack. It will send you an email every time we upload a new video, and we'll try it that way. We'll see if we can get more of you to watch the videos as they're posted, not like 3 days later and people are like, I didn't realize you put a new video. I'm like, oh yeah, thanks YouTube. Anyway.
Hey, I've shared the same sentiment with TikTok. People will come back to my stream and be like, I didn't know you're still streaming. I didn't know you still stream. I haven't been in your stream in such a long time. You still stream? Oh my God. I'm like, no, bro. You have not known that I've been streaming for the last, I don't know, 100 years. Like, I've been streaming every single fucking day. Nearly every day. For the last 2.5 years. And you have not noticed me on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, Kick. Okay. Either you're bullshitting or that's how evil TikTok is towards me, because my credit score is not as high as it should be.
It's coming from the New York Post, and they got it from Anime Galaxy, I think. But it said ramen shop owner places a cash bounty on the heads of customers who left them a bad review. I'll deal with you. They got served. Ramen shop placed a bounty on the heads of 2 male customers who left them a bad review. The owner of Toyo Jiro, a highly rated Jiro's ramen restaurant in Kyoto, took to Instagram to declare war, threatening the dude slapped his eatery with an awful 1-star review. So this is the.
Were they like trolling, or was it like, did they deserve it? You know, because it's basically like, if you give me a 1 star, I'm going to come after you. But what, they deserved a 1 star. But honestly, it sounds like they were probably trolling. But
he also posted their photo along with a cash reward.
Oh shit! He put their picture up.
Yeah, whoever could identify them. So Deserto has. Let's see here. This is where I saw that.
This is not a good idea.
Yeah, I saw your post and you seem a bit weird, the owner said on Instagram. We try not to treat PQ as customers, so it's fine, but you should probably avoid eating it. Someday, someone like you will get screwed. I don't care, just, I'll deal with you.
Yeah, that makes me want to go see you, dude.
Yeah, his threat continued. We run a planned business, so if you get in our way, we'll get in the way of yours too. Damn.
Oh, shit.
The owner said there was room for
has insanely improved since I first watched in November.
Yeah. Hopefully, thank God. But we need to, I'm going to add some thick lines in a bit. It looks like they're thick, but they're not actually. We're going to do the body, and then we'll do the head will be the last thing we'll do, because that's literally the last thing. So we're going to fix this arm, these bubble things, and then the leg. Well, we have to put in the fish nets, and then, yeah, just this fish nets, and then I'll just stick in the whole rest of the body, and then we'll do the head last, and then we'll be done. And then we'll just do the coloring.
His warning described
That doesn't sound like it.
what would happen. Man, you want to talk about like Nazi? This guy's like the ramen Nazi. His warning described what would happen to the group if he didn't come forward and make things right. The only thing he could do is come back, eat again, write a good review with a photo. I told him I won't forgive him otherwise, not even for the safety of his family. Maybe he is talking 8 heads in a duffel bag. If he does that, he'll be killed right away. This kid is so scared, he'll really do it. So he better just come back and eat.
Morganar said so specific areas for
issues there somewhere.
Or are you going for
I
a
don't
comic
know.
book sticker
You better come back and eat again and give me a good review. It's like, what? Then how is it list?
The owner, I'm afraid to eat there. I'm like, I would not eat there at this point just because the owner is freaking the hell out about this review.
You think there was a gun to make sure you give him a review at the table, or what?
I don't know. The owner also asked social media users to give him any information they had on the 2 men who left the negative review, offering 100,000 yen, which is only $662.
How do you know who did it?
I don't know.
$162.
Let's see, a post about the situation went viral on X, garnered over 33 million views, with many ramen fans baffled by the owner's comments about his customer. I like ramen, but I don't want to go to a place like this, and I don't recommend it. The owner's comments are damaging to the store's dignity and reputation. If they took it seriously, they would be perceived as a better store. I think it's a shame because it's such a good restaurant. Despite the backlash, it's unlikely this incident would make ramen any less popular anywhere in the world. The dish is a staple in Japanese culture. Blah, 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 blah,
Our
blah.
daughter, a huge fan.
So is this the original post? Did they take it down? Let's see here. I'm going to have to do a translation on this one. All right, so here's Grok's English translation of it. Please share a ramen shop called Toyojiro in Kyoto, which ranks 2nd in the Kyoto ramen database, publicly revealing customers' faces.
I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of boring. After a while, after you hear that, you're like, don't care. I'm sorry, I kind of lost all interest, guys. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Like, it was just kind of getting on my nerves. I'm like, bro. Alright, the dude's kind of crazy because Concord. And I what? No, I gotta watch that. I kind of lost interest, to be honest. It's just like, it's just a dude who's just mine. Jump him. You know what? Movies that were pulled theaters from being... Okay, that sounds fun.
There are lots of reasons why a movie might not make it to theaters. Maybe they couldn't find distribution, or the plan from the start was an at-home release, or perhaps it was a quality issue.
Sometimes a movie performs so poorly and becomes so poisoned by terrible word of mouth that studios or distributors will pull it out of theaters abruptly to end the embarrassment. Check out this roundup of box office disasters because you probably didn't see them in theaters. Hollywood makes so many movies out of familiar properties because name recognition equals free marketing. It's much easier to get filmgoers on board with something they already know than to sell them a new concept. That's how G.I. Joe and Transformers became successful movie franchises. Ironically, though, another fondly remembered cartoon show and toy line from the 80s became the biggest film flops of all time.
Jem?
Jem and the Holograms,
Yep.
a live-action, modernized version of the property about an all-female rock band, opened in October 2015 in more than 2,400 theaters. But the filmmakers didn't stay true to material, thus alienating the only people who'd actually want to go see it. The result was an abysmal rating on Rotten Tomatoes and an opening weekend of just $1.37 million. In week 2, revenues dropped to a mere $388,000. And that's when Universal pulled it out of theaters completely and pretended it never even existed.
We were just talking about you.
Yeah, we know. We heard everything.
Inspired by the interactive audiences of the Rocky Horror Picture Show, screenwriter Ken Visselman conceived a film where kids were encouraged to yell out their thoughts to the characters on screen. The result was the Oogie Loves in the Big Balloon Adventure, which was mostly a generic kids movie with some brightly colored characters named Gooby.
Why does this look familiar? I don't know why. This looks vaguely familiar. I don't know what this is, but I feel like
Morgan
I've
R
seen this
said
before.
anti-bullying HR video be like face with tears of joy.
Zuzi and Toofy, plus special appearances from stars kids love like Cloris Leachman and Tony Braxton. Parents had little interest in paying for their kids to yell at a screen for 90 minutes, would do that at home for free. During its first weekend...
How much did they pay you, Tori Braxton? I know who you are, but like, how much did they pay you to be on this shit? How much did they pay you, lady?
And the Oogie Loves earned just $448,131 at over 2,000 theaters. Accounting for multiple showings at each location, that works out to an average of about 2 per
Not
screen.
enough. You're right.
It somehow did even worse in its next
Not
2
enough.
weekends before the visionaries at Ken Visselman Presents mercifully removed it. In June 15, a movie with the generic and bland title of United Passions hit theaters. It's a mawkish story of the rise and greatness of FIFA, the universally reviled worldwide governing body of soccer. It's so
Love that
extremely
TV Queen
pro
says I
FIFA that it's
remember
no
seeing
surprise
that.
the organization provided most of the film $22 million budget. It's a bad movie on its own merits, but it also fell victim to extremely bad timing. Its release came just days after the indictments of more than a dozen FIFA executives on corruption charges, resignation of FIFA president Sepp Blatter. The director publicly regretted having made the film and even called it propaganda. United Passions played to 10 theaters in the United States, where it earned a grand total of $918. Then dispassionately disunified with theaters after just...
What? $918? Bro, wait, go back. Did he really just say that? Hold on.
$1. 10 theaters in the film and even called it propaganda. United Passions played to 10 theaters in the United States, where it earned a grand total of $18.
More than Borderlands movie? Jesus.
Bro, my God, $900? How much did they make to make the movie? Holy shit.
It then dispassionately disunified with theaters after just 1 week.
Released in August 1981, Honky Tonk Freeway is a pleasant enough ensemble comedy that seems tailor-made to run on a low-wattage local TV station on a Sunday afternoon. It's about a small Florida tourist trap of a town, Tik Tok, that's home to a small zoo and a water-skiing elephant. The mayor bribes a state official to ensure that a new freeway will include an off-ramp to Tik Tok, thus vastly improving the town's fortunes. The off-ramp doesn't get built, so the residents come together to paint the whole town pink as a publicity stunt. All of that non-action is intercut with the stories of various individuals about to wind up in Tik Tok, including bank robbers, hitchhikers, a family, and some nuns. Directed by Academy Award winner John Schlesinger, this whole affair
This sounds horrible. I don't know. Like, he explained that whole thing, and I still don't know what the fuck.
somehow cost $24 million.
Why?
$6 million more than The Empire Strikes Back.
What?
Box office haul of Honky Tonk Freeway was just over $2 million. It's gone from theaters without a trace within a few weeks.
Sounds horrible.
In the 2000s, Uwe Boll carved a niche in the film industry as the go-to guy to turn names into movies. Even when he lucked into working with great actors, the results were impressive. Efforts like Blood Rain and Alone in the Dark contributed heavily to the universally acknowledged notion that video game movies are always terrible. But one that rises above, or sinks below the rest, is Postal. This 2007 flick took the kill-em-all action of the Postal games and added a
I don't know
plot
about
in
this.
which the guy who played Farkas in A Christmas Story
Hold on.
is the title Postal Dude. The film includes dozens of gruesome deaths, Boll playing himself getting shot in the groin, and a supposedly comic scene lampooning the events of 9/11, not shown here. While that all seems like the plot of a direct-to-video movie or fever-induced nightmare, Postal somehow got itself a wide theatrical release, sold for May 2008. But just before its release, nearly all of the distributors that had lined up pulled out. Rather than open on 1,500 screens, on 4. That's right, Postal was so bad that it got pulled out of theaters before it even arrived. Had Geely not starred two of the biggest celebrities of the era, who were in a high-profile romance at the time, it would have
I know
been...
Postal. I think if you know what I'm talking about, you know what Postal is. It's pretty much GTA, like, literally cranked up to 11 with a bit of, like, Saints Row nonsense. Like, it's Saints Row, like, 3. It's insane, but I don't know. I was not too sure if that was. I'm pretty sure they didn't go that high in budget and stuff like that. But still, knowing what I know, and then most gamers know what Postal is, especially growing up in the early 2000s, 90s and stuff. You know what I'm talking about, especially with the cat gun. If you get what I'm saying, the cat gun.
Been just a weird and forgettable movie, not a legendary flop. Ben Affleck plays a stereotypical gangster goon with an unpronounceable name assigned to kidnap the Baywatch-obsessed, developmentally disabled brother of a federal prosecutor. Things go awry, so the bosses send in a more capable operative, Ricky, played by Jennifer Lopez. Then the two fall in love, even though Ricky is gay and Geely is a...
He's gonna say turkey. Is that scene when it says turkey, gobble, gobble, something?
Raging misogynist. That plot and the off-screen Bennifer antics led to an unofficial competition among critics over who could say the meanest things in their reviews. The Wall Street Journal called it the worst movie. All right, the worst allegedly major movie of our admittedly young. Somehow, Geely cost $54 million to make, but it unsurprisingly bombed, bringing in just $6 million. After 3 weeks in theaters, it moved to its final resting place in the grocery store DVD bargain bins. Madonna is certainly one of the greatest and most influential pop stars of all time. But that goodwill has very little to do with her forays into acting. She's basically the Meryl Streep of the Razzie Awards. The Oscars of bad movies have dishonored Madonna a remarkable 16 times for stinkers like Shanghai Surprise, Body of Evidence, and Swept Away. The last one seemed like it might be a little better than the usual Madonna movie, as it was written and directed by Guy Ritchie. He's the acclaimed filmmaker behind Lock and Two Smoking Barrels, who also happened to be Madonna's husband at the time. That seemed to do much good, however. The Desert Island rom-com suffered a critical drubbing and took home 4 Razzies. Audiences didn't like it either. It played in American theater 3 weekends to a total of less than $600,000 before the distributor switched away. In the late 2000s, a science fiction allegory about respecting nature and the dangers of colonialism hit theaters. It utilized cutting-edge AI and animation technology to render lifelike but exotic humanoid creatures. But we're not actually talking about Avatar, which pulled in a record $2.7 billion at the worldwide box office and played to packed movie theaters for months on end. Nope. This is the story of Delgo, a movie at the other end of the box office spectrum. With agonists fleeing their resource-ravaged homeland for another, this 2008 animated feature bore a similar look and premise to Avatar, but it had far from the same success. Made by the small Fathom Studios, development began in 1999.
The first one's alright. The second one is fucking long. It just feels long. I don't know if anyone else felt that way. I kind of watching the movie, the second one. I don't know what it was. It just kind of put sleep.
Lavenda TV Queen says that I agree on.
What's regulated goods? What's that means? The fuck?
When CGI animation was still something of a novelty, by the time of its release in 2008, Delgo's style was old hat and not particularly well executed. Plus, its lead voice actors, Freddie Prinze and Jennifer Love Hewitt, had lost their A-list status. While Avatar broke just about every box office record, Delgo broke one too. It earned $511,000 at 2,160 theaters during its first weekend. Not enough to make it the worst wide-release opening weekend ever at the time. It didn't rank among the worst second weekends of all time, though, because Freestyle Releasing yanked Delgo out of theaters just 7 days after its release.
Awkwardly, annoying American Idols, and the unsuccessful Undead. All of these things have spelled box office poison so severe that movies were prematurely pulled from theaters. And there have been many movies based on Saturday Night Live sketches, some of which have been very critically and commercially successful, like Wayne's World or The Blues Brothers. However, many of them have been box office disappointments, and maybe the worst was 1994's It's Pat, centered on Julia Sweeney's androgynous character from her 80s tenure on the sketch show.
What can I say? I'm a very sexual being.
Oh, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I'm getting the fuck out of here on that one.
Winning American Idol during its first season was a career maker for Kelly Clarkson, who went on to become not just a successful pop artist, but also a daytime talk show host. That career trajectory wasn't without its bumps though, and one of the biggest bumps was from Justin Tiki, a musical rom-com in which she co-stars alongside American Idol runner-up Justin Tiki. Clarkson was opposed to starring in the movie, knowing from the start that it wasn't going to work. She told Us Weekly, "I cried for a solid hour on the phone with the creator of a medal and pleaded to be let out of the contract."
No, I didn't think I'd be doing a movie now.
Clarkson's instincts were right, as the film only grossed $2.7 million on its opening weekend, against a budget of $14 million, and lasted just 2 weekends before nearly 2,000 theaters pulled it from their rotation. Critics weren't exactly positive about the film when it was released in 2003, just as Clarkson had expected. As Time magazine wrote about the film, in the most generous light, it is the worst film so far this century. Nicolas Cage is no stranger to starring in critically films, with two of the most noteworthy examples being Ghost Rider and The Wicker Man.
Oh, no, not the bees!
Not the bees! Not the bees! Oh, no, bees. Not the bees.
However, the 2011 action flick Seeking Justice is one of the lesser-known Cage bombs, likely due to its limited time at the box office, grossing just under $250,000 in its opening weekend and getting pulled from theaters within 3 weeks. It's a strange premise that never pans out. Cage plays Will, an English teacher whose wife is brutally assaulted one night, resulting in Will enlisting a hitman's clandestine group to hunt down his wife's attacker. In his 1.5-star review, Roger Ebert's only question for the film was to praise Cage's acting, but saying that the rest of the movie was made up of preposterous scenes, pointing to the confusing logic of how this secret organization, while Seeking Justice may not be Nicolas Cage's most outlandish role ever, its short time theaters made it one of his most forgettable. Director Robert Luketic has pumped out some major hits, with his most notable projects including the 2001 comedy Legally Blonde and the heist flick 21. However, his 2013 thriller Paranoia isn't his most inspired project, according to critics. The film's all-star cast includes Liam Hemsworth in one of his first starring roles as Adam, a corporate inventor turned spy. The New York Times called out his performance, saying he ambles through the role like an obedient robot, compared the film's direction to a deluxe perfume commercial. But Variety expects expected more from its theatrical results, writing, "Indifferently made and nearly tension-free, this star should generate a moderate opening weekend box office. After that, it would be well advised to look over its shoulder. The filmmakers would have probably killed for a moderate opening weekend compared to what it got. Against its whopping $35 million budget, Paranoia only $3 million in its first weekend, before getting pulled from over 2,000 theaters after its second weekend. Ultimately, it made just $17 million worldwide, still off of its budget, making it one of the biggest box office bombs of 2013. David Koepp is one of the most successful screenwriters of all time, having penned films like Sam Raimi's first Spider-Man and the first Mission Impossible movie. However, behind the camera have been less successful, with the most infamous example being Mordecai, starring Johnny Depp as a corrupt art dealer in extreme debt who turns to theft, putting him in the crosshairs of law enforcement. In a review for The Hollywood Reporter, Mordecai was described as star names and classic farce ingredients, but its fatal flaw is an almost surreal lack of jokes. It's ultimately a frightful, crashing bore. Steady yourself. Its opening weekend gross of $4 million might not sound like much of a failure until you look at the film's astronomical $60 million budget. It also made back less than $50 million in its worldwide theatrical run. Its domestic theater run, at the very least, didn't last long.
Yes,
Mordecai was pulled from 2,000 theaters.
Lava Girl and Shark Boy, yes. The girl who married what's-his-face from Big Time Rush, and what's his name who played in Twilight? I forgot his name. Taylor Lautner, I think his name was.
After its second weekend, and had disappeared from all others by President's Day weekend of 2015. Director Michael Mann's impressive repertoire includes iconic films like one of the best crime movies of all time, and more recently the Adam Driver-led Ferrari. However, his 2015 thriller Black Hat was one of that year's biggest box office disasters, making just below $20 million throughout its entire theatrical run against a budget of $70 million. It was dropped from nearly 2,500 theaters after its second weekend, remaining in theaters for just 3 weekends in total. Reviews were divisive. The Los Angeles Times praised Mann's direction, but questioned the casting of Chris Hemsworth as a hacker recruited by the FBI to assist in the capture of a terrorist, saying the sullen cast he gives to the role testifies to his lack of comfort as much as anything else. Other reviewers felt it would be unmemorable in comparison with the rest of Mann's career, though Mann felt the film's failure was due to a lack of preparation. While some critics liked Black Hat enough to put it on their year-end lists, its failure at the box office was ultimately blamed on poor marketing strategy, as well as box office competition with American Sniper. Its negative reception also led to its Australian theatrical release being cancelled by Legendary Pictures, which was probably a blessing in disguise for Hemsworth. Ben Affleck has been a part of some hugely successful films, both in front of and behind the camera, but he's also been responsible for the occasional box office dud, like the 2016 crime movie Live by Night. Affleck directed, wrote, and starred in Live by Night as a bootlegger turned gangster in mid-1920s New York City, with co-stars including Zoe Saldana, Sienna Miller, and Brendan Gleeson. After a limited release in December 2016 that made just over $33,000, Live by Night made its wide theatrical debut in January 2017 and was dropped from over 2,600 theaters by the end of its third weekend. It ultimately ended its theatrical run weeks later, with only $22.7 million gross against a budget of $90 million, resulting in Warner Brothers losing upwards of $75 million as a result. Reviewers mostly found it a disappointment compared to Affleck's other work. Variety wrote, "It's like seeing the ghost of a terrific movie. All the pieces are in place, yet as you're watching it, there doesn't seem to be quite enough." If you want to watch a great movie based on Mattel toys that performed well at the box office, go see Barbie. But if you want a bad time, check out Max Steel. The action figure franchise received many adaptations across film, TV, video games, and comic books. But it was its live-action foray into movie theaters that seemed to doom the potential of the franchise. Released in 2016, the film centers on Max, a teenager who fuses with an alien named Steel to become a superhero known as, you guessed it, Max Steel. The movie is one of few films on Rotten Tomatoes Tomatoes with a 0% rating, with IGN calling it undoubtedly one of the most unfocused and lifeless films to appear on the silver screen this year. Adams questioned making yet another superhero film during a time of the genre's oversaturation. Makes sense why the company later approached 2023's Barbie with a little more care and reverence was their own IP. Unsurprisingly, Max Steel wasn't an attention grabber with movie audiences, grossing only $6 million at the box office, against a budget of $10 million. It was dropped from almost 2,000 theaters after only its second weekend. 2016's Collide was a record-setting film, but for all of the wrong reasons. The action movie had the second largest second weekend drop in box office history, getting pulled from 1,000 theaters between its first and second weekend, and then dropped from theaters entirely. By the end of its short-lived theatrical run, Collide only grossed $6.8 million, with a reported budget of $29 million. The film stars Nicholas Hoult as a money runner who agrees to a high-stakes drug theft to secure funds for his girlfriend's kidney transplant. The impressive cast includes Felicity Jones, Ben Kingsley, and Anthony Hopkins. Unfortunately, the AV Club wrote that the film was unexceptional, a hodgepodge of corny voiceover, repetitive, anticlimactic plotting. The film nearly avoided a release altogether when its distributor, Relativity Media, filed for bankruptcy in 2015. In the end, it didn't even matter, because no one saw the movie anyway. Relativity Media's bankruptcy didn't just affect Collide. The Disappointments Room was also a future box office bomb caught in the crossfire. The film was finally released in September 2016 under a new distributor, only for it to plummet at the box office. Despite having a budget of only $15 million, the film's entire theatrical run only grossed $5.7 million worldwide, before leaving theaters, with over 1,500 theaters pulling it by the end of its second. Theatergoers didn't miss much. Led by Kate Beckinsale and Mel Rado, the film centers on a family that moves into a house with a mysterious locked room that forces them to confront terrifying visions of their past. The result was another movie that earned a 0% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. While Variety commended the efforts of Beckinsale in the lead role as a woman into psychosis, they were less enthused by the rest of the film, writing, "Somewhere around the bird's mark, however, the movie skids off the rails as the storyline becomes at once less serious and more illogical." Sometimes a movie is so bad that it takes on a life of its own outside the movie theaters.
Why is he Morbius?
That's me. How much is it?
It'll be $18.
Go, keep
Oh, hello, Mark.
Hi.
This is a rare case for Morbius, a Spider-Man villain played by Jared Leto, who was given a movie of his own, released in April of 2022. It flopped both critically and commercially, with Collider writing, "Morbius prioritizes action over substance to establish character arcs, dynamics, and backstories in favor of focusing on sequences, fights, and flashy
Lavenda
CGI.
TV Queen
For most
says,
films,
"Hey, did you
disappointing
ever with a
box
movie
office
called
performance
Pete's
and
Dragon?
scathing
It was a
reviews
book
will be
first."
enough to let it be forgotten. However, gathering a cult following online through memes, incorrectly deeming it the most
Jolly Ancha says the character looks familiar.
Oh, Pete's Dragon. Okay. You mean Pete's Dragon, not Peach Dragon. I know of that movie. It was an old movie. It was an old film. And then they made a live-action version in 2016. I don't think that made very good money, to be honest. Because I don't think a lot of kids knew what Peach Dragon was in 2016 by then. Because I think if I remember right, it came out in 1977. Or 1978.
Lavenda TV Queen says it was a book.
Yeah, it became a Disney film back in 1978 or 1977. And then Disney remade its movie, live action, called Pete's Dragon. You don't ever hear about it, which is weird because it was a Disney film, which was live action. It's one of those live actions I just don't talk about because it was just that abysmal. I don't even think anybody knows. Just like the Cinderella live action movie that came in 2016 or 2018. I don't think a lot know about that still. And for some reason, I have this weird feeling that Disney was trying to make a cinematic universe amongst all of them in some fucking way. So that's one way. But yeah, I know what that movie is. Never watched the movie, read the book, but I know of its existence.
Financially successful movie of all time.
Jolly Answer says I've heard of it, but it's
Sony
been years.
misinterpreted these, decided to re-release the film in June 2022 to capitalize on its online appreciation. The film's re-release didn't go according to plan, grossing only $310,000 compared to its opening weekend numbers of $39 million. After just one of its release, nearly 1,000 theaters pulled it from its rotation for good, while the rest stopped showing Morbius after 3 more weeks.
Damn.
It's no secret that Warner Brothers has struggled to capture the magic of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. 2023's The Flash might be their biggest failure in that department, as the film's release was marred by controversy surrounding its star, Ezra Miller, who played Barry Allen, aka The Flash.
Yes, he is crazy. He is crazy. He has attacked a pregnant woman. He has started a cult or some shit. He ran off with some teenager or something like that. And then something insane. He's not a very sane individual. He's got in trouble with the cops. He has fought the cops. He has complained about X, Y, and Z, things that doesn't make a lot of sense. He has threatened the people in white hats. If you
Lavenda TV Queen says beats Dragon. What
do you call it? He threatened the people in the white hoods, pretty much. Specifically in California.
Jolly Answer says he ran off with a teenager.
Yeah, North Carolina. Yes, he did. Before the movie. Warner Brothers was so for this movie to the point that they told him not to do any
Lavenda TV Queen says wow.
Man's crazy. He's literally off his rails. And this was at the height of the time of Jonathan Majors was going through his trial with that one domestic situation, which I don't think he should have gotten in trouble for that. I think he should have got laid off the hook. But at the same time, around this time, Jonathan Majors, who was playing Kang for the MCU, got in a lot of trouble with one lady who was allegedly, I think it was a girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, and she technically lied about something that happened that didn't really happen. But there was cameras and all that stuff, but he still got in trouble for, I don't know, I think it was defending himself or something, or some stupid shit that she was doing to him, or something like that. And that ruined his whole career. But somehow, unlike Ezra Miller, who plays a superhero and does all these evil things that he was doing outside of the movie, before the movie, I think a year before the movie, months before the movie, he was doing all these things while the movie was going to be released, and Jonathan Majors in the hot seat at the time of whatever was going on with him. And somehow, under the veil of the protected class of the quote-unquote LT at the time, or where a case may be, he was able to get away from majority of this. Because I think if he was a normal individual who was a straight white man, or where a case may be, I don't think he would have made it through at all with the things he has said, done, and even committed. And he even admitted to. And he broke in someone's house. He broke in someone's house through the window. Which is weird, because, movie star, why are you breaking houses? Should you be, in your own mansion? What? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Is that Justice League not working? I don't know,
in the movie. As a result, WB targeted the marketing towards its supporting cast, including Sasha Calle's Supergirl and Michael Keaton's reprisal of Bruce Wayne.
Bruce Wayne is Batman?
Really, not so much anymore. Unfortunately, the film had more than Ezra Miller to worry about, as reviews and online discourse surrounding it were ominous towards the future of the horror film genre. Vulture's review was particularly dismal, claiming, "It's all a gaudy retread. Sell audiences the pain and joy they've already experienced. Ignore the present, dim the future." There was also criticism reserved for the embarrassing CGI moments, including digitally resurrecting deceased actors like
Alright, I'll look at it after this.
Reeve, Adam West, and George Reeves. The film predictably bombed at the box office, grossed just $271 million at the end of its theatrical run, against a budget of $222 million. Despite opening in over 4,000 theaters, 2,000 dropped the movie after 2 weekends. After the 4th of July weekend, The Flash rushed out of even more theaters.
It hurts. You know where it hurts? Okay, I know.
audiences expecting to see the big screen collaboration between comedy king Judd Apatow and Saturday Night Live's Pete Davidson got a rude awakening after Universal pulled the film just 2 days before it was set to release.
Oh, I was gonna watch this movie. I was gonna watch this movie, thank God.
Jolly Ancha says, I think I saw The Flash once.
Yeah, that was horrible. That was a horrible movie.
With most theaters still nationwide and few new releases available in the country's handful of open indoor and dry establishments, audiences are starved for new movie material. So it's no surprise that those who purchased tickets for Thursday night and weekend screenings of Davidson's semi-autobiography were angry when they discovered their tickets had been refunded. News of the cancellations first came on Thursday before the movie's opening weekend, when establishments like the Warwick Drive-In in New York and Rustic Tri-View Drive-In in Rhode Island began posting their refund policies and announcing screenings. In response to faulty information circulating online prior to the movie's release, Apatow took to Twitter to try to clarify the situation. In an all-caps announcement, Geeks and Pineapple Express producer tweeted, "The King of Staten Island is only opening on VOD Friday. It is not
Lavenda
opening in
TV
theaters."
Queen says,
In
I've seen
response
this
to a Twitter
trailer.
user who pointed out that it was scheduled to appear at their local theater, Apatow replied, "It won't
Jolly
be playing
Ancha
there.
says they
It is
got
a
that
mistake.
far, then
It is only
decided
on
to
VOD."
cancel. That's
So,
crazy.
what happened?
No one told you about VOD?
What is that? Variety reports that the screening cancellations weren't the fault of theater owners, who were also in the dark about the move. One anonymous independent theater owner even told the outlet that there was not immediately any explanation provided about the abrupt reversal, and that the studio merely, quote, changed their mind. Insiders at the studio confirmed this to Variety, revealing that the last-minute decision to pull The King of Staten Island from theaters was the result of a major mix-up linked to Universal's controversial video-on-demand release strategy.
You make everyone around you feel crazy.
Speaking on the basis of anonymity, Universal Studio insiders confirmed to Variety that the company's original release intentions were focused exclusively on a VOD release. It was an internal misunderstanding of executives that led to the film wrongly being sold to around 100 theaters nationwide before studio leadership had to reach out to
Jolly
theater
Ancha
owners
says
and
how the
request they
production
not.
team crazy.
The move angered some, with one Twitter user sarcastically tweeting, "Real class act, Universal," in response to Apatow's tweets. An unnamed screen operator shared that disgruntled ticket holders had passed along similar sentiments to them. The source told Variety, "This caused a considerable amount of ill will with consumers who bought tickets online showing up for the Thursday 7 p.m. show." That wasn't the only misstep Universal made around the release of The King of Staten Island either. Another anonymous theater owner revealed that before Universal abruptly yanked one of its latest films from playing on the big screen, the studio negotiated questionable ticket sales terms with theaters. Reports indicate that the studio pushed for profit-sharing terms that split ticket earnings evenly with cinemas, something that's traditionally only done with major releases.
This fucker pulled Kim Kardashian, Ariana Grande, and some other woman. My God, how's Pete Davidson able to do this?
At a time when theaters are being hit particularly hard due to industry-wide closures, some viewed the ask as too demanding, especially as the film, which would have mostly screened at drive-ins, would have also been available to rent at similar ticket costs online. As one independent theater owner put it, they wanted 2019-2020 conditions. This is a new landscape. The incident with the King of Staten Island isn't the only thing Universal has done lately that's made distributors angry. Following the VD release of Trolls World Tour, NBC Universal CEO Jeff Shell implied the studio was seriously considering
Jolly Ancha
on-demand
says
as
that
a new
CRAZY.
distribution pandemic. The comment sparked a heated back and forth in the press between the studio, popular cinema chain AMC Theaters, and the National Association of Theater Owners. At the time, Adam Aaron, AMC Theaters Chair CEO, declared in a letter that the company would no longer play any Universal movies in any of our theaters in the United States, Europe, or the Middle East, putting major tentpoles like F9 in jeopardy after they were delayed to ensure a proper theatrical release. Patrick Corcoran, president and CCO of the National Association of Theater Owners, also called the Comcast-owned studio out, stating, "Universal has a destructive tendency to announce decisions affecting their exhibitor partners without actually consulting."
Jolly
with
Ancha
those
says,
partners.
why did they
It was
decide
largely
not to
believed
play
that
them in
things
the
were still
United
tense
States,
between
though?
the three entities until Variety reported that during a recent earnings call, Aaron attempted to quell the flames from their public earlier this year. He told the outlet, "Relations are warm with Universal. Relations with Universal have always been warm. There is nothing personal about this issue with Universal. This is just an issue about money. While things may have warmed, the response to Universal's latest move is like the King of Staten Island mishap may reignite that fight.
Oh, that kind of ruined it for everyone. Big misunderstanding. That was crazy. No, not that. That's gonna be too problematic. No, not that. Oh, it did went away. Cool. Didn't think it was going to go away. But it went away. So I don't have to restart every time. That's
With a month left until the new Snow White releases, it's hard to see how things could get any worse for Disney. First, there was the cast cleared a story they were changing and repackaging. Then, pictures from the set revealed just how far Disney had actually gone. Next, the first two trailers they released had some of the worst reactions we've ever seen. And now, with the most recent trailer, they've officially reached over 1 million dislikes. And Disney laying off a cliff with this one. All the while, their most recent Captain America film has been shunned by others. Any financial donations by USA to promote DEI messages has also disappeared. And the streaming platform Disney Plus is
Jolly Hunter says people have been saying it doesn't have the same vibe as the cartoon.
It definitely doesn't. This is, you could watch a trailer, you could tell.
Even had to cancel their Reimagine Tomorrow program due to all the backlash. And it seems like a rebrand for the company is imminent. And now their next film...
It definitely didn't help. What with that bitch just yelling and being an asshole towards everyone on fucking... on set. And, well, not on set, the outside of their interviews, like, she was just annoying.
In just a month's time is going to be of all films Snow White,
Jolly
the most
says
hated upcoming movie ever seen. So could this finally be the nail in the coffin for Disney's cultural crusade and their CEO Bob Iger's career? See, of the 9 million people who saw the Snow White trailer, it's estimated over 1 million of them hit the dislike button. Almost everybody who knows about this movie is either memeing on it or hating it. In comparison to the over 1 million dislikes, the trailer has an absurdly one-sided ratio. Not even the Acolyte's first official trailer broke a scary 600,000 dislikes, and people are dragging it through the mud today. And if the dislikes aren't enough of a sign that Disney should just cancel this film altogether, the comments most definitely are. Almost every single one is a brutal burn on the studio, each more creative than the last. The sheer number has led to some musically gifted creatives to make 3 rather catchy songs out of them. And if we're being honest, the only good thing that comes from this movie
Jolly
is that
Hunter, the live version is like the total opposite of the
really,
cartoon
everyone can see this except self. But before we continue, I want to tell you about War Thunder. War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat damage model, means experience X-ray simulator mode. You can just play. This includes people 4 to be the completely locked vehicles, the exclusive vehicle decorator Eagle of Valor, and 100,000 silver lions and 7 days of premium account. All of this is available for a limited time only, so don't miss out. It just seems like the studio to realize that they've completely lost the sway they once had. Once upon a time, people fought to be the first Disney's next project. Now, between Disney directors calling fans toxic for complaining about poorly written stories, or moaning at their audience about complaining for bad CGI, and the studio's blatant anything meaningful with their live-action recreations, has created a perfect cocktail of hatred. And unfortunately for Disney, this hate is quickly turning into indifference. I mean, just the number of views on this trailer alone is really terrible for a movie of this size. This just tells us that nobody who's seen it actually cares about the movie. Nobody's talking about it online in any positive way, and the only people who care that it exists actively dislike it. It's so lopsided that the song compiling some of the best YouTube comments from the trailer has nearly half as many views as the trailer itself. Really, it's truly unique and impressive feat for Disney to unite the internet in this way. And whether this was all worth the over $3 million they spent making and marketing the thing is another question entirely. But it's just about the worst case scenario for Disney, and anyone that was defending their strange decisions has given up. The hardcore fans are often the ones who are most annoyed, and the generally uninformed casual fans just don't care either. They're just tuning out of all Disney products together. And so at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, you probably won't like this film, and $300 million is just going to go down the drain. Just the trailers alone, the movie looks visually repulsive. There are some obvious reasons why, although it's hard to choose just one. Despite the movie being another live-action remake, Disney made the strange decision to CGI in the dwarfs. It's the result of a series of missteps and flip-flops. At first, there were going to be 7 ambiguous magical characters as seen in the first pictures from the set, and then Disney pivoted and made them dwarfs again, which got even more criticism. So finally they just threw up their hands and gave us whatever we can see in the most recent trailers, CGI abominations. It's pretty hard to argue that these aren't visually disgusting. They look like they're from a movie made 10 years ago for a tenth of the budget. They're stuck halfway between looking human and like a CGI monster, which gives off this horrifying Uncanny Valley vibe. You can't imagine a parent watching these creepy things anywhere near their kids. And just looking at CGI from around 20 years ago, in films like Pirates of the Caribbean, it's truly shocking how CGI...
Right? Like, look at this. Look at this. Major drawback. Downgrade. God, put something in perspective. What the fuck?
It just doesn't seem to have progressed at all, especially for Disney. And it's likely that this isn't the only thing about
the film. And the wildest thing about this too, you didn't have to CGI any of this. You could have just literally hired 7 dwarf actors. You could have did that, and they would have 100% for it because you don't see a bunch of them in movies like that. So they'll grab onto anything they can. You just literally took that away. And then also listen to Peter Dinklage, that punk ass. And then you literally listen to him. You listen to one person. And then what's funny is he kicked down the ladder. He went up for the others behind him.
So what's the chaos here?
He's an asshole. That's an ass move.
That's been hastily redone over its production. There's been a bunch of rumors about multiple rewrites, reshoots, and major changes made to the film after poor test screenings and reactions. And as we've mentioned in our previous videos on the topic alone, much of this won't come as a surprise. But what might come as a surprise was the recent revelations surrounding USAID and Disney. And it may inadvertently explain some of the horrendous changes that caused the Snow White movie to be so hated. With the recent presidential administration releasing their concerns about the influence of government-backed organizations like USAID in shaping media and Hollywood narratives, particularly surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion
Jolly Hunter says, I mean, there is a reason people like the cartoons and not the new movies.
Evolution. Now, allegedly, the US government has used USAID to fund media outlets or to promote certain ideologies. And while there's no direct evidence linking Disney to these funds, the company's aggressive push for DEI in recent years has led to that may have benefited from such initiatives. As it was these top-down efforts pushed by the media and government to create a false impression of widespread public support for DEI, it's highly likely that all of this stuff was pushed onto the public by huge media companies like Disney, who could have well been tied up with USAID. But now with USAID support being completely cut off, Disney seems to out of nowhere reconsider its DEI strategy, all amidst its flop after flop. And with Snow White being one of the last movies entangled in all of this stuff, it might end up being the ultimate lesson for Disney itself. Because a big problem with this movie just stems from the contrast between the original fairy tale and whatever it is that modern Disney is trying to do. You've got the classical elements of the fairy tale and the original Disney movie mixed in. Things like Snow White's iconic dress remain the same, but it just looks strange in comparison to the rest of the bland, modernized visuals. The scenes of the dwarfs' home is clearly meant to be warm and inviting, but the details just don't accomplish that. Their house seems both cramped and massive.
Jolly Hunter says, why did they have to get a hold of Snow White of all the movies? Just why?
And you can tell they knew this was the case in the editing room because they tried to fix it. There is so many clear problems with Snow White already, it's really hard to list them all in one place. In fact, we've actually had to make 2 videos on the topic alone. But one of the most widely hated issues is with its inception and the very idea of remaking their most classic beloved film in the first place. In fact, it's like the perfect storm, taking all of the bad things about modern Disney and putting them into one movie, the one story that Disney had absolutely perfected. And now they want to do everything they can to destroy it. Possibly backed by USAID, it's got needless identity politics, hypocrisy, bad CGI.
I told you. We Americans will be sitting on a gold mine and fuck it up on purpose. We'll just do it on purpose. The East, they'll have something that works, and then they'll keep using it till it literally dries out completely. And then they'll do something different. But no, we will be literally on the cusp of something great and then literally fuck it.
Pretty much.
We do that all the time. It's a weird thing.
Just the blatant abuse of sacred creative properties, botched casting decisions, and over-bloated production. I mean, pretty much everything you could think of that's wrong with Disney is in this movie. And funnily enough, it's the only reason people are still paying attention to this movie. I mean, just take a few of the more offensive parts of the film away and pretty much nobody would care about it. It's just boring. And this is because Disney has worn out their welcome with their audience. They've abused people's distrust too many times and people just don't care anymore.
Oh, that's
Take one of the most recent Star Wars vehicles, a series called Skeleton Crew. If you haven't heard of this, don't feel like you're in the minority. Despite strong overall reviews, barely anyone ever watched it. So it performed far worse than any other Disney Star Wars production, even the big flops that people actually remember. And it just speaks to the levels of apathy surrounding Disney that's just gotten out of control. And of course, a big reason people give for this is their focus on DEI, as we mentioned with USAID. It's exactly why Disney was so keen to promote themselves as the most liberal, forward-thinking corporation out there. But when film after film after film was sacrificed for their quotas...
That's the funniest part, and I said this yesterday. And everyone's saying, I'm not saying anything new. Like, Disney was at its highest when it was not forced diversity. There was diversity in their movies, and they didn't have to change anything. Like, they literally didn't have to change anything. If you look at every Disney movie, there is diversity in them. Look at Hercules, for instance. I don't think there was any singing black ladies in Roman time, historically, at all. But they did. They put black ladies singing it, narrating, telling us what's going on in the movie, giving us context. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of weird.
Jolly Hunter says I nearly forgot about that cartoon.
There was not, but then again, we accepted it because we saw it as a movie. But once they start pushing certain terms, ideologies, and stuff, and it's like, something about this don't feel quite right. I don't know about this. So...
and the empty political messages, people are just sick of it. It's often given as a reason behind their recent troubles. Whether or not that's true, Disney has finally given up on the whole crusade. At least they're implying that they have. Possibly with USA being cut, but who knows? As it seems like almost every major company now suddenly just ditched DEI language from their internal memos. Literally the second the US election results were confirmed. They even walked back the patronizing triggers they played before their old films on Disney+. Instead, the company's now going to focus on being entertainment-driven rather than agenda-driven. Why their Reimagine Tomorrow program, meant to amplify underrepresented voices, has completely disappeared. And it reveals what nearly everyone already knew. They were meant to try and convince people that Disney is an evil corporation, but now they can see that people just don't buy it, and they're completely dropping all of this facade. Of course, Disney themselves has actually been saying this since early last year. In April, the CEO himself said that this era of Disney was over, a year before he said similar things.
I love what you said about wanting to entertain audiences, critics saying Disney's too woke, but
this fucker is annoying as hell.
You're just putting out something.
We are. Look, I don't really like the term woke because I think it's an umbrella term that
Jolly
I'm not
says, oh my God,
sure
right from the horse's mouth.
One could argue that it's used too liberally. That said, our primary purpose is to entertain, and where we entertain responsibly, obviously, we try to do that. We try to have a positive impact on the world. But the first thing we need to do is entertain.
It makes it hard to believe, but even if it were true, it's not clear that it would really matter anymore. It's not like we'll be straight back to the good old days. The Disney of the near future will be the same. The profit-hungry, creatively bankrupt Disney we already know. The difference will be that it has finally shed its coat of rainbow body paint. Today's Disney is very different compared to the one that made the original Snow White. It resembles a sort of shapeless mass, looming over the world and threatening to absorb even more of its culture. When the party can get its the Marvel, Star Wars, or Indiana Jones franchises, gets repackaged and pushed out onto the streaming service. Original ideas and properties go in one end, mass-produced media comes out the other. Nothing is sacred anymore, as we've seen with the treatment that Snow White is getting. It seems the streaming service has become the real cornerstone of this new business model. They jumped on the bandwagon billions and billions for it, but now they need to keep feeding the beast with more content. Otherwise, they just can't justify the monthly subscription and people eventually stop paying for it.
There you go. And this all would have been avoided if you just stayed on fucking Netflix. But with y'all agreed as shit, you had to do it. And that's why now Disney and I think HBO, is working together to do bundles together to get people on their streaming services. Watch, all the streaming services that left Netflix is trying to form Voltron just to...
Jolly Hunter says FRFR.
That's just crazy. Y'all forming Voltron just to keep up afloat, and Netflix just here. Netflix is just like, and it's still in its base form. It doesn't need to go as final form.
Silver Comet said never did touch their subscription, been waiting for them to disappear for years.
Yeah. Or you can watch your stuff on VR chat. You can watch all their stuff for free on VR chat. But it's funny as hell. Like, all you guys had to do It's off the bullshit. Go back to Netflix, say you're sorry, put your shit on there, and then literally make money that way. It may not be as
Silver
much
Comet
money.
said, "Tell me more."
And then it may not be as much as you thought if you had your own streaming service, but it's better because it's less it's competition to a degree, but it's not as bad as if you did it yourself, because now you have to keep that upkeep, keep that subscription, justify the subscription, and then if things go worse, you can go higher or lower. And then if you go higher, you're gonna lose more subscriptions, and then you have to keep that quota up. Yeah, and then investors not gonna like that. So
Disney has been in trouble for a while though. We've made a bunch of videos about this throughout the years, but they just keep on pushing the prices up because they're greedy and they calculate enough people will stay on to make it worth it. And yet this really hasn't gone to plan. 2023 was not a good year for the streaming sites. They seem to lose subscribers with every new project. A particularly dangerous drop hit between the second and third quarters of the year. However, the studio recovered some, and by the end of 2024, it was back at 158.6 million subscribers. A few successful projects later, things were seemingly back to normal. The studio was financially sound, and Disney Plus seemed to be back again, with not a worry in sight. But then, things quickly took a turn. Disney reported record earnings at the end of last year. However, it also experienced a massive subscriber drop. Between October and December, 700,000 people cancelled their Disney Plus subscription.
Damn!
This sudden loss followed a massive price hike. The studio expected this, warning investors that it expected a modest decline in subscribers during the first few months of 2025. And Bob Iger didn't seem concerned about the loss of subscribers at all. Quote, "We're actually very pleased with where we are sub-wise," he said, reading the numbers. "As you know, we took prices up significantly fairly recently, and expected the churn would be significantly greater. And it turned out we delivered numbers that were better than were expected."
Oh,
he would go on to focus on the studio's profits,
Massive
bringing them a sign of creative and financial strength. And it seems Disney expects the subscriber count to drop even further. In fact, it even warned its investors to expect more losses later on in 2025. Perhaps
Thank you,
just preparing
Legendary
investors
Rick,
for
for
the
sending
financial
one
bombshell that would be
extra.
Snow
Thank
White.
you, Rick.
Even if you're Disney, you just can't throw away $300 million too many times. What's worse is that now they focus on their streaming service model, this comes to only
Rick says
compound their losses.
WSPJs.
If Disney's big film of the spring is terrible, it'll only lose them more subscribers. With this business model, it's unlikely we'll see a return to quality Disney films for years. You have to look at the circumstances.
Jolly
and the
Ancha
context
says
that
that
made those
decline
films in the
should have
first
woken
place.
Disney
Snow
up.
White and the Seven Dwarfs was an all or nothing gambit.
They don't
want to
seem weak.
They put everything they had learned into one.
One thing about Disney, they don't acknowledge their
Silver Comet said, "Heard recently Target been doubling down as well for D's."
recently Target.
Dripperick says none much about to play this new fighting game I got.
Oh, that's cool. That's good. I hear it. I love hearing that. Hope you enjoy whatever the game it is. But yeah, it's like they're not like one thing about these Fortune 500 type companies, they don't ever acknowledge like backlash unless it's literally that severe. And if it's like something that's been happening a lot, that's like kind of like the same than what happened last time, they don't acknowledge it. They just say, we made some missteps, but they'll never acknowledge exactly what the misstep was. Like what Bob Iger said. He said, we're just going to focus on quality. We're going to focus on entertainment first. We're going to stop messaging, right? He didn't say, what is that messaging you're talking about? Because you guys claimed they would end up. But you said, but you just acknowledged it without trying to acknowledge it. You said, there was never an agenda. There was no agenda that was happening. There was no push of anything. What are you talking about? We're not messaging anything to your children. We're not propaganda. And then when he was asked a question in that interview, he's like, well, we need to focus on quality first.
Oh, the answer says, damn.
These movies didn't do very well because I think the messaging that we was putting in our movies is not really working. So I think we need to focus more on entertainment first and then anything else comes after. That's what he said. I'm like, wow, you fucking asshole. You are a hypocrite.
One top quality film because if they
So all the times when people can criticize your movies, said what they needed to say, and they was called names and stuff like that, and you said, it's the chuds, it's this, it's the bigots, it's that, blah, blah. It's just men who can't grow up, or in case may be, all the gaslighting you had your directors, your actors say and do, like Amber Heard, what's her name?
Silver
Brie
Comet
Larson.
said they're trying to spoon feed us their agenda.
Yeah, like Brie Larson with her condescending ways about something about white men, telling them...
Jolly Ancha says it's just excuses after excuses, FR.
Yeah, and then they're like saying it's all white men who are just causing these trouble. And then it's ironic because the same so-called white men that you hate so much went to go see your second movie that was not even about you anymore. It was about 2 other women in your movie. They kind of sidelined you in your own sequel movie because they knew you couldn't hold up a movie. And statistics show, demographic-wise, that between the genders that went to go see the Marvels movie was men. And
Jolly as wow, that's low. Like good grief.
And specifically, the men who went to go see the most out of all the men of race was white men. Make it make sense. She said crazy about those evil white men, as she claims, back in her first movie, and then her second movie, who went to go see her horrible movie, even though the movie didn't make as much money as it should. The same white men went to go see this movie. Not even women saw the movie. Less women went to saw your second movie. More men went to go see your movie. White men the most went to see the movie. And I think it was Asian men after, Hispanic third, and black men fourth. And anything other of women of color didn't go see it. It was directed by a black woman. Crazy. And had a black woman, someone who I think of Middle Eastern descent. I forgot who Kamala, what's her name, who plays Miss Marvel, and then Brie Larson, who plays Captain Marvel. So those evil white men you talked about, I don't know what you're talking about.
It meant the company would go bankrupt. It make it or break it.
Jolly Ancha says they're trying to force more gendering on us.
Classic to us as the original 1800s fairy tale was to Disney back then. It's the result of hard work, mastery of the craft, and dedication to perfection. And you can't imagine anything like that coming out of modern Disney. The quality came from a lean, hungry Disney, not the financially obese, greedy, culture-eating monster we know today. If they need more money, they just turn on the pressure valve in their creative properties simulation machine. Just crank out another few Star Warses and remake some of those old classics. It's bitterness that makes the new Snow White movie so hard to swallow. Disney thinks everyone is just stupid, that they'll eat whatever they serve up as long as they slap the right name on it. But they're just abusing a beloved part of culture to make even more money. They've been pulling the same trick for so everyone just doesn't care anymore. The apathy is through the roof, but because of Disney's 5-year production cycle for their films, they couldn't react to it. And now we can sit with popcorn, watching how flop as final retribution to Disney. Thanks again to War Thunder for sponsoring the video. Check out the game on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, or mobile devices using the link in the description or pinned comment below. If you're new or haven't...
What was the term? Don't complain about product, just get excited for next product.
6 months, you'll also get a huge bonus pack across PC and consoles.
That's the best saying I ever heard. Don't complain about product. Just get excited for next product. Let me see. Just select. It just literally encapsulates everything.
Hey, welcome back to the stash. Spider-Man is important, not just to me, not just to you, but to all of us. He's more than just another superhero. He's not some untouchable god or billionaire genius. He's Peter Parker, a kid from Queens, a nerd, a nobody, someone who was picked on, who struggled, who failed, and someone who felt like us. He wasn't the strongest, the smartest, or the most powerful. But when the world knocked him down, when everything in his life fell apart, he got back up. Because he had to. Because he knew no one else would. That's what makes Spider-Man special. He's not Superman, he's not Batman, he's not Captain America. He's simply us. That's why we love him. That's why he's endured for over 60 years. That's why his story still resonates, still means something. So when a new Spider-Man show comes out, his first proper animated series in years, you can't help
Jolly
but be
Answer says in GL that was actually a good movie.
You wanted to remind you of why you fell in love with Spider-Man in the first place. You wanted to be simply Spider-Man. But when it comes to your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man,
said I'm still wondering to this day why there's hardly anyone who...
From the very...
I'm still wondering to this day there's hardly anyone who lends him money. Right?
Very beginning, this show felt like a chance to return to Spider-Man's roots. The people behind it made big claims, suggesting this would be a special show. A Spider-Man show that finally understood his origins, that would embrace the Ditko era, at least in aesthetics, and a chance to finally bring Peter Parker back to what he always meant to be. But in my opinion,
they changed
that
this.
was all a failure. It didn't miss the heart, it missed the soul. It missed everything that makes Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Sure, it throws in a few shallow Ditko-inspired designs. You know, you got Scorpion's mask, Peter's outfit, but a costume
Silver
doesn't make
Comics
a
at
character, and repeating the classic like a magic spell doesn't make it true either. Because Spider-Man isn't just aesthetic, he's an idea, and this show doesn't understand him. I was really disappointed with the way they were hyping up the show as this comic books 1960s look to it all, when two designs max were based off that first place. That's not a love letter, that's barely even the fucking aesthetics. It's window dressing, it's cheap nostalgia bait for people who actually read the comic books that expect us to see a few familiar visuals and just go along with it. Because you can slap a Ditko design, even saying it is one of those is very generous, on a character, but you don't understand how that character was actually written. If you don't understand the DNA of those stories, then it means nothing. Plus, for a show inspired by Ditko's 38, I should have remember seeing Nico, Pearl, Tombstone, Amadeus Cho, Symbiote, hell, in Doc Ock didn't have his tentacles. Instead, in this, he was friends with Norman Osborn and they were business partners like the Insomniac games. I also saw an interview with one of the writers was bragging on how he just used characters that he liked and who we wanted to see interact with Spider-Man, like Nico and such like that. That makes no sense. Don't just shoehorn characters into a Spider-Man show because you like them. Pick Spider characters to be in the Spider-Man show. It doesn't make any sense for half of people to interact with him, nor even be in his high school. This felt more in line with the MCU, Marvel's Spider-Man from 2017 and Marvel's Spider-Man from 2018, not the comic books, and that it sucks. I'm sick and tired of so many adaptations ignoring the source material. We don't have a single proper show besides maybe the 9 and Spectacular that properly dive into those stories, or at least attempt to. And here's the funny part, I called this out before the show even released. On Twitter, when they talk about the 60s aesthetics that Steve Ditko put on the page so well, and how
Jolly
they
answer
really
said this is why I like the Spider-Verse in this one.
And yet when they said that line, they mostly showed John Romita panels on the screen. And I said something about that. It doesn't matter. People told me I was nitpicking. People told me, oh well, they showed some Ditko artwork too. But to me, it does matter. Because after watching the show, I know for a fact that wasn't a minor accident. That wasn't just an oversight. It's genuinely how they view the Silver Age as a whole, as one blurry, intangible mass where Ditko, Romita, and the entire foundational era of Spider-Man just blend in together. And that tells me one thing, the people behind this show have no clue what they're talking about. Nothing about this show is Steve Ditko. Hell, nothing about this show even resembles any real Silver Age or Bronze Age Spider-Man comics. Because Peter Parker, he wasn't just a nice nerdy kid with a heart of gold, he was some socially awkward, cringy goofball. No, Ditko's Peter Parker was angry, he was flawed, he was a loner, he had a chip on his size of New York City. This Peter, the only time we ever see him truly angry is when he's about to kill the Scorpion. And that's not how you write Peter Parker's anger, because Peter isn't some cold-blooded executioner. His anger isn't about violence, it's about frustration, about failure, about guilt. When this show finally lets him explode, it's not because of his own inner demons, it's because Norman Osborn whispered in his ear. As if Peter Parker isn't capable in rage on his own, as if he can't make mistakes without outside manipulation, as if he doesn't have it in him to be truly painfully human. Man, listen, I get what they were going for. I understand that it's supposed to be parallel to No Way Home, where Toby stops Tom from killing the Green Goblin, but the difference? No Way Home earned that moment. Tom's Peter had just lost Aunt May. Not just lost her, she was murdered basically in front of him. It wasn't just a fight anymore. It wasn't just another supervillain showdown, it was personal. Norman took away the last of Peter's world, the last connection to the life he had before becoming Spider-Man. His rage wasn't just reactionary, it was grief. It was the loss of everything he stood for. So when Tom's Peter starts beating the absolute shit out of Goblin, and when he's about to cross that line, it makes sense. We believe it, we feel it. And when Toby's Peter stops him, it means something. Because Toby's Peter, he's been there. He's been there before. He's lost his Uncle Ben, he's lost Harry, he's lost people he's loved. He knows where that path leads. So that moment, that was earned. Now, Let's look at this show to do the same thing. Scorpion almost kills Peter in their
Jolly
first
Ancha
encounter.
says they
This
tried
rematch
to
is
make him
supposed
into
to
a
be
normal
Peter's big
character
emotional
without the
breaking point.
personality.
This moment of uncontrolled influenced by the words of Norman Osborn, because this Peter has never heard the great power, great responsibility line. But instead of feeling earned, it just feels stupid. Scorpion in this, I think, was handled horribly. They took out the J. Jonah Jameson story, which is crucial to his origin. J. Jonah Jameson wasn't even in this show. Well, that's so Ditko of this show, isn't it? Anyway, they also took out his real as a private investigator. That's no longer here. He's just a gang leader. But also, he isn't some long-time nemesis here. He isn't someone who's been tormenting. He didn't kill a loved one or take something irreplaceable for him. The big part was that he almost killed him. But even seeing Spider-Man ragefully try to murder someone but he tried to kill you and me, it just doesn't work. That's not Spider-Man. That is horrible. It's a character assassination. I just don't know why they're so allergic to the classic origin story and like why they had to have Norman Osborn say with great power comes great respect. Why can't we just have the standard origin story anymore? But I'll talk about that more later. As I was saying, this shows that the writers believe Peter can only express real anger or make mistakes when he's being manipulated by someone else. That without outside influence, he isn't capable of real angst. And if you've read any Spider-Man comics, you'd soon find out that couldn't be further from the truth. Sometimes Peter is actually just an asshole. Because Peter Parker's struggles, his anger, they don't come from outside manipulation. They come from within. And when Uncle Ben died, it wasn't just the tragedy that made him sad. It was his fault. He was the one who let the burglar go. He was the one who thought, not my problem. And when that burglar came back and killed the one person who was truly like a father to him, that was the moment Spider-Man was born. Because from that point on, Peter lived with the weight of knowing that his selfishness, his arrogance, his flaws had led to something irreversible. That's different. That's why he's not like Superman or Batman. That's why the MCU Spider-Man and this Spider-Man does not work. That is why we care. Because we know that pain. We know what it's like to make a mistake that we can't take back. We know what it's like to lose someone and wish we could have done something differently. And this show, it doesn't do that. Because this shows Peter Parker. Uncle Ben dies before he even beats Spider-Man. So tell me, where's the guilt? Where's the responsibility? Where's the thing that makes Peter Parker who he is? Because it's not here. And with that, don't have Spider-Man. What you have is a
Yeah, that was the driving force. Oh, Spider-Man, it's guilt. I get what he's saying now. He's not just complaining. He's making a valid point. Like, I think, for those who saw it on YouTube or TikTok, there's a video of Spider-Man. It's a comic book. And I think someone animated it, or I don't want to say animated, like, puppeteered it to a certain degree, or at least it was like, I think they used one of those, like, manga, like, what do you call it? Adobe Photoshop type things where they have like the kind of move, but they're not really animating, like a puppeteering type thing. And it's one of those storylines where Spider-Man is extremely exhausted. His outfit is destroyed.
Jolly Ancha says that is what him very unique. It's what people relate to.
It's like it's his body is all mangled up. His costume is made. Half his face is showing. He's tired. He's like, I don't want to do this anymore. I just want to go home. I'm tired. There's people screaming. I can hear it. I can feel it. I can like sense it from over there or whatever. But he's like, is this my problem? Is this really my problem? Let it be someone else's problem. And I think he had that little whisper in the back of his head saying like, no, what would Uncle Ben say? That was right there the reason why Peter does what he does. It's that guilt of if he doesn't do something much worse will happen. Even if it's the cost of his own life, he'd rather do something than do nothing. Peter is the person. Spider-Man is the personification as if you don't do nothing, if you do absolutely nothing, you will suffer for not doing anything. It's better to do something and things go wrong than do absolutely nothing and things go totally wrong. Then you even feel more, and whatever the case may be, is that sense. That's what that is. That's what Spider-Man represents, is the idea and doing the right thing, no matter how tedious, how annoying, how X, Y, and Z. Like that one kid who's being really fucking annoying in the airplane. You want to tell the kid off or tell the parents off, but you know if you say anything, it's going to be problematic. So you just kind of like bear with it at the time. It's just for a time being. It's not like it's forever, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's kind of like that. Or like if someone's being like harassed on like a train, and it's like one person, or if even a couple, and then it's just you and other people who are witnessing it. Instead of like staying quiet, you say something, or you band as a society is together against those people who are like trying to harass a young girl, an old lady, an old man, a child, or a case may be, you know what I'm saying? That's what that is. That's the essence of Spider-Man, doing the right thing no matter how gruesome or how scary something must be.
In the costume, a safe, sanitized, hollow version of a character who used to mean
And I
something.
think if I remember right, Stan Lee said this. He said, there's a reason why he made Spider-Man's outfit the way it's his whole body is covered. So anyone Spider-Man in that sense. That's the whole point of the Spider-Man suit to a certain degree. He didn't just make a suit. The suit is supposed to represent anyone can wear the suit to a degree where it's more of the action of the person in the suit than the person in the suit. You know what I'm saying? So
He used to have a character. He used to be someone unique, someone who was actually able to read and watch. And that's what kills me.
Jolly
about this
Hunter
show.
says I read it was
Where's the
because he
mask
had a
of
fear of
classic
spiders because of his origins.
Pretends to be a tribute. It says
I don't
all
know.
words, but when you actually look at it, it doesn't understand him.
I don't know about it.
And that leads us to Peter himself. Because, man, this might be one of the worst Peter Parkers I've ever seen. And I don't say that lightly. Bad versions of Peter before. I've seen boring versions, annoying versions, but this Peter is nothing. A hollow, empty shell of what Peter Parker is supposed to be. And it's not just that he's badly written. It's that he's a combination of everything that's wrong with modern Peter Parker. This
Hunter says apparently he was in a cave and got bitten by a spider. Is why he has a fear of them.
This isn't the Peter Parker who would have 3...
No, I don't think that's correct. Because I don't think that's correct. Maybe that's a variant version? I'm not going to say that's correct. I remember, like, in the old Stanley, he was just on a school trip. He was taking pictures. Spider dropped on his hand, bit him, and then he got sick, blah, 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 type stuff. I don't know about that cave part, and I never heard that one before. That probably is a variant.
Women in his house at the same time. This isn't the Peter Parker who struggles with anger and guilt, who has rough edges, who makes mistakes, who actually feels human. No, this Peter Parker, he isn't even a person. Like I said, he's safe. He's sanitized. You could push him over with a light breeze, and that's a problem. Peter Parker isn't supposed to be safe. Peter Parker is supposed to be raw and real. He's supposed to be flawed, messy, complicated. He's supposed to rage, boiling underneath the surface, and when he's pushed just right, that unleashes. He's supposed to be a kid who, at his worst, can be selfish, petty, sometimes just plain oblivious. A kid who's when he's hurt, he lashes out. A kid who, when he's humiliated, he wants to prove himself. A kid who's simply human. But this show, this version of Peter Parker, isn't allowed to be anything. He's not angry, he's not passionate, he's not really insecure, he's just more dorky. He's just there. A placeholder, a watered down, Disney-approved, flavorless imitation of what Peter Parker is supposed to be.
It's Disney, what you think?
And the worst part, this isn't just this show. This is how Peter Parker is written in everything now. It's been years. The edges have been sanded down. The attitude has been removed. The pain and guilt and the flaws are gone. This design that used to be unique to him is now just so unbelievably generic. You can't even tell half the time who he's meant to be. Modern Peter Parker has been defanged. Peter has simply lost his backbone. Ditko's Peter was mean. He was bitter. He would rather spit in Flash Thompson's face than be friends with him. He got bullied, but he fought back. He wasn't scared. He was pissed off. He wasn't helpless. He was cocky as hell. He thought he was better than everyone else. And like I said, he was oblivious. He could be lost in his own world and in turn, basically just brush people arrogantly. And sometimes that arrogance screwed him over. But that's why I loved him. Because he grew. because he had an arc, because he wasn't a perfect, inoffensive little hero in training. He was a kid who had the hard way. When he put on the mask, he had an edge. He didn't just quip for the sake of quipping. He was taunting his enemies. He was mocking them. Because even when afraid, even when he was getting his ass kicked, even when he knew he was outmatched, he never let them see it. No, he fought meaner because he had to, because Peter Parker's life was hard, because his whole life he's been stepped on, pushed around, and as Spider-Man, this was the way he had control, where he could finally dish it back. That was Ditko's Peter Parker. And this Peter Parker, this modern, softened, focus group tested, endlessly inoffensive Peter Parker, he's got no edge. No bite, no fire, nothing. Even Insomniac Spider-Man, who's supposed to be an older, more confident Pete, isn't even allowed to make jokes anymore.
Like a compliment club. Compliments don't hurt and they're free.
Because God forbid Peter Parker actually have a personality. Because God forbid Spider-Man actually be funny. And that's what's so annoying about this show, that this Peter Parker, as I said, it is a combination of all his worst modern traits. This version of Peter is a nervous, cringy dork. He's not a loner. He's not rough around the edges. He's not awkward in a way that actually feels real. He's awkward in a way a studio executive thinks nerds awkward. It's all fake. Just another brand new day sterilized Spider-Man. Another completely harmless version of a character that used to have some fucking teeth. And I'm so tired of seeing Peter Parker, one of the most complex, interesting, and relatable character ever created, reduced to this bland, agreeable, personality-free shell of what he used to be. Because Peter Parker was never supposed to be safe. But that's exactly what they've turned him into. This show does something I hate, something that I've been seeing in modern Spider-Man media for years now. Why does every character need to be extraordinary?
Oh, thank God. I know. I said the same thing. What the fuck? Everyone is a superhero. Everyone. Not a single person can't be just a normal person. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's a quality too. But like, Jesus Christ, everyone is a extraordinary individual that becomes a superhero one way or another. Everyone in his friend group is a superhero eventually, or will be in one way or another. It's fucking crazy. It's like that. If coincidence, I think not. That is crazy. That is crazy. How do you just like everyone you came across now says superhero? Everyone has to be a superhero too? That's lame.
So artificial way possible.
There's a saying, if everyone's a superhero, no one's super. We're all the same now. Like, fuck, like shit. Then no one's super anymore. No one's special anymore. If everyone's special, no one's special. That's the irony in that. Like, shit, not everyone should be a superhero.
Supporting characters,
super villain,
were special not because they had powers, but because they were all well written. That's a lost art in Spider-Man media now. We will never see a character consistently great as Mary Jane was from the 60s to the 90s ever again. We will never see a supporting character with genuine growth like Flash Thompson had from the 60s to 80s ever again, because modern writers don't care, and that is painfully obvious in nearly every episode of this show. Also, why does Marvel always feel the need to shoehorn severe Spider-Man's battles now? Like, a prime example is how Ned and MJ got forced into the final battle in No Way Home. I hated that. Superhero fight should be between the hero and villain, not the hero, the villain, and the hero's group of friends tagging along. And this show is just as guilty. Lonnie Lincoln, Tombstone, literally fights the Scorpion alongside Spider-Man. I understand it was to display the birth of his powers, but it's still one of the cringiest things for me in this entire show. Lonnie starts off as a genuine lovable guy who, through life, is forced to mix up with the wrong crowd. Okay, sure, that's a story to buy into. That's a story that has potential, but the problem? You never truly feel the weight of it, because this show turns him into an untouchable, invincible, experienced fighter. Hell, he dodged more hits than Spider-Man himself. And yeah, I get he gets his Tombstone durability in one of the episodes during the fight, so Scorpion can't hurt him. But just because he's suddenly durable, and just because he's a footballer, does not mean he should be dodging every single attack in perfect synchronized fashion with Spider-Man. And then Lonnie and Spidey land a decisive blow at the same time on Scorpion. It makes no sense, like, at all. Spider-Man used to be the underdog and he used to fight alone, but now he never goes on missions by himself. There's always someone tagging along or someone guiding him or someone helping him. Insulting. I hate to say it, but Disney has killed Spider-Man's independence. He always needs backup, he always needs a team, he always needs a mentor. Even Daredevil has a random sidekick in this show.
What?
It's not even blind spot.
What the fuck?
Now, in case you didn't know, because the writers of the show clearly didn't, in 2016, Daredevil had a canon sidekick slash protege named Blindspot, a character made for that
And he went blind.
exact role in this show. But here they just used a random character that I don't even think has been in a Daredevil comic before. I've read every single issue, and I swear I can't remember Finesse appearing once. Who the f is Finesse? How on earth did someone even come up with that pairing? But then
There's DEI.
and you could ask that question with nearly every single relationship in this show. My bad, I forgot the writers just care more about which characters they like that they can shoehorn into a Spider-Man show as opposed to using actual Spider-Man characters. But poor Blindspot, like, he never gets any recognition, and this was the perfect
Charlie
thing
says
to
now
use
I need to read the
give
fan
Daredevil
fiction of
a
Spider-Man
partner.
from
But
the
of course,
beginning.
they blew it. Hell, I doubt these writers even read the comics. This is like the CW's Flash if Spider-Man, and I hate that. Spider-Man stories work because he's alone. Spider-Man stories work because they're about him, finding his way, struggling, and making mistakes, learning, and ultimately accomplishing things because he works hard for it. But when you give up and when you make it a team and when you turn it into Spider-Man and his amazing friends, you
It's not
lose
Spider-Man.
something. You take away what makes his story so deeply personal. You take away the effect and seriousness of when his side characters naturally fit in climaxes. We can't even have a grounded supporting cast anymore. Just like the CW Flash show, Peter's friends are all obscure superpowered characters from the comics. Hell, even he has all that's his biggest and baddest villain. And then there's Mary Jane, or should I say, the lack of Mary Jane. Harry Osborn in this says, "Go get him, Tiger." Harry.
Are you serious?
Not MJ.
No!
Harry.
No! No!
Marvel so
No!
afraid of Mary Jane.
What the fuck?
Watson
No!
being
What's happening?
Why do they keep trying to erase her at every chance? MJ is Spider-Man.
Oh wait, no, she's a redhead. She's a redhead. Makes sense.
It's hard. Always has been and always will be, but this show, just like the current comics, don't get that. Same with Uncle Ben and the butchering of Peter's origin story. Really sick to death of that classic origin now constantly being twisted into this otherworldly tale. What has happened to a simple spider bite? A simple story about cause and effect and about upholding your responsibility when you have such
that's
great
gone.
power.
No,
Why does
no.
this show need to have portals and time travel and symbiote fights with Doctor Strange for his origin? And poor Uncle Ben.
Yeah, that
is
was a
slowly
weird
being
one when I
erased,
saw that.
Especially his importance.
Yeah, they changed his origin story. They he like, yeah, so Peter goes like to school, gets dropped off mind you, Uncle Ben's long dead already before this. And they just kind of like, you know, kind of mentions it, but that's it. And somehow Peter's about to go into the
Jolly
building.
Ancha says when they changed his origin story.
He's about to go into the building, and then a portal just opens out of nowhere from the top of the building with Doctor Strange fighting a symbiote alien. And apparently a spider, I guess a random spider came through the portal alongside them. Dropped out of the portal is a little baby spider. Not baby spider, it's just a spider. And we all know what that spider is. And as they're fighting, things happen, blah, blah, blah. And then the spider jumps into Peter's backpack, or in case maybe I think it's backpack, or I think it's jacket, I think. And then after that becomes history after the fight. And I think he goes on and gets bitten or something like that, if I remember right. I have to go back in one part, but like literally, they changed it completely. He's not like at the field trip and Flash Thompson or whatever the case may be is like messing with him or whatever. He's literally just going to school. I think it's the first day of school, I believe. And he literally gets the spider on him because of Doctor Strange from a multiverse situation. He's literally from another universe, I believe. yeah, the spider just comes with him. This random just happens to come with Doctor Strange through the portal. So, yeah.
Disney's two biggest Spidey projects, this show and the MCU films, have completely ruined the entire point of his character. Hell, the MCU didn't even mention his name. But then in this show, he dies before the bite. It makes no sense. And after the way the finale ended, and after the confirmation that Spider-Gwen will be appearing in season 2...
Are you serious?
I realized something. I went, holy shit. Disney Marvel is doing a massive take 2 on Marvel's Spider-Man from 2017. This show, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, not the successor to Spectacular Spider-Man, it's not the successor to Spider-Man the Animated Series, or even the new animated series in my opinion. No, what this truly is, the hidden successor to Marvel's Spider-Man 2017. This is that show all over again. Same Hollow Peter, same Force Tech school gimmicks, same early Spider people showing up before Peter has even found his own footing. He's not even 16. It's not a fresh take. It's not a love letter. Just another cheap, empty repackaging of the same mistakes this company has made. It's incredible. Like, they couldn't actually help themselves. Disney has no idea, zero idea what makes Spider-Man's story special, and after each installment from MCU Spidey or related projects to the MCU, it just proves that point.
Jolly Ancha says, oh no.
One season, 10 episodes, and they already had to throw in Spider-Gwen. Ending this show, I thought, okay, it's not the worst thing ever. I like some elements, believe it or not. And maybe, just maybe, it could find its footing. Maybe it could keep things grounded to Peter. But no, he's not even 16 years old, and we already have Spider-Gwen. So welcome back, Marvel's Spider-Man 2017. I'm being honest when I say this. I wanted to like this show. I really did. I went in hoping for something fun to watch and that at the very least would somewhat capture this character. Something that understood Spider-Man matters. Something that would finally bring Peter Parker back to his roots, back to the hero we all fell in love with. But maybe that's why this show frustrated me so much. Because every time I tried to look past the creative choices that just didn't sit right with me, something else popped up that pulled me right back out. Every time I thought, okay, maybe this isn't bad, this show reminded me, oh no, we don't actually understand a single thing about Spider-Man. Every time I tried to give it a chance, it gave me a reason not to. This show failed at nearly every aspect of being a Spider-Man show, and maybe that's the worst part, because in doing that, it continues a trend, a growing, frustrating, painful trend of Disney and Marvel having no fucking clue how to adapt this character. We are at the point where people were genuinely celebrating that Spider-Man was finally wearing his classic suit in the last 2 episodes of a Spider-Man TV show. That's how low the bar is now. But look, if you like the show, if you had fun with it, that is totally fine. I'm not here to tell you what you should or shouldn't enjoy. But for me, as someone who loves this character, as someone who's been waiting for years and years for a new Spider-Man show that actually gets him, this just wasn't it for me. And that's what frustrates me. I want to enjoy Spidey shows, but I just can't. I can't enjoy this one. I believe that Spider-Man deserves better. He always has. And this show, it just isn't it. This isn't Spectacular Spider-Man. This isn't the 90s show. This isn't even the new animated series. This is just a show. One that had potential. One that could have been genuinely something fun and good. But in the end, it proved to be everything that's wrong with modern Spider-Man. Well, since that's over, time to rewatch Spectacular for the billionth time.
Let's pull that up.
Lavent TV Queen says I feel asleep, sorry.
That's fine. Okay, no more negative stuff. Let's find something.
Jolly Antra says
So
something
2025, there
positive,
have been
yes.
a lot of new mangas coming out, and a few
Love
that have
Ended
already been
TV
out that are
Queen
going
says, what did
absolutely
you do
crazy.
for the
There's
past
one manga
hour?
that has been going absolutely crazy these past,
Up
and I feel
everything.
is going to break 2025. K-Rana is just gonna go crazy this year, especially with anime coming out soon. K-Rana is gonna be on top of the world, bro. Because there's a lot more that goes into their art style. Just this really grungy, edgy kind of vibe that they have. A lot more what
Love Ended TV Queen says nice.
About K-Rana's art style is that it's trash. No pun intended.
I want to meet your mind.
Get out!
Are you serious?
At first I did love you. I just wanna fuck.
No. By trash, I don't mean by actual ass. You know what I'm saying? There's ass, and then there's K-Rana's trash. For those who know, in the Gachakuta manga series, the power scaling is a
John just says, oh no, these make me want to write down new animes to read.
Wait, go back. What are you saying? Hold on.
At first I did love you. But I just wanna fuck.
No. By trash, I don't mean by actual ass. You know what I'm saying? There's ass, and then there's K-Rana's trash. For those who know, in the Gachakuta manga series, the power scaling is essentially on trash and items that people put value into. And as far as I know, it brings out the full potential out of that item that they hold so dear to them. Kind of like full bringers in Bleach, if you know. Moving away from like the powers and stuff. K-Rana is an artist that was initially Okubo's assistant, which I didn't know. And upon looking at both of their styles, you can clearly see that their styles are so similar but so different at the same time. So I think before we break down their art style, we gotta look at, you know what I'm saying, we gotta look at the original to see what K-Rana worked with before and what they took to put into their art style today. And I asked you guys in the Discord to send me some pictures of some Soul Eater art, some of you guys' favorite panels. Spoiler alert, maybe so if you haven't joined the server, link in the description, just drop the last.
Trust me, I don't like listen to everything that is consistently negative about what's going on in the entertainment space. I do like this stuff. It's just that acknowledging what's going on is better than pretending it doesn't exist. So that's what I'm saying. So play it. Oop.
Link in the description, just dropped it last week, bro. So as you can see, with one of probably the most famous panels that I've seen from Soul Eater is Black Star. I know nothing about this guy. All I know is that his hard as hell and he gets crazy OP in the manga. I don't know, but you can definitely see like those like dark edges kind of reflected in here too, with kind of like the same body types. They do kind of that kind of like anatomy structure. Also, I don't know much about Soul Eater, so I could be so wrong, but from what I've seen, they have really lanky like styles, but they really accentuate the face.
How do you not know anything about Soul Eater, but you're making a synopsis on this anime, on this manga? You should watch Soul Eater before, or watch or read the manga or watch the anime first before you make this video, because this is going to be very heavily on that one way or another, even though it's not in the same universe or even from the same artist, but it's very heavily inspired. Why would you? I wouldn't have done that. I would, like, especially if you're going to bring up Soul Eater, like, what the fuck? I would watch Soul Eater, watch Fire Force, come back to, go to Gachakuta, read the manga a little bit, or whatever the case may be. You know, that's what I would do, especially if you're doing like a anime art style synopsis. Like, look, I don't know, bro.
At the same time, again, kind of like just expressing that really dark mood and that tone that Soul Eater balances really well with the kind of goofy aesthetic. How Gachakuta does it with the really exaggerated faces. We'll get into that later, you know what I'm saying? Now, one thing that I notice a lot about Okubo's art style is that it's not as dark. Well, I mean, it's on more, it doesn't have as much weight as Gachakuta's art style is. In Okubo's, it's a lot of that expression, but it's so much more simplified, as you can see in the, god damn, they kind of bad though. Okubo really accentuates the eyes too and just makes sure that's like the first thing that you see, bro. Look at this thing, bro. This is insane perspective and posing, bro. Mind you, this is old. That's why it looks old. You can definitely see where K-Rana works from. When I found that out, I was like, it makes so much sense now because our vibes are so similar. But I feel K-Rana was just really able to take that action and just really make it their own. But the thing is that they didn't do this all on their own. Gachakuta was actually a collaborated project. I think that's how you say it. Because they collaborated with graffiti artists, which we'll find out later. Let's talk about Soul Eater for now. So as you can see along the way, the kind of style kind of evolved a bit more, kind of accentuating like the face a bit more, because before it kind of seemed a bit more bland. With the line art, it's a bit more focused on certain points of the body, or like the eyelid and the ears, you know, you can really make out the face a lot easier than before. Whereas before, I feel Okubo's art style before kind of all blended together. That wasn't like a clear contrast. Whereas now we kind of see like a more clear contrast. I could be so wrong with this. So don't eat me up, bro. I mean, shit, like he's a freaky ass. Again with the anatomy, like with the lanky ass right here, bro. Long neck, bro. What the hell? I can see over here, almost kind of childlike the way Okubo kind of. It's almost like a doodle in a sense, but it's also like a center art piece. Like you can tell that like he took his time with this, but it's also very playful in the sense where in the background it's just less serious, you know, like even like with the moon. It's not crazy structured, but the shading with it is still very intentional with the focus being on bro's hands with the guns. Got his name, but he's so bad. Like how do you even carry a gun like that? Like what the hell? I even forgot Fire Force 2. Dog, like we have so many references to go with. Again with the anatomy right here, we just I have no idea who this freaky snake is. Dude, look at those hands, man. Look at those hands. Yeah, this is a freaky man. I really like this pinky over here. Look at that, man. Line just to really add that weight to it. Then I guess it's not really as bland as I thought it was. Maybe it's just for the
I'm
color.
sitting here kind of like, what? Like, what are you saying? What? What are you? The fuck are you talking about? Is anyone else having that feeling? Wait, what? Wait, what are you? What is the point you're making? Like, I know you're trying to be funny and interesting, but I don't know. That was a little weird. What the fuck?
The spreads and those were older ones. My fault on that. Fire Force 2, you still kind of see that translated through. Not as deep lines, but there's a lot of black, and they're not afraid to put black in their work. Also, just because it's just manga too, it would be a lot different if manga was just fully colored. Then I feel like we would see a lot more like color expression from these mangakas. But I guess that's why they also do their color spreads from time to time. Like Oda, I love bro's color spreads so much. Also, just because I'm a sucker for colors, for real. Look at this big spread over here. Oh my god. Look at that pose, man. My big pose, nasty, devious pose. Again, bro's
I think she's saying 12, chill.
You know? Does that really well and balances it out. Because like the scene overall is so detailed. Meanwhile, the subject, which to be honest, isn't really meant to be in focus right here. What's more is the scythe, the background, and kind of like their clothes in a sense. Now, I don't know bro's powers like that, but it could play a big part into it. Oh, this is bro in the blade, I think. Maybe just because they're all just kids. All of them have a lot smaller faces. Look at these guys. Like you got right, kind of a longer face just because she's older, but they're still very like small. Okubo's art style is always satisfying in that way. So like regardless of like how much bro like simplifies shit, he can still do great panels like this where everything is detailed and he just goes crazy. And I mean like in panels like this, like he's showing shit off, so he has to like put details in where it's needed. So he's very controlled in that aspect. Show on the bottom left, and I think that's the Archer girl that got fondled like crazy. She's a victim, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Oh my god, what's this? Whoa! Scrap everything that I said before. The expression of these, man. Wow. This nigga knows ball. Now you can see from these, while comparing it to Kate Urana's like panels, it's very, very different. But so
I'm not lie, I would before I even would have made a video like this, I would at least watch the animes first. It wouldn't take you that long to finish them, like probably in a week, probably a month. And then you would have made the video. Write down what you did. Because certain jokes here is not going to really do well, given the fact that I said I'm just saying, but you know, that's just me.
Wish I did more research on this before making this video.
No, what I just say? I'm on my shit. That's what I'm saying. I would do a little more research before you made this video. Dude just kind of ran on this video. Like, dude, I would have pulled back.
Right for close says true.
I would have said before I do this, let me watch the anime. It's not gonna take me that long. It may not be 100% accurate. Well, it may not cover everything that's said in the manga, but at least I have a more basis understanding of who these characters are. So when I make my my opinions on certain aspects of said topic we're talking about that relates to this, I would not be making some of these jokes into jokes, or at least try to make them seem like I don't know what I'm doing, because like it kind of feels like that to a degree. And he did state he did not watch it. I get it. I respect. But then again, I'm like, if you're gonna make a video like this, and you're not even on Gachakuda yet, Soul Eater, like, I would at least watch the animes first, right? I would at least do that. It's not like it's gonna take you that long.
Right for close says Excalibur,
right?
Excalibur.
I would at least fucking watch the anime. It's not gonna take you that long. I think Soul Eater's like what, 20 episodes, 25 episodes? I think like 30 episodes at max, I think. And then Fire Force is like, what, 60 episodes, I think? That will take you about a month if you have time, or like if you really don't, if you have a whole weekend, you can knock them out in 3 days probably. Oh, maybe a week. So, wouldn't take you that long. Like, shit.
because I might have to read this now. Because I feel like I'll have so much more knowledge about the art style if I read this.
No shit! That's what I'm saying!
God, look at this Fire Force panel right here. Wow! The black lines. Wow, yeah, off on this.
And this is why I did not put Dr. Stein into the latest animatic I did, because I know for a fact that if I did that, it would have caused more confusion than it would be like, oh, I get that reference. Because a lot of people may or may not know what Soul Eater is, especially the new generation. They may not know what that is, or if they do know, very vaguely.
Brightreclose says Benny Maru.
Benny Maru, but like the fact that if I would have put Dr. Stein into it as a flex character, because he's technically a flex character if you think of it in that sense based on the lore on that, it wouldn't make a lot of sense with the animatic. It will cause confusion on like, why are you putting Dr. Stone in a Marvel Rivals like animatic? It doesn't really make a lot of sense compared to putting like My Hero Academia crossover with a Dan the Dan thing with the whole grandma thing. That would have made sense because like Minetta's kind of freaky like that, and then we all kind of point out how the grandma looks super young for her age, and then it'd be misconstrued based on the whole like the naked grandma thing. Thinking of that Okuruma
Brightreclose says you fly over their head.
Yeah, and I was gonna actually draw the Turbo Granny in her actual form in a bikini, but I was like, that would be not hard, but it would have been a bit challenging, and it would be, I don't think problematic, but I think it would have brought probably more eyes. But I think the cat would have made more sense because, well, everyone recognizes the cat more than the actual Turbo Granny to a degree. So I just went with the cat in like a onesie bathing suit. Something like a child would wear or something if you put cat or something. So it just made more sense. And I was on a deadline, so I couldn't like experiment on drawing the grandma in different poses in her.
Brightreclose says, thank God you didn't low.
I know it would have been. I knew it would have brought a lot of face. I knew it would brought a lot of views, but I know for a fact it would have probably caused trouble at the same time. Not with TikTok or YouTube, but like with the audience. They probably would have bitched him and like, why would you draw this? This is weird, bro. I'm like, oh God, bro, it's a joke. It's the whole point. And these are not like children. These are grown-ass ladies. They're in their 70s or plus.
Or just did something crazy. The hands, man. Fuck, man, that's sexy. With the cross-hatching too. Phase 2. And like the difference too. Okubo, chill out. God damn. What the fuck? Again, with the really dark lines. Not much cross-hatching, which makes sense. Because I guess he also wants to show motion.
Brightreclose says, nah, they'll say, hear me out.
Like
yeah, a lot of them will say
the
that.
Direction of where people are moving. Where in manga, that definitely helps a lot. I don't know if y'all have like read mangas and like they're fighting and you're like, dog, what the hell is going on, bro? Because you see bro do a backflip and is breakdancing the next page. You're like, how did we get from here to here? Overall, his art style is still so... It's oddly nostalgic. Even looking at Fire Force 2, even though Fire Force is already finished, it feels so nostalgic already. Even though I was actually watching the anime, like, it's gonna age like fine wine, bro. And then he just surprises us.
Wait,
like, this
how the fuck are you watching Fire Force, but you didn't watch Soul Eater? You're a weird bro. You're a weird one. How the fuck you watching Fire Force first, but you're not watching Soul Eater? That's weird. Because, like, Fire Force makes a bunch of references to Soul Eater to a degree. Which is funny because Fire Force actually comes first before Soul Eater, which makes sense chronologically if you stop and think about it. But, like, fuck, how did you end up with Force but not Soul Eater first? It's just kind of weird. This one's a weirdo. I don't think a weirdo, but it's a weird order of watching things. So let me guess. You're watching Fire Force, or probably currently watching it for all I know. Or if you're done watching it, or even reading it, why are you not reading Soul Eater? Or watching about Soul Eater? You're making a synopsis on Gacha Akuta. We're still not yet. And then for some odd reason, you don't know anything about these characters, but you watch Fire Force? Which is weird because Spirit is in Fire Force. Which is weird.
Is a perfect to just explain this nigga's art style. Look, he can really do the stylized shit really well, while also just mixing in the freaky realistic. That's what, bro. And I think that as well. That's enough about Okubo. Remember when I mentioned that K-Rana actually collaborated with another artist? It was actually a guy called Hideyoshi, and that's a graffiti artist.
I think that now, I think that spirit is a parallel version of the spirit we know in Soul Eater, because I remember right, if I heard right, it was Shinra who made the world of Soul Eater after the events of Fire Force, if I remember right. So,
Ramen says probably one of his ancestors.
or is it probably a parallel universe type? Because like I know that people said that Shinra makes Soul Eater. I think he becomes a god or something, and he literally makes a whole new universe. Instead of like the whole fire thing, it's madness at that point. So I think if I remember right, yeah, I think that's a parallel universe. Even though he's still complaining about his daughter not liking him, like Maka. That could be like a parallel universe version of her and him based on the conversation that is there, for just Easter egg reasons.
Ramen says yeah, but same universe.
Or something like that. Oops. Oh, I made a mistake. Hey!
Go crazy too, you still can't name, but his soul guess is really as bland as I thought it was. Maybe it's just for the color spreads, and those were older ones. My fault on that. Fire Force 2, you still was nasty. Devious. Smart. Okubo is oddly satisfying in that way. So like regardless of like how much bro like simplifies shit, he can still do great panels like this where everything is detailed and he just goes crazy. And I mean like in panels like this, like he's showing shit off, so he has to like put details in where it's needed. So he's very controlled in that aspect. Show on the bottom left, and I think that's the Archer girl that got fondled like crazy. She's a victim, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Oh my god, what's this? Whoa! Scrap everything that I said before. The expression of these, man. Wow. This nigga knows ball. Now you can see from these, while comparing it to Kate Urana's like panels, it's very, very different. But so similar. I wish I did more research on this before making this video.
Yeah, I would did that too.
To read this now, because I feel like I would have so much more knowledge about the art style if I read this. But regardless, oh my god, look at this Fire Force panel right here. Wow, the black lines. Wow, yeah, he just popped off on this. Because I guess bro just did something crazy. The hands, man. Fuck, man, that's sexy. With the cross-hatching too. Face too. And like the different weights too. Okubo, chill out. God damn. What the fuck? Again, with the really dark line. Much cross-hatching, which makes sense. Because I guess he also wants to show motion with it too. And I guess that will make too much noise. I think like the hatching definitely helps like show the direction of where people are moving. Manga, that definitely helps a lot. I don't know if y'all have like read mangas and like they're fighting and you're like, what the hell is going on, bro? Because you see bro do a backflip and is breakdancing the next page. You're like, how did we get from here to here? Overall, his art style is still it's oddly nostalgic. Looking at Fire Force 2, even though Fire Force is already finished, it feels so nostalgic already. Even though I was literally watching the anime, like, it's gonna age like fine wine, bro. And then he just surprises us. Like, this panel is a perfect panel to just explain this nigga's art style, really do the stylized shit really well, while also just mixing in the freaky realistic. That's what, bro, and I think that's what K-Rana took as well. That's enough about Okubo. Remember when I mentioned that K-Rana actually collaborated with another artist? It was actually a guy called Hideyoshi, a BT artist, that one of y'all told me in the Discord. You guys must have definitely seen like the color spreads of bro going around. I think he's the one that does like the volume covers for Gacha Kuta. I could be so wrong. Feel free to educate me in the comments down below.
Dude, what the fuck? You didn't do no research in the slightest. Everything he's saying, I could be wrong. I'm like, bro, do some research before you do these videos. Like, it doesn't take that long. Most cases, look up. Like, Jesus Christ.
We're trying to reach 5K. I feel like this collaboration, and I'm blazing here, and I don't give a damn.
And I'm one to speak. I'm not even gonna play a cap. Like, I'm one to speak. I don't like doing research myself, but if I'm gonna do a video where people are gonna watch my video thousands of times, be on your shit, because there's gonna be people in the comments who are gonna say, "Oh, he gets it wrong," blah blah blah. They're always gonna be those people who just want to be superior in the situation. So I might as well just get your shit on straight. You're on this. I'm gonna make a video, but not put the effort to like make the video as accurate as possible. You're going to have a problem, and then people are not gonna take you seriously, and then they're not gonna watch your video as much as or promote your video. They're gonna be like, "This dude don't know how to do research. I'm not gonna listen to him because he might get some stuff wrong, and I don't want to say stupid shit around my friends who are into the same shit I am." That's gonna happen. So
To be honest, all these niggas deserve to be glazed. Slobbed and knobbed, bro. For real. Like a corn on a cob. But yeah, now this collaboration is like Naruto and Sasuke, low-key. So we have the grunginess of Bro's art style with K, right? And then we have a f***ing graffiti artist doing the volume covers and the color spreads. Come on, man. It's a match made in heaven. It's delicious, bro. Like one panel that I found from the manga, I guess this is when Rudy's like with the team about to go on a mission.
Right to close, says bro, LMAO.
Just the way Rudy looks over there, man, and the negative space in the back, oh my god, it just brings so much focus to Rudy, coupled with the mystery of his eyes too, which I think...
Bro, are you saying Rudy? Oh, his name is Rudo. I guess they'll call him Rudy, but...
One of the most traits about Rudy, other than his hair too, and you can see in this piece too, and I'll break it down for you all. There are kind of like leading lines in this panel. Yes, I'm over analyzing this, but it spoke to me. You know what I'm saying? That with the centralization.
Jolly just says, I think he said Moody.
Where this
no, he said Rudy.
Weighted on, and you're meant to
the
take
character's name is Rudo. So you can.
Extra close says Rudy Law.
Yeah, I hear Rudy. I'm thinking the girl's calling the dude from what do you call it? Reincarnated into a no, Java's reincarnation. Yeah.
No pause. With those eyes and the hair that K does, they have a really defining style of clumping the hair. Now, when people draw hair, mostly in anime, it's like, you know, saying like the generic spiky shit. That's what we see a lot in Fire Force, but also Soul Eater. And I think this is
Jolly just says I watched bits and pieces of the anime, but never got into it.
Alright, I'm gonna take bits and pieces from this and just fuse that with like the vibe of the world that they created. So not only does it make it even more simple to draw the hair, a lot more freedom in making it more expressive, it just fits the vibe. It just gives in every single portion and just fits so well with the clothes, with the character faces, even with the eyelashes too. And it oddly makes the eyes so much more interesting and the characters so much more pretty to look at. And it just encapsulates it on its own and puts it up on a pedestal, makes it easily recognizable from any other manga in general. But taking it back to Hideyoshi Ando, his coloring style is just well supplemented with this art style. I mean, look at these volume covers, bro. Like initially looking at Gachup, right, I instantly got the whole graffiti style, bro. Like it just makes sense for that to be in the world. I mean, it's kind of like a post-apocalyptic kind of like dystopian world. Ando just does a job of making the medium a lot more recognizable with a consistent manga volume cover style with like the two black bars in the back. But like what I noticed is that this is like Power Ranger. Every single one has a different color theme. You know what I'm saying? Like the first one is a really grungy brown, kind of reflects Rudy too, coming from the dirt and falling deeper into the abyss. As we different colors that guess center around different characters. One of my favorite ones that I've seen so far is when we get another Rudy volume cover, but this time it's centered around red.
Can you stop calling him Rudy? I'd be off. Every time you call him Rudy, I was like, they usually say Rudius or Rudy, and I'm like Rudo. I was like,
now I'm not really sure about the themes of this, but it's kind of like a cleaning crew kind of thing. Hey bro, I still need to read the manga, okay? But this just coupled in with K Runner's freedom and just expressing these characters whichever the way they want. Just giving it to bro. Ando just cooks the beautiful nonsense that each volume cover is. This one with Unk, another red themed volume cover, but it's supplemented so well because the beige is such a nice
Writer Close says Rudo Grey Law.
Three colors that I could make out right now are the reds, I like the beige. Kind of supplemented with
Rudo Grey Rats.
They're not afraid to really push the characters out because I
Jolly says I will admit the art style of the characters reminds me of Army style almost.
That character looks so cool. What the hell is this story? And I know that there's so many niggas out see the characters and they're like, oh damn, she bad. Oh damn, he look kind of bad. What the hell is this show? And then they're put onto Peak Fiction. Come on, man, they're using the baddies for the marketing. I just know K's marketing team love them because they're like, could you make more hot characters? And K, being a baddie themselves, they're like, here you go, and they're like, boom, sales. And then anime. Please don't fumble the anime, bro, please. But moving away from the volume covers, god damn we oh my god, man, look at this, man. It's so dark.
Writer Close says it's Jolly and Theater 3.5. I can see that.
Which is why I think I prefer, me personally, and I'm not comparing these artists, but I kind of prefer K's art style more than Okubo's. I feel like Okubo's a great baseline, really cool in those intense moments, but I feel like K just takes all that sauce from Okubo and adds their own bit to it, and it just creates something so good. And I think that's why it's so good to have like references to like build from. Again with the hands too, with the mouth too. Look at this. I don't even know what the hell is going on, but I just know that I'm not meant to be here. Like the size of this nigga compared to the guy on the bottom right, run. Like what? With Hideyoshi's again. I think Hideyoshi colored this. This is one of my favorite pieces of art this whole year, period. It just looks like a look into the mind of Kei Rana. If you want to know what Gacha Kuta is, just look at this, bro. It's just trash.
Jolly
Like, it's
Ancha
not
says,
literal
I
trash.
envy artists
Like,
who
it's
can
just
draw
an
those
amalgamation of
characters to
different
look
things
scary
contained into one.
and
It's
act the
also
part
made
in the
into a
anime
story.
far.
It's just so much fun. I know a lot of this video is just me saying
Yeah.
this fits the vibe. Dude, that's the world of Gacha Kuta. It's so ominous, it's so grungy and so not really metal. It's rubbish. It's like rubbish metal. What I feel you could definitely take away from this is just really embracing that freedom as an artist. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be tied down to just like doing one thing. It's just really just have fun, bro. And also containing that.
I can't tell if you're British or you're American. Because at first I thought you were just American, and it's just the way your voice is deep. But now I think of it now, you use the word rubbish. That's not a common American word that we be out here just using. So you must be from the UK. I'm like, I didn't really pay attention too much to his accent till like right now, till he said that word. I'm like, are you from the UK? Kind of makes sense. It's serious. I'm not even right. I'm not even like, that's like, that's it. I'm now paying attention to it. I'm sorry. I'm usually on my shit on that, but damn, I just now notice it.
Enjoyment with great fundamentals of composition and expression. K-Ron didn't become who they were today overnight. It took years of them working behind the scenes with Okubo, learning the ways and them implementing what is fun to them, making such a unique art style. And it's just so peak. And collaborating with other people that kind of fit that same vision that K has for the whole. And like if you follow them on like their social media, they're always cooking, bro. K just really has so much passion for this manga series, and I'm really excited to see where this goes. I'm gonna be reading again, so I can't wait, bro. I'm gonna just binge this whole thing. Be sure to like and subscribe, man.
Should have did that before you made this video.
So
I'm just saying.
You still here?
I would just I would have first watched the video before. I'll pull them up one last time.
On the 11th of March 2024, this was a day that I devoted to myself to draw every single day, or at least on most days, after being so complacent with drawing for years before that. Look like now, I'm low-key ashamed of these art pieces, I'm not gonna lie, because at the moment, I thought they were like one of the best things I ever made. But looking back now, yeah. But one thing that I do appreciate though is the progress though. And mind you, this is just half of the progress that I made. That just shows how much that I felt that I grew this past year, and just like in Blue Lock, obsession towards your goal is everything. The only problem was that I didn't really have one. All I knew was that I just wanted to draw. That was the energy that I took into my first ever sketchbook, which isn't really a sketchbook. I lied, I know. I just wanted to draw so bad and I just wanted something to just put the pencil on. So I just took my closest notebook that I used for school and I just turned it into a sketchbook. And thus started my journey. Damn, bro. So mind you, I actually haven't looked at this in over like a year because again, I have two sketchbooks.
Writer Close says some of those are pretty good.
I started off with the first page, just drawing manga. Now at this time I've been reading a lot of manga. At the time I was catching up to JJK and reading it weekly. Damn, bro, JJK is finished now. That's insane. That time I was just drawing various different anime characters just from Chainsaw Man. Smoking at the back of the supermarket. Damn, bro, I gotta go back and read that. So what I would do is that I'll pull up references on my computer and then I will try and draw while also breaking it down. So that was where I first started. The one thing is that I'm really good at copying stuff on paper, but my real issue lies in trying to draw stuff and trying to build it out from my mind. I'm, you know, making something out of nothing. Now, as always, you always need references for these kind of things, but I was severely handicapped, literally to the point that I wouldn't be able to make the characters that I would envision in my mind. So I was like, damn, bro, after flipping through these pages, and I think after going on for like a week of just having fun of just drawing random characters, I just decided to actually, you know, try and learn this shit. As a person that mostly specializes in realism and just photorealistic drawing, I kind of wanted to dwell more into the stylized side of things, as I feel that there's so much more expression, and that's the kind of vision that I see myself going into more as an artist. To be honest, I always find it weird when people start with realism and have a hard time doing stylized work. Huh.
La Venda TV Queen says BRB.
Okay. I always find that kind of weird. Like, how are you having such a hard time? Like, you did realism. Most people can't do realism. Most people stick with stylization. Stylization is just more of a, I guess...
Writer Close says that you fave artist. Okay, fave.
Slightly more downgraded version of what stylization is. So,
I don't really see myself as an artist like that, but in the art that I envision myself creating is kind of a more stylized kind of form. So I just started my journey just from like A to just trying to draw out faces from like different angles. I wasn't really fully doing it consistently because I'll still just fall back to my old habits of drawing.
Rytriclose says, don't you just take away the
because I was also doing the 30-day
yeah, pretty much. You're not wrong, bro. That's really what it is. Like this is why my students, I don't really push them to do realism, but I always tell them to draw as realistically possible. Right? There's a reason why I do it that way, because if I get you drawing realistically, most of you are going to quit because it's really hard, right? So I need what I'm doing is kicking you in the right direction towards the realism without telling you to go realism. Right? Because what it does is it teaches you the idea of what accuracy and positioning is. Because like if I say go do realism, most of you are not gonna, or most of you are gonna be like, this is boring. I'm not trying to be Picasso, right? So the goal is to get you to Picasso without trying to be Picasso. So the point is like, okay, I get you drawing anime, which most of you are in here because of that very reason. Majority of the time, there is anything other than that are cartoons, whatever case may be, or probably furry art. 9 times out of 10, you're here because of anime. So I said, okay, draw anime, but try to be as realistically as possible. It doesn't have to be real. It just has to be realistically. So what I'm telling you is look for anything that could be accurate to a degree that you can say, okay, anime character is stylized, but yet we're trying to get more of a accurate sense of believability alongside the stylization. I always find it weird when people say they do realism first and then they had problems transitioning to stylization. It's just like you can actually draw something realistic and still make it stylized by just taking out less stuff. So like if you like do a lot of shading around the nose and stuff, just take away less lines around the nose. You did like the eyes, take a little less lines around the eyes. You know what I'm saying? Make the eyes a bit more bigger, or make the eyes a little bit more sharper, or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not as hard as people make it out to be. It's just like it's kind of weird to me. Because I remember that's how you figure it out, but you know.
Was inspired from PewDiePie, even start going back into drawing in the first place. You know what's crazy, bro? If I skipped that video and my friend didn't tell me to watch that video, bro, I probably wouldn't even make this channel today. That was my first ever video for sticking around. Y'all are part of the
Jolly Anja says they just don't want to practice.
Usually they don't.
Jeremiah's locked in for no reason. One thing that I'm seeing now is that literally since back then I've been breaking down the hands, and that's because I've always been interested in hands. Now JK, Gege Akutami really loves to express his hands, and I really got attached to that. So I was like, I don't want to do that too. And you guys will see the development in the hands, especially throughout the months and coming pages. And moving on, I kind of did some anatomy studies, and then I just did a himiko. I use that to warm up a lot. Just drawing some anime characters just really helps me warm up my hands. 13, you see me like clearly trying to explore different angles, so not just like front facing ones. I kind of fumbled some of them. The Gojo on the right looks pretty good. I think I used a reference for that for sure. Didn't look too bad for day 13, bro. Like for real. Have I regressed? One of my really tried to properly do like a hand study. I think that was a bit too complex for my skill level at the time. But it's great to see that I was still trying to jump over that hurdle that I wasn't really good at the time. And to be honest, this isn't the best. I kept on moving forward. I kind of focused more on faces, kind of on some expressions. Just nothing crazy. Just trying to familiarize myself with the circle and where the eyes go, where the ears go, and where the mouth goes on faces. We're halfway across like the 30 days. And there's clearly some improvement, especially the hands too. Dog, like, I don't know why. With the hands, I was just so freaking obsessed. I think also I was just really isolated at the time. Like I was obsessed with this shit. I don't know why, bro. I gotta get obsessed as this when it comes to like arms and like bodies and shit like that. Because I feel like if I lock cracked, bro. Just took a lot of references from what I would see on Instagram. If you guys want a more detailed thing of this, I have a whole video of my 30-day drawing experience that you can check out. I did a bunch of face studies. It was just a lot. This one was an original drawing that I did. I still like it. I would love to redraw this for sure. Let me know if you guys would want to see me redrawing some of my older art. This is a blast, just going back and just looking at how it's grown. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, I did post a video and I could rewatch it. But to be honest, ever since I edited and posted that shit, I threw this sketchbook away. I didn't throw it away, but like I just put it away. Kind of smells bad too. Kind of tried to do like a self-portrait. One thing that I learned with this whole experience is that I definitely should have been more adventurous. Things that I was drawing and a lot more intentional with what I wanted to learn. Because I kind of just dove straight into it, just being like, I just want to draw. And I just grabbed whatever I wanted and needed and I just did it, which is great.
And that's where I think a lot of beginners tend to fuck up. They get too excited at the idea of drawing, But then they start coming to a realization where this is where the I don't know what to draw, or the so-called quote-unquote art block comes in.
Ashier_star said hi.
Hello. This is the art block problem comes in, and a lot of you
Jolly
use this
Ancha
term.
says they even draw realistic noses easily and envious.
Like, it's weird, because it's like, okay, we all had that. We all started this way, like, I want to draw. I like this anime. I like Siraj. I want to draw too. And then they'll jump into drawing random things, and not really having a sense of path, right? So what they'll do is they'll end up drawing a bunch of things, tire themselves out to a degree mentally, or I will say, not even physically. And then after a while, they start comparing their work to other people in their head. And then when they go do another section of practice when they should be practicing, they start saying things like, I have...
Jolly Ancha says for me, it's finding the motivation. Sometimes I want to draw, sometimes I don't.
No, that's a difference. That's a big difference. It's when they start saying something along the lines that they don't know what to draw. I'm saying they don't know what to draw. That means you can draw virtually anything. That's why the idea does not exist. It doesn't exist.
Jolly Ancha says fair. Very fair.
It's a term that is used and coined that is actually wrong to be used. The people who I can at least expect to say something like this is Kim Jong-il. He can virtually draw anything in any perspective, in any type of way, from a naked old man to a military tank with a demon with flapping
Jolly
arms.
Ancha says a lot of artists on a Discord use that exact saying they have art block.
Yeah, it's wrong, and usually it's just young people who just saying that half the time. Really, it's just a literal code saying, I don't know what to draw. That'll be that is complex, or at least cool enough for me to post online so I can praise for said thing within the art skill that I'm in, that makes me look competent enough around other people who do art longer or does it more well. That's what they're looking for 9 times out of 10. There'll be some who don't want to post, that's fine. But you just say that you have art block, that's virtually impossible. That means if you have art block, you can pretty much draw anything. If I actually gave you a scenario thing, whether it's a background or a character or a person, a monster, whatever the fuck, you should be able to say yes to that. But once I give them art block, they said I have art block, I don't know what to draw, and I give them something to draw, they'll be they'll find a reason not to draw it. So then you have no block. You just don't want to draw that thing that you need to improve on. I usually tell students, just go and draw something that you're not good at drawing. That's usually a good set to, but they don't want to do that because it puts them in the position of, I need to add practice, or it's going to make me feel uncomfortable. For you to evolve, you have to put yourself, not all the time, but most of the time, you're going to be in an uncomfortable position of growth. That's literally what growth is. Growing pains, let's put it that way. It's a growing pain. But, we don't want to do that. Just like how you guys was watching me struggle doing the coloring.
Jolly Ancha says you're exposing us here, T.
But I'm also myself, because when I think it was 3 days ago, I was doing the coloring skin thing. But I was doing the clouds, and I was still having a hard time doing it. You guys said I was doing fine. I don't think I was doing fine, and therefore I kept on. And you saw me do it. I didn't just say I did it once and move on. I kept on redoing it till I satisfied with said results. So that I
Jolly Ancha says the one I never could get the hang of is drawing feet in perspectives.
And usually that's my rhetoric. I'm not going to apply something to my students that I'm not going to do. It makes no sense. It's kind of hypocritical, right? So whenever I'm doing a practice, most cases, like that, I know it's not going to be a lot of people watching, and some people may criticize, and that's fine, because that's the whole point, right? That's why I gave you guys the option as the poll, am I doing a good job or not? And most of you said I was doing fine, but I don't think I was. So till I feel satisfied with said thing, I'm not going to move off from it. That's how you can never run into art block. and I do this professionally to a degree. So someone who's not doing it professionally, never ever say you have art block. And you have nothing to prove. There's no, you're not a job or anything, you do it as a hobby, right? So you have more time to focus and practice without the breathing of the back of people telling you what you're doing wrong, what you're not doing. You're doing it on purpose for the sake of content and then also trying to improve, blah, blah, blah. So there's no such thing as art block. It's either something I'm trying to draw that make me look competent enough within the skill level I'm doing to get enough praise on the internet so people will say how great of an artist I am for brownie points 9 times out of 10. But if it's not for that, it's just that either you're avoiding or you lack motivation to actually improve, because a lot of you will say the sentence, I'm not up, I'm not trying to be the next Picasso. I get that, but then again, there's no such thing as art block.
Have that drive and that hunger to get what you want. But I think also, like, when you're going into this journey and you want to learn something, you need to have like a guideline of what you're going to practice steadily. Like, I was watching Gobbish's video of his 1 year of drawing looks like video, and one thing that I definitely respect from him is that he's very intentionally wants to learn and study, so he can just zero in and focus on that. So his productivity was just a lot better than mine, as I would stumble along.
This is exactly what what's his name, Felix did. This is exactly what PewDiePie did. But everyone bitched and moaned and said he's only good at it because he had some type of background, which he didn't, per se. And also something around the lines of, oh, he's rich, so he has time. That's true. He does have more time than the average person. You're not wrong on that one. But most of you are kids, so you have more time than he does. Because he still has a kid he has to take care of. He has to make content. He wants to. He doesn't really have to. I think he can retire pretty much. He has millions of dollars in the bank. He has a wife, this, that, and the third. He has responsibilities he still has to take care of, right? So I don't know how much time he's actually putting in to draw all the time, but he does have more time than the average person, given that he doesn't have to work. Great. But most of you are children and you're not working. And even if you are working and you're a teenager, you still have days off. So you can use your days off that you're off from work, off from school, or whatever vacation you're getting from school. And if that's really important to you to draw, do that on the time you're on vacation. So you have to sacrifice to get what you want.
Yep.
So there's never not a time. It's just not you don't have as much time as PewDiePie, but then again, you still have time. So, and you're probably as younger as him. So you have all the time to put in.
Ashier_star asks, what's a good drawing method to use to draw realism?
I would say using shading techniques. I would say either using the molding method is when you take a silhouette and you build off the silhouette.
Jolly Ancha says I'm working on my own now, and the balance is tricky.
I think most people need to learn when it comes to realism is the idea of shading, cross-hatching, and lighting techniques. That's a great way because you are drawing, but you're more trying to be more conscious of the lighting scenarios to give it more of a realistic look based on crotch hatching, shading techniques, like what do you call it? Something occlusion. I forgot what it's called. Something occlusion. Fuck. And lighting techniques, ambient lighting, and all that stuff, without using color.
Jolly Ancha says any tips on how to draw realistic faces, both male and female, I mean.
You can always use the, whatchamacallit, what is it called? It's the box thing. It's the face thing.
Ashier_star said MK, thank you.
No problem. What's that called? This method. Lumpus? Lupus? Lempus? I think J something Sargent uses this term all the time, or this technique all the time.
Ashier_star said Loomis.
Jolly Ancha, I think I've heard of that.
Yes.
Ashier_star said I can't spell it.
Yeah, Loomis or Lumpus or whatever it's called method. That's a great way to draw heads if you're trying to be super accurate to the point that you're trying to draw realism. That you can do that if you're doing anime. It can still work, but it's not going to be as the same. But like then again, you can still apply those methods as well. I would suggest use that, the Loomis method. You can look it up on YouTube. It's not a lot. It's very rare. I only use that when we're doing like something super realistic. If rarely in my line of work, I do more stylized work, but when it comes to something like that, I've done that before. I used it by face of Kratos from God of War, the God of War video game with Atreus when he was much younger from the first God of War. I think that was in 2016. And I drew him both his more older side and then his younger side with the beard and without the beard. But I do use a little bit of some help of the, we call it the we call it tool. What is it called? It's called the ruler, the symmetrical ruler. There we go. That can help. To be honest, it saves a lot more time. You still have to know what you're doing in the sense of like drawing an eye and face, because it can look warped. And if you don't really pay attention, it's gonna look wild and crazy. So always remember that. That's a great way but that only works for like front-facing situations. It's not something you should use for like sideways and stuff. You're gonna get some weird, wonked out looking things. But it really works when you're looking at a character directly in front, or you're doing something like tubing model or something like that, or
the way being like, oh, I'll try this out, then I'll fall back on like the stuff that I'm used to. And I guess that's what kind of hindered me from kind of progressing as much as I did. But you'll see later on in the video and in later drawings and sketches that I did try and break through that kind of like hesitancy. That was a lot of work. During that time, I was just binging a lot of anime, and I was just really enamored by the style and just trying to see what looks good to me too. Or I just draw Gojo. I draw Gojo a lot, and you'll get some pages like this where I did try to make a manga. Looking back now, it's not bad. I just did it really off on a whim. So obviously you'll get some panels where the character doesn't really look the same, or the proportions are just way off. I know that in the second panel, it looks kind of doo-doo. Hey, I thought I was cooking, bro. But hey, I might have to redo this. Because I really enjoy manga that really likes to hold your hand into things and experiences and make you think that it's one thing, but really it was a whole other thing, so that when you go back to read it, it's a whole different experience entirely. Speaking of manga, was Day 26's Yuji. Just kept on going. There's really not much to be said. Like, you can clearly see that I have gotten a lot more confident with like face sides and perspectives and stuff like that. And then something just clicked on Day 29 with hands.
Do you hear that? Day 29. What do I say? All the time. He's on day 29 clicking. What did I say and preach all the time? The 30 days. 30 days, focus on something for 30 straight days.
Jolly says practice, practice.
Yeah, practice, but practice specifically on what you want. Like, if you're drawing heads, just draw heads for 30 days. Practice heads, nothing more. Don't draw hands, don't draw legs, don't draw any of that stuff. Draw only one particular thing. Focus on that, like laser focus on that. Make it your thing, and then build off from that. So if you draw from heads, then the next thing you feel like you can do this in your sleep to the point that it's a second nature, that you have no more fear of drawing heads. Move on to the next thing, like next to torsos or necks. That won't take you that long. It'll be actually less compared to a head, but necks, right? And then move to torsos, then legs or arms, depending on which one you want to do first. Torsos, legs, and then feet. If it has its own name, do a 30-day thing. And then after a while of doing like one or two of the certain body parts, you're gonna have enough confidence that the other body parts are gonna look like nothing to you. So that's the key. But a lot of you ignore this and don't want to do this because it's too much work, it's actual work, it's homework, motivation, I lost it, blah, blah,
blah. Crazy. I was just like, I understand now. And I think I used some references, but for most of the time, I really just locked in. Bro, I might need to go back to drawing every day again. The flow state that I really got into, it was like nothing that I ever really experienced before. As I sat down, I knew what time it was, and I knew I knew what I wanted to do. At the end of day 30, and that concludes
day 30, let's go!
Because after the following months,
I've been saying this, no one
I felt like I wasn't really there yet. That day 29 piece, I feel like was just a fluke, because the following ones after that was just not it. Dude, notice how I don't draw any bodies, bro. That was my limit. I never touched bodies.
Ashier_star said, I guess I'm
the one thing that I wasn't afraid to do
I hate how I draw heads, loudly crying face emoji, raised hand emoji.
There you go. So you need to focus on heads and focus only on heads for 30 days. If the 30 days don't work and you feel like you don't get anywhere, add 15 or 10 or 30 days more. It's up to you. Keep adding more days till you feel satisfied. That's the whole point. I'm not saying that because you draw for day 1 to day 30, whether you start on the next month or whatever day you started on, and you just kind of have 1, 2, and 3. The point is to look at day 1 and look at day 15 and then day 30 and then see the difference between day 1, 15, and 30. And you're going to see a difference between day 1, day 15, and day 30. Even though they're not massively different, you know that day 1 will not look like day 30 by just default, right? So if you still don't feel like 30 is where you're supposed to be, add another 30 more days. And then day...
Ashier_star said, MK, I will try this out and see if it helps.
There you go. And then once you technically restart, you see at day 1, day 15, and day 30 from the second season of you doing it. And then look at the first season from day 1, day 15, day 30, and then compare to season 2, day 1, day 15, and day 30. And you can see 30 compared to day 30 in season 1 will look completely different compared to like day 1 on season 2 compared to season 1 of what you was doing. That's the whole point. The point is to improve. It's not supposed to be perfect. That's the point. The point is to improve, not to be perfect. That's it.
Now, page 36 might be one of my favorite pages ever, so I'm really happy for that. Moving on, I'm slowly getting my groove back, you feel me? 38, I kind of took a hand of like trying to build out a whole body for the first time, well, kind of like from the waist up, which is still a big thing because mind you, throughout all of this, we don't see any bodies, bro. Just hands and faces, bro. I never really took the leap to doing the body. So I kind of made an OC, which will reappear multiple times. And then as soon as I touch the body, I just run away. I just never come back to it. I just go back to like facial stuff. Facials? Pause. I don't know what the words are, bro, but that's what I just kept on doing for most of the time. Just trying to, you know, stay consistent as possible. One thing that I definitely want to do when I get a new sketchbook though is that I want to focus more on bodies for sure. So with these two sketchbooks, I've completely finished it, more or less. We'll get into that with the second sketchbook. But one thing that I definitely want to do that will also help me with my expressions a bit more in my pieces be the body. One thing is the hands, but like another thing is the body that holds the hand. Makes sense. And then we get to one of my favorite pages, the OC that we made from like a bit earlier. I still don't have a name for her. If y'all want to give her a name, I don't mind. I do want to redraw it. I think that concludes my first ever sketchbook, which lasted me all the way till, I'll say August. That whole time I got sick, so there were obviously some blank periods where I just didn't draw. At some points it just didn't really look the best. But as I got better, I decided to take my hand again at drawing every day again. And also because I was just getting that itch back again. I was feeling no Travis Scott. So I picked up this one, which was way bigger than this one. To be honest, I feel like this one just looks way cooler. I still need to design this one. Day 0, when I was on a 2-month break, so I went for like a month and a half. I was just kind of focusing on myself a bit more and kind of editing a lot. I was like, you know, man, let me just ease myself back into it. Some face studies with some hand studies. Yeah, I still got it with the hands, bro. Again, I just wanted to draw and I didn't have a clear vision of where I wanted to take this. And that was a lot of this sketchbook, bro. I was just venting on this thing. Using it as an emotional outlet at most times. I'm so scared of bodies though. But you will see that I do try and venture out into it more. For those who did watch the 100 days video, I did add a few to these pages too. So that's why some parts are a bit different. This page was one more done recently, just scribbling around just very roughly of like faces, proportions, and just experimenting with like types because I don't want to get same face syndrome. I really like the little face on the bottom right. Now this is where we start to draw, you know what I'm saying, from the breast up. So hey, I'm making progress. I'm becoming more daring, becoming more excited. Now did I continue with doing more like body stuff? No, straight back to faces. One thing that I do like though is that my confidence when it comes with faces has definitely become a lot better. But you could see like on the bottom right over there, I did have some issues with like upper perspectives. So that was a flaw that I noticed looking back now. I don't know how to do that at all on the bottom right. Yeah, as we keep going, I kind of venture out sometimes to like try and do the body and be more expressive with my style and just a bit more intentional. Even with this very rough draft of you guys take down, and I folded and then I just started drawing again. Hey bro. So like you'll just see this pattern of me trying to be ambitious and I try to draw a baddie again. Try to do like a bit more. I didn't even use like references or anything to help me with this. I just decided to just work on what I thought made sense, what would work, which to be honest isn't the best way to learn. And if I was trying to get like a more realistic look, I should have looked at what was like, you know, actually right, you feel me? Just gone and looked at a woman. But you know what I'm saying? I don't go outside. Following along, I just kind of go back to doing hands because I kind of felt disconnected from the hands again. And I tried to fuse in all the stuff that I kind of like wanted to try and do to try and build up like the figure with like the hands and stuff as well. That kind of built up to like pages like this where I would draw like anime characters and then try and build it up from there by myself. One thing that I know for a fact that I never fumbled hands in my opinion. opinion. Now, I actually tried to experiment with the body of my OC because, to be honest, I never really thought of what bro looked like from like the shoulders down. So I kind of took like a reference from like other things to just try and build it up the way I thought he would be. I really like the way I did that. We draw some memes here and there. And as this is all coming along, I can definitely see like my style then coming up with like Kubisaki on like the bottom left, you feel me? I tried to draw her in my style as well. Kind of studied.
We
like,
gotta stop focusing on that shit. That's what I'm saying. This is a plaguing problem, and I will make that YouTube video. I keep saying that, but I will do it. This is a problem. He's starting out. Stop worrying about fucking style. God damn, what is wrong with y'all? Stop worrying about that. That shit is stupid. It's literally a head. That's like I know when people say things like this, it tells me in my head that you're just trying to sound special. That's all it is. That's literally what that is. Whenever it says my style, I'm like, bro, shut up. You don't have a style. I don't even have one. And I've been doing this professionally. I don't even have one. You know what has a style? You know when people know you have a style is when people acknowledges your style. Like literally when other people say it. It's like you saying, I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire. Like, bro, stop it. If I put Bill Gates next to you, or I don't know, I show speed, or what's his name? Mr. Beast next to you. Do you think I have to let you know they're Mr. Beast? Fucking no. Does Speed have to let you know he's Speed? Fucking no. No. This is when beginners talk like this. Professionals don't mention styles every 5 seconds. They do not. Even more experienced people are not even doing professionally don't even mention it like that. They start seeing the gate of truth and start realizing, maybe I should stop saying that because style is not that important. It's all about your fundamentals. That's the problem. We keep focusing on this because we all want to sound special. When you have no style, like so far, most of his work seems like it's very JJK or Gato Kuda-esque inspired. That's what it looks like to me, to a degree. But when you keep saying you're trying to add something to your style, you have no style yet. Shit, you can't even draw a head. Till you can make a full-fledged body in your in your head or in your as second nature, it will show without you saying it. That's the problem. We gotta stop saying this shit. That's a gaslighting.
Faces going up, like kind of did that on the next page too, which I'm pretty proud of. I could have done the anatomy a bit more, but I'm definitely glad that I was definitely taking a stride from moving away from the references and just having to rely on them heavy and just thinking up of stuff on again. Now, imagination doesn't always hit you when it hits. It always hits you like in random places. At times like this, I just kind of went over like stuff that I wanted to work on a bit more. So
actually, you don't have anything. A lot of people think most of the time when I'm doing like gesture speed drawings or whatever the case may be, I'm thinking of something. No, I'm not. I'm literally on autopilot. I'm just looking at the screen. And in whatever shape I'm working with, I'm just working as I go. I'm not literally thinking of, okay, this character's gonna look exactly like this in the top of my head. No, I'm not doing that. Because after a while of drawing, you're going to have things are moving. This is why sometimes when you guys watch me do a commission, something like this, and I say, you know what? I'm gonna scrap it. We will waste 3 straight 2 days, whatever I was doing on a commission, and say, I'm gonna scrap it. You know why? Once I realize it has no teeth, why keep going? Just to finish it? Fuck that. I'm not doing that. That's a waste of time. That's a waste of everyone's time. Might as well scrap it now and make everyone mad, then like do that whole work and then say it's done and then say I don't like it. The fuck? Are you crazy? Like, why would you do that? Why would you waste all that time? You know, you just bullshitted everyone now at this point. Might as well just, do what you need to do just to get back to where you get back to center. So I would just literally restart. And I know it takes a lot of people a lot of courage to do something like that because some people don't want, like, I don't know, jump away from what they're currently doing because they put a lot of time and effort. And I know not a lot of people can do that because they already invested time in what they're doing. But what's worse, investing time in something and get absolutely nothing out of it, or realizing this is a waste of time and jumping the fuck out? I rather realize it, jump out, and do it all over again. At least I didn't go 100% instead of going a good, 60, 70% in. No. I'd rather jump out as soon as possible. And because if you start letting it keep festering, it's going to get... You literally will want to, like, jump off a bridge at that point.
kind of worked on like faces from like different. It was obviously short-lived because I wasn't intentionally doing it. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, oh, what do I think would look cool? And I just drew that. I didn't have a lot of time. I would scroll around it sometimes, like during class and stuff like that. And I think from day 26, you could definitely see like kind of style kind of like coming together. I would just like take stuff that I wanted to draw, but like kind of make a barrier as to how much I can rely on the reference. Just like relying on myself and my own abilities to kind of build up the image that I wanted to see. You feel me? So rather than
talk to most beginners or people who are just studying, and I hear them mention the word style more than like practice. Watch, you'll hear the style come out of their mouth more than the word practice. That's the problem right there.
And like the references just like heavily relied on. I just kind of saw it, and then I was like, okay, bet I'll draw that, and just didn't really look at that. I think that's like the pause challenge, or I think the blind challenge. I think that's what it's called. But yeah, I've seen a lot of fighting success in this challenge too. Don't really know too much about it, but if you guys know, feel free to let me know down below, and if I should try it, because it looks pretty cool and I might fuck with it. Then we also get pages like this where it's just goofy shit. So now I'm actually starting to become more adventurous and try and draw more, you know, profile shots. I would just kind of flail around. Like I never really like actually sat down, looked at what a body looked like, because I was like, oh,
no, because you focus on the fucking style goddamn much. That's why.
Put clothes on them after, and I like clothes, so it would just look bigger on the character already, so I don't need to look at anatomy, right?
No.
Right, just led to like some pieces just looking kind of weird, like this one's arm being a bit too big. I was getting kind of more confident with it. Oddly enough, I was learning how to draw like shoulders and shit properly. The one thing halfway that I realized like doing this is that like I wasn't as creative enough, and I was like, damn bro, my sketchbook doesn't really look that fun to flick through. Not for the case of other people, but for myself, to be honest, because it just looked like random ass chickens and stuff like that. It didn't express my mind and my creativity to the max potential that I wanted to. So I kind of just took that step in like a few other pages just to really explore the whole page rather than just taking up a little bit of it, and really just turning it into art pieces. And, you know, having fun with it, to be honest, bro, and not being too enclosed into the mentality of I have to be better. I was just like, I'm gonna just draw what I want. I still kind of have that mentality now, but I think I kind of found a good balance between the two, while I can still like try and practice something. So, you know, try and make a cool art piece, and you know what I'm saying, give me that nice dopamine. It really just built up.
There it is. There it is. There it is. He's not even lying. I'm not even mad at him for saying that. There it is. Yes. Gotcha. Bro said the quiet part out loud without realizing it. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. That sweet, sweet dopamine. Said the quiet part out loud. I respect that.
Like day 35. 5 was one of my most
Brighter clothes says day.
I said it, and he said it. God damn.
Again, you really see me like taking advantage of like slowly like panning down the camera I'm normally used to drawing, like from here, you know, expanding it over to like adding the shoulders and, you know, half the abdomen. Hey, it's better than no abdomen. I could just draw, bro. You want me to draw a Geodude, bro? Then I took a break, which was kind of weird, and then I came back and it just, yeah, I kind of lost some of my mojo. I definitely came back. That's like one thing for me. Like, I don't know about y'all, but like you be going crazy for a while, then just have like a stunt where it's just rough. Like, it's bad, bro. Shit that you're churning out is just not coming out the way you wanted to. So for me, I just took a step back, and then I came back. It didn't look too bad, bro. Was really into Dawn to Dawn at the time. That kind of gave me that artistic boost. Expressed my shit better. Reverted back to me in my older sketchbook and just drawing shit I like. Also because like I wasn't really fully clear what I wanted to learn on. I was just more of like, let me just try to channel what kind of art that I wanted to make and just try and visualize that, and then I can nitpick it and just see what I can improve from there and build upon that. So if I were to have an art goal, it would be to make really stylized, expressive as pieces that like really show a lot of color and a lot of emotion through it as well. So that.
But that's the problem. Do that if you can't know the rules. You can't make stylization if you can't break the rules. That's where a lot of people fuck up too.
Ashier_star said I'm to draw heads and my cat's being a pain loudly crying face emoji.
And this is where they usually fuck up, is because they say things like this, which makes sense if you think about it too hard. You start realizing, wait, this doesn't make a lot of sense too. It makes sense, but it doesn't at the same time. It makes sense, but if you don't understand how to stylize something and how to differentiate it between stylized and being realistic, or trying to not be as realistic, it's going to lead to a situation of like, why does it look like that, even though it's stylized? Why does it feel like that? Because it's stylized. First thing, you need to know how to break the rules before you know how to know the rules to break them or bend them as best as possible to get the result you want. That's the ironic and annoying thing about this. This is why I always say, try to draw as realistically as possible, because it tricks your brain to a degree where I never said to draw off point of just realism alone. I just said, put in your so-called stylization alongside trying to think more logically. That's all I'm saying. That's it. I never said go and draw a hand as accurately as possible. I said try to no, I didn't say go draw an accurate hand. I tried to tell you to draw as accurately as you can get close to, because the more accurately you get close, you start seeing the imperfections, the problems, and stuff like that. And you're like, oh wait, that looks a little off. Maybe I should do a little this finger. Maybe I should do a little bit more with this bone here. Blah 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? Like the placement of where these joints are, whatever case may be. It tricks your brain to want to improve without saying to improve.
That was the kind of thing that I kind of channeled in page 41. It was also inspired from Trump saying, if it's not that Android 3, it will be the end of all of them. While also trying to still have that manga style that I loved so much. And then I tried to fuse the two actually on this page, which I kind of like. So I'm actually go back to this and redraw that. I just kept on doing a bit more studies while also doing some original artwork as well. Like Baby Girl on the right, kind of like changed up Luffy a bit. And then we go back to doing like the really manga inspired. Taking control of like the full page, or at least trying to. Really like the shading on this day 50, and I kind of take some ambitious choices, let's just say that. When I just took like the face just looking to the left, worked on something that will be shown later, and the panels come back again too. And I really take advantage of that. Like mangakas really take advantage of like the panels, and sometimes even break out of it to add effect or to make characters stand out more. Like in Hokozono's Kagurabashi most recent chapter, bro was moving so fast that he added speed lines to the manga panel itself, which I think fire, bro. Was it kind of hard to read? A little bit, but I was also tired as fuck. Now at this point, I wasn't really drawing a lot because I was also recording a lot of videos for YouTube. I kind of focused. So I didn't really have much time to really just like chill and practice on my own. But with the time that I did, I was just drawing things that I liked. Again, I just regressed back to the first sketchbook. I feel like at times just like complacent, I just go back to drawing what I like, which I think is good. You don't always have to have the mentality of getting better. You can just enjoy making art. Surprise.
That is fair. What he said there is fair. Maybe you're not trying to improve. Maybe you just want to draw. That is fair. That is fair. But the irony in this L is that when you do that and you leave in your sketchbook, you're gonna go back to when you want to like improve and look at that thing you was drawing when you was just drawing for the sake of drawing, and be like, ew, this looks like shit. It comes back one way or another. You may not like it, but it always does. One way or another, you might be drawing just for fun because you just don't want to improve. Fine, that's perfectly fine. But when you draw something, and then you draw something pretty decent, and you're like, this looks good, right? And then you put it in your sketchbook or whatever the fuck, and then a month, 30
Bourbon
days.
sauce says I drew this.
Yeah, you look back, you see, perfect example. Like you go back to look at some old shit you was looking at, some motivation, and you look at that thing that you said it was so good, or you was just fun, and you look at it, you're like, what the fuck was I drawing? High as hell? What the fuck? That's what's happened.
Star said that's so FR.
I know. I'm fresh. I know how this goes. We all been through this one way or another. Whether you're young, you're old, it doesn't matter. In between, doesn't matter. We all been through that. We have done that. What he said is fair, but please note, when you say this, and then when you improve and you look at your old work, you're like, why is this like shit? We consciously do it while realizing it. So yes, you can draw for fun without trying to improve. That is fair. But remember, you're going to look back at this and be like, what was I doing? It goes back full circle.
Here we have all the arcane drawings I drew. This was a great show, the things that I learned. Like the little practice I did, so you can imagine how much further I would be if I dedicate just solely to anatomy and expression. Looking at it now, yeah.
What I just say? You just said what I said. He just said, if I just focus on anatomy, if I just focus on studies, then I wouldn't be as X, Y, and Z. See, it always got full circle. Sadly, it is a sad hamster wheel. for us. I get it. I understand. I'm not talking shit to him. I'm not talking bad about anyone. If you feel called out, then you know what I'm talking about. But don't feel called out. This is normal. This happens. It is a frustrating thing that we humans do, but it is a thing. It does happen. It doesn't make you less of an artist or make you stupid or dumb. Don't feel stupid or dumb. I've done it too. So don't think that you're like something's wrong with you. Nothing's wrong with you. Whether you're a young person, a middle-aged person, an older person, no matter where you are, whether you make 6 figures or $6 a month, it doesn't matter. All I'm saying to you is these are things that are naturally happening because either we have no guideline, we have no teacher, we're just trying to figure it out. I understand. That's why I exist. So when y'all become an actual student, I tell you what you need to focus on. I'm not telling you random things just to seem like I know what I'm doing. I will tell you what the fuck you're talking about. I will tell you, I don't know, I'm not like really experiencing that specific thing, but this is what I would do if I had a problem with this particular. So if I don't know how to draw, say for instance for skin, I don't know how to do skin very well, but you guys watch me when I'm doing my practice, I will do it over and over till I feel satisfied that thing looks like what it looks like on the reference that we're looking at. You guys saw it. I did it. I didn't became successful. Okay, that's part of the whole process. We'll do it again till we get it. You guys watch me draw hands. You guys watch me draw hands for the 100 hand challenge. It took me 3 days to do 100 hands. Was it boring? Yes. Was it grueling? Yes. Did I like it? Oh fucking no. But did I do it to improve? Fuck yes, and I now feel more confident drawing hands. I have seen the ghetto truth. Do it.
Lavenda TV Queen says I loved it.
See? So there you go.
I definitely got to lock in with that, bro. Because to be honest, I was barely studying it, but I was still able to make
Right for close says that you fave artists. Well, that.
Ashier_star said doing 100 hands is very boring.
It is very boring. And it's annoying. And remember, I didn't just draw
Lavenda
hands.
TV Queen says, hey, Brian.
I did, first it was like the first 25, I think, was just hands. Second 25, which was the other 50, was holding items. Then the other 25 was the 75 was them doing 2 hands at the same time. And then the third was 2 hands doing something, and what was it else? Something what was doing hand signs, what was doing swords, what was doing everything, guns. It doesn't matter what it was. It had to be something that incorporated the hand. It had to be a hand. Focus. It had to either be a female hand, a monster's hand, or whatever. But I did mostly just hands in general. It had to do with hands. The first starting point was just drawing hands. Then the second one was drawing hands with items. And then the third one was drawing 2 hands. And then the fourth one was drawing 2 hands, doing something with items, interacting with one another. So I had to draw hands that was doing things this, literally interacting with each other, or a hand and a scissors holding another scissors like this, something to that degree. So it forces you to more logically on what you're doing, and it pushes you in the uncomfortable spot of growth. That's what that is. And that was not fun. And I did the whole thing, recorded it, and I posted it on Instagram and TikTok. People was in that. So when we did that one, we did the 100 leg challenge. I was having some trouble drawing legs, so I did legs from all different perspectives: women legs, man legs, all type of legs.
Said, oh, just did 1 hand doing random stuff for all 100.
That would have been insane. That would be boring. I think that would be only boring, and I don't think you learn anything from that. I think you need to put the object in different positions, scenarios, everything. So every angle was different. I even used my mod's hands. She sent me her hands holding like a cup or a mug or something. So I couldn't think of anything. I couldn't find a reference that felt like it was right for me, but she sent me something. So I used that in like everything. I drew Luffy's hand. I drew everyone's hand, anime hand. I drew hands, nothing but hands. It had to be hand focused. You can't put the hands back. You can't do that. You have to have a hand. You must detail. It must be, and not only that, they're not sketched. They're line arted too. So we sketched them. I sketched them again and again and again and again, to the point that it was a sketch that it almost looked like line art. Then when I finally felt 100% with the drawing, I would line art it. So it was not just sketches; they were line arted hands.
_star said that's probably why I didn't really improve on my hands. Pensive face emoji.
It was frustrating. It was angry. It was pissing me off. It was making me angry. But I did it on live for 3 days straight. Live. Once I got off live, I didn't do any more hands. When I came back, we did the hands again. I want everyone to follow the journey with me without anyone missing a beat. The video's up there, still on TikTok or YouTube, and the time lapse is there as well. So, to prove my point. So, I preach what I practice what I preach when I tell my students things. I apply to what I say to them. So they can't say, I don't ever say you do that. No, I fucking do that. And I record myself doing it. So you can't say I didn't do it. So therefore, it'll work for me. It'll probably most work for you. But everyone's different. So what works for me may not even work for you. But then again, it is an option, a suggestion, and a possibility you can do it too. So there you go.
How would I do it? I don't do it all the time. I don't be staring at this, okay? One thing that I do appreciate a lot is the confidence that I had. Like, even with this ambassador, I had no idea how to draw muscles, bro. This vibe piece and page is really good. Golf Buddy comes back again. And I use like
this right here is the problem.
_star asks in live, do I show the references you use for the hands?
As a reference to try to...
Okay, and let me see. In the live, do you show the references you use for the hands? I think some of them I did. I don't remember if I did, but most of them was off my own hand. So when we first started in the very beginning, I used mostly my hand. And then I used references on Pinterest with, I think I showed it in the video, because it was like, I was using the, I was using, the phone to record everything. So if you type in Artextric Draw 100 Hands Challenge, it might pop up on this on YouTube, and then you'll see it for yourself.
Build out that first. Definitely want to redraw it and render it out. This page, I kind of did it on the plane. Plane was really shaky, so I was just kind of like drawing whatever I felt at the time. This whole time I was traveling.
_star said
just doodling for
might go check the videos
so I'm back home in Nigeria. But I didn't really
if you can't find it, let me know. I'll send to you.
Look at this page right here, bro. I don't really like how like the hair is a bit too low, so I was a bit too self-conscious about it, so I'd always just mess it up by making it a bit too low. And I guess it was my bad because I didn't do the circle things. My bad, bro. I thought I was at the point where I didn't need that. Turns out I still do. And we kind of see that done a bit more. We live and we learn on some Sonic. Literally just doing heads again. I really don't venture out. That's like one thing that I definitely want to do a lot more this year. Where I definitely going to be focusing a lot more on posing and just body types. Just so that everything fits into place and doesn't look like out of perspective. You want your shit to have form and to be recognizable that like, oh yeah, this is a hand and it's closer to the camera. So of course it's bigger than the face. But until we get to that point, you're just going to have to see these body shots. Oh, now we kind of drew quite a bit of things that I was pretty proud of, like Sailor. She was one of my favorite artists of last year. I'm probably gonna be my favorite artist this year too. Can't wait to see what she rolls out too. Nigga, drop an album, bro. Just drop an album, gang. And now we kind of see like more of like the recent things that I've drawn more now. I really like the Scarlet Witch piece. Just shows like how much more comfortable I've gotten with bodies too. I definitely just need to sit down and study this for sure, and I'm excited to do so now. Might have to do that 30-day drawing only bodies challenge, maybe.
Bro, are you British? I can't fucking tell. Your voice is just like, I can't tell with you. Are you British? I can't tell. Still. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's not necessary to bring up, but like, it's been bugging me. Are you British or your voice is deep like that? Just weird. It's a weird thing. I can't tell.
Let me know. I had a lot of pages in this sketchbook that were definitely just empty, so I might just have to fill those in. Maybe make a video.
Bro.
I'm
sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know, mate. I don't know. I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, let's play again. I don't mind this dude's videos. It's fun.
So with ever-increasing use of AI, especially to the point now that people are using images to create references text to use to create AI-generated work. The whole cycle is just coming around to bite itself. I don't know about y'all, but to be honest, ever since I've been seeing more and more AR art becoming more and more sophisticated, it's making me lose faith in like human creativity in a sense. I'm kind of forgetting what you know, art is meant to be. Like the human touch is just slowly getting erased. That's kind of how I feel. Although AI art can poop out as many pieces as it wants, as fast as it can, I feel like the substance is what is generated. There's just not much substance in the work that's being produced. So that's just mostly because it's soulless. To counteract that and to give you some hope, what you're making is soulful, and I feel that just means so much more than just typing prompts to create something. With that theme in mind, I just wanted to show a few other artists that I feel that are freaking insane that I've been attached to. Some for a while, some for a bit shorter, but they have really made an impression on me that I feel that AI art does not really do as much.
Tell them you're...
This list is in no specific order, so no one's better than the other person. I'm just listing them out to my mind. Now let me present you to a nigga that's actually like one of those like young artists that's like actually like cracked at this shit, bro. Fico RKGK.
Yeah, he's definitely British now. Okay. Okay.
This man is just insane. There's just really nothing to explain it even more. This nigga's actually 16 and he just lets his creativity run free on whatever he's doing. I thought this nigga just used a mouse. I'm not really sure what his process is, but hey, that looks fire, bro. He really isn't afraid to use like a dynamic range of colors to really express what he wants to express, especially with like effects. He draws a lot of like anime characters, which I really like as well, obviously, but he really does this in a really stylistic way. I don't give art like a little bit more of a touch of energy and just brings it a lot more to life, and he really puts in the effort into the details with those kind of like bright colors that he uses to accentuate the energy of his work. I don't know if I'm really making sense though, but like I mean, look at this Chainsaw Man piece right here. Like he doesn't give a damn of using like the same color. He's just so confident in his character expression and just the composition of the overall piece that he's able to level out these colors really well without mudding it out completely. Because you know, with all these saturated colors, it's really easy to just rainbow vomit on paper. That's like the only way I can really explain it. I don't know how Fico does it, but he does such a really good way of communicating what's being done in the piece while also accentuating it with those really colorful colors that he uses. It's kind of really like reminiscent of like a really cool like graffiti style. Like one of my favorite pieces here, this Makima piece right here, he really just like takes one color or two colors, right, and just makes that like the focal point of the piece. With this piece especially, he really uses the primary colors really well and balances it out really well. Like he uses the red and kind of makes like a slow gradient towards the yellow, which goes into the highlights with like the light of yellow that's shining from above, and that's contrasted by the blue in the background. Come on, bro, because the blue kind of gives like a contrast of like darker colors as well, and like on the color wheel I think those contrast really well. And I don't think he uses any greens to like blend in the two, so sometimes he like really just goes in with just like the pure contrast and just really tries to attack the viewer with what is there. You know what I'm saying? Like what's there is there, nothing more, nothing less. And the simplification of it all, simplification in the complexity of his piece and the balance of it all, I think is the crux of what Fico's art really is. It's just really dynamic, bro. It doesn't just go for like basic poses with the anime characters. Like with this Gear 5th Luffy piece of him fighting Lucci, it was from a really close-up perspective. I really like the field of view too. I like how you can really make out Lucci like in the reflection of the eyes. I love how it made it so that it wasn't too detailed too, because you know what I'm saying, it's like far away.
I'm not gonna lie, when I watched that fight the other day, I literally was wondering what the fuck. I literally asked the question, where did he get those glasses from? I was trying to figure out, where did the glasses come from?
Not really in focus. What's in focus is Luffy, and again he uses those really saturated colors in the hair to kind of shade it and to give it a bit more layer and texture, which is so cool, bro. Definitely gonna take inspiration from him with like my coloring, because with my coloring, bro, I really have no experience with that, so I definitely want to take that too. Does he really use like different shading techniques? Like it's pretty good to like shading on paper, like just like scribbling, and like he really just masters that by layering it with different colors too, so it really doesn't look like a mess, but it kind of fits in with how untamed his art pieces can be. Like with this mob piece right here and with this man piece, which is just so, oh my god, it fits so well, because with Tatsuki Fujimoto's manga covers you can tell that there's a lot of influence from that. I wonder if he's inspired by that too. But yeah, this nigga is a cracked 16-year-old, bro. The memes are true. Those scribbles come back again with his JJK redraw of volume 18, just using again those nice little swirls, kind of accentuating the greens a bit more, kind of balancing out with the purples towards the bottom too, and just kind of playing around in between that with like the different values too. Oh, and this Dawn to Dawn, I forgot about this Dawn to Dawn piece right here, bro. It's just so so peak, bro. Bro does not miss. All the links are gonna be down below. Yeah, man, it looks like he did like a fan art or one of the characters of the cover next, and that's Bonesaw. Bonesaw, aka Honesty O, is an artist that I've been following for quite a while. Even before I even started this channel, like years back when he went by Rapizor, I think. He has just been in the game for a minute. Fellow Nigerian brother, hell yeah, has been going absolutely crazy for years on his series of Shogun, and really like just honestly going, that's like the least I could say. His most recent works that I really liked was his Sonic character redesigns that he did, and he's honestly done this like before, and I'll show up some like pictures here like
oh, I've seen these.
For the time this came out, this is still amazing. Like his redraws.
Yeah, I've seen these on Pinterest. I think everyone has run into these before, at least the Sonic one. I've seen that Sonic one many times with the giant over jacket thing. Like that's, I've seen that. Okay.
I'll just emit like the same vibe of just sauce and aura. I'm so sorry, like y'all expect me to say like the actual art words. I do not know, bro. All I know is that his work just has the aura, and he just exudes that in almost everything that he does. Call that glazing, bro? Yes, I'm glazing this nigga, bro. That's what this whole video is, bro. So come on, get with the program. One thing that I feel that Honesty really excels with is with his expressions, as I feel like that coupled with his really good knowledge of anatomy and just posing really makes energetic and communicative pieces that don't need much to say much. You know what I'm saying? Like it does what it has to do, and it's clean. It looks simple, but you could also tell the complexity in it with like the different kinds of like line art that he uses, coupled with like the rendering too. Nigga, we haven't even gone to the rendering yet, bro. Come on, bro. Let me show you. He did Shadow, he did Sonic, like he just did everyone. Dude, look at Knuckles, bro. He just turned this guy into a whole nigga, bro. One thing that I love about his art style is that he really makes the hands blocky, and it really makes characters like Omega just stand out so much. And with the big redraw, told us not to worry about cream, but that nigga short as hell. I love the way he characterizes his characters, like taking it away from like his overall art pieces. The way he clothes his characters and kind of shows off their characteristics through it is really vindicative of how, what I'm trying to say is that it really adds up to like the overall piece as a whole. You can see this in his Shogun works in progress that he posts, or like whenever he be memeing about his own webtoon, bro. It's just so cool, bro. Like there's really nothing much to say that like Bonesaw is definitely one of the goats in my opinion, and he just has down and he just works, bro. The nigga just cooks eternally, and he just never stops. Won't be surprised if this nigga comes out with like a full-on series for Shogun, because he clearly loves this series so much, and I can tell because this nigga has been working on it for years. Like y'all aren't kidding, bro. This nigga has been on this shit for a while with different accounts, bro. And of course there's probably like a lot more shit that I don't know. I'm just feeling about the artist side. Like as you can see with like one of his like pieces here with like bleed, he really goes in with posing first, and then just roughly goes in and cleans it out with the line art. But I think most of his sauce really comes from the rendering and just the use of colors again. I'm a dumb inspiration from these two, and just really utilize that difference in line art just to really create a vibe of intensity with that color too. So I need to get my coloring chops in. Let's take it away from super energetic pieces and take it to an artist that I feel has really pushed the boundary when it comes to anime art, in my opinion, bro, and just produced what I've never really ever seen before. And that's Mikey Artbook. Now, as a fellow Naruto nigga, I gotta love this guy. He might be my goat of all time, bro. But you guys have definitely seen this circling around the internet for like the past 2 years now. This guy has been on a generational run. This man cannot be stopped, man. Mikey Art is a London-based artist that, from what I see, has been doing a lot of anime drawing, specifically around Naruto and other shonen. Now, his style is really like reminiscent of what I would want to do too. Like kind of fusing like the stick with the stylistic kind of sides of anime, fusing those two to make really immersive pieces. That's like the only way that I could say it. It really makes you feel like you're right there in the middle. And Mikey does an amazing job of making you feel like you're literally right there with Naruto fighting as Kiba in the Chunin exams, bro. Like in one of my most favorite pieces here, right here, he literally puts you right next to Naruto's hand as he's picking himself up from doing like a backflip triangle and his clones. I'm a sucker for hands too, so once I saw that hand right in front and center, bro, with the work of the perspective too, oh my god, man, it's such an engaging piece to look back to. Even though this was like from way back in September, bro, this shit still peaked to me, bro. We're not even talking about the coloring yet. Let's stick to the sketches for now. Again, we see it here with Ino versus Kakuzu, I believe. He's not afraid at all. He's really not afraid to do complex poses and just make whole different, like, he's just not afraid to use perspective at all. And he really just takes that to the max, as we're literally put right beside Ino's foot. You could see this with this Tamari piece, right? One of our best performances ever. Even taking staying away from Naruto. He did some arcane pieces, just giving off the whole vibe of each and every character. Bro, look at this perspective. What the hell is even going on here, bro? Oh, this is from Kakashi, like during the 1,000 Years of Pain. Again,
Close says low.
To use these insane perspectives in his work. Even here with Dun, he's just really good at noting down the anatomy and like conveying what it does. That's just such a strong quality to Mikey art book. So definitely be sure to check him out. Y'all probably honestly already knew the guy. As a fellow Naruto nigga, I have to show my flowers. So moving back to Twitter, artists like Honesty O and Fika RGGKKK. We have another artist that's kind of like a fusion of the two in my opinion, and that's Florito. Florito was an artist that really came onto my radar pretty late in the game, to be honest. I think I saw one of his redraws of one of the JJK volume covers. Oh my god, his art is so good. What the hell? I lied. It was a My Hero Academia volume cover redraw. One thing that stood out the most with this guy's art style, it really reminds me of Pantheon Stalking. If you guys don't know what Pantheon Stalking is, nigga, you can search it up. I'm not gonna tell you. If you watch Pantheon Stalking and literally any other like Saturday morning cartoon, his work heavily reflects that and fuses it too and slaps on the anime part into it. So pieces like this where there's just so much energy and it's just so simple to look at. It's so satisfying to look at, bro. Everything works the way it's supposed to work, you know? And it builds up with like different shapes and like the really nice jagged edges that he adds to like supplement like the curvature of like some parts of his piece. Like with this toga piece right here, I love the way he did the teeth. It's so intense and it communicates the same kind of intensity in her expression too. So it's kind of cool that he takes that into account. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but shit's fine. He even takes it one step further sometimes, like even going for an even more simplified kind of version of his style. It's almost like a chibi form almost, like the way he just like really pushes out the eyes and just makes sure that you can see the eyes. But there's one thing that I feel that puts him with these other goats that I put in this video. He's just not afraid to like, bro, y'all read the manga. Y'all understand like how crazy this nigga is for doing this, bro. Like he subtly just spoiled everyone without anyone knowing. And I think that's freaking crazy. The use of the red in the visual storytelling, my nigga, you're not looking at this the way I'm looking at it, bro. And with pieces like this, bro, oh my god, he's just not afraid to let his imagination just do the work, bro. I feel like he just has like a rough idea of what to do, and then the rest, his imagination just takes over, and he blinks at his like, what fuck? Because it's some K. Urana type shit. And it's just so reminiscent of like a graffiti style, but also really, really playful. And I really appreciate that about Florito here. I love how jaggedy he makes the anatomy, and like when it comes to the faces, he makes them like a little bit more curved so that they kind of stand out a bit more through the jaggedness too. And it just adds so much more intensity to the art too, with like the line art too. It's like kind of messy as well. It's so satisfying. And every art piece, you have to sit and absorb it, bro. You can't just scroll past it. Like on the Dawn Turbo piece, I didn't even notice we had Baby Girl on the bottom right. That's a whole different piece down there. Even with this one, he's just having fun with this one. Like a little silhouette of Sukuna, just like
I don't know what it is, but this particular piece here reminds me of Jet Set Radio.
To himself. It's just so fun. He has such a fun art style and he just lets the art just do the talking for himself, bro. I think one thing with art is that he doesn't need to capture what's cool to you. He just has a really good eye and vision into what he wants to create, and I think that's why I'm really attached to him as well. I will be adding this to the download into what I want to make too. Damn, this nigga only started posting in 2023? Yeah, this nigga's fire. We doing jumping jacks and everything. Dude, that's why I love art so much, bro. And compared to AI art reiterates on itself so well to a point that it creates original pieces from the things that have been built up from the past. Whereas I feel AI art, from like what I understand, just reads from the subset and it's like, okay, we just gotta copy this and just do it differently. That's kind of like what we're doing, but like we're not copying. We kind of build off what we know. I kind of fuse with what we like. We don't know what AI likes yet. Hey, those 2025 robots dropping, you copying them? You could just ignore the AI art. Don't give it any attention because that's gonna give more money to those niggas' pockets. Moral of the story today, don't stress out. It's just not encouraging whatsoever when you see soulless art just doing a lot better, performing better than soulful art. You know what I'm saying? We just really just gotta put our heads down and like try and do what's best by us as artists to try and be the best artists that we possibly can.
John the Answer says, except AI art is completely drawn by a bot, not a person.
Whatever makes you happy as an artist, do that shit. And I think that you should wear that as a badge of honor that you do that and not having to rely on using random prompts to make anime girls. That is gonna make the world warmer and make us die one day. But yeah, now you can check out this video. This video will probably not emit more CO2 emissions and shit like that. I don't know, bro. They got them servers in YouTube.
No, I'm not gonna bring that. That's. That looks boring.
A popular form of art that has steadily been on the slow incline on art around 2022 fast forward till now has carefully been creating a new wave of depressed artists making what seems to be called unironically vent art, an interesting self-reflective and rather deprecating way of sharing their otherwise relatable experiences with other artists on said platform and exchanging sad emotions that walk hand in hand with them. Here's what I mean.
I'm not gonna read that.
I'm sorry that on that day, the day you were shut out and left to die,
Ashier_star asks,
no one
what
was
are you
there to
drawing?
lift you up into their arms, the way you lifted others into yours. And then
I'm doing a commission for my client.
Disclaimer: the video you're about to watch contains emotional triggers and mildly disturbing but rather relatable situations. This video is made for entertainment purposes only. It doesn't mean to hurt anyone. Don't take it too seriously. Vent art, as is popularly classified by the TikTok art community, is a form of art where the artist creates an image, typically a drawing, painting, or animation, to process and communicate intense emotions to their rather impressionable audience. These intense emotions may or may not be negative in some instances, but are rather not limited to anger, sadness, frustration, regret, and/or grief. To artists on TikTok, drawing vent art has become a personal and therapeutic way of literally taking the load off your chest, acting as if diary or a way to vent feelings which may be hard to express through words alone, happen to be relatable to other people on TikTok. Many artists use vent art to cope with personal trauma from situations they may have experienced in the past, while other vent art as a means to outwardly relieve built-up stress from situations they may have experienced in the past. This video from Machinator, which has over 4 million.
Can you get like, wait, the love starts to fade when the text is not instant? God, bro, it's not that deep. Like, I understand if they made like a one-word answer to you, like, your age, whatever the fuck you text you had. But when you just said something and they're gonna respond and they don't respond right away, that doesn't mean the love is gone, bro. They just probably got, I don't know, mess with it by their dog. The dog probably pooped on the floor. You have to stop him. You know, that's dumb. I don't know. That's crazy.
Views and almost 10,000 comments has artists in their feelings, reminiscing on times they shared their sweet, sweet love with their significant other. The caption says, "It feels like I'm not enough for any." A lot of people in the comments shared the same sentiments as the artist, saying they were tired of loving the dog and sharing experiences
Not
from
that deep. It's literally not that deep.
their personal lives. I'm tired of destroying my mental health to support everyone, then having no one there for me when I need it. My ex broke up with me and said that she never actually loved me. She just did it because she didn't want me to feel bad. I used to be affectionate. Now what happened? She replaced me with someone else after we separated school. What hurt?
And you know what's the funny part about this? This all could be just lies. You can't validate or make sure that whatever they're saying is true. There's people who just make shit up like this. So you can never tell if what they're saying is true. It just sounds very similar to something you heard before, something that people have said. So you don't know this is a copy and paste of someone else's stuff and just kind of slightly change. Remember, you can use AI and just say something similar to this, and then it can just muster up something. So this is almost pointless to do.
More was that she broke the promise of attending my birthday. While these comments pushed me to the edge of my seat, reaching out for the box of
Jolly
tissues to wipe away the
sounds like
tears in
jealousy
my
on the
painfully
text.
sleepy eyes.
Yeah.
It made me realize a lot of people were going through and possibly still going through similar situations, feeling neglected or not feeling loved enough despite giving everything in their heart, which is quite an utterly sad and heartbreaking feeling. Giving out your heart and expecting just at least a tiny bit of the same treatment in return, only to
I love the fact that he's having this conversation about the subject matter that we're having, and then he's playing like Nintendo Wii shop music in the background. It's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Rejected by your significant other or seen as a disappointment. As painful as it is, we end up having to teach ourselves to love again by learning to love ourselves first. This artist video with over 300,000 views and 800 comments started a rather unusual conversation in the comments, which had me wondering where all these people were, just so we could send someone to check on them just to see if they're okay.
Did they really use this song? Did they really use this song? This is ironically enough. Okay, they reused the
While
wrong
the
song.
drawings in this TikTok video didn't include or show any person or group of people participating in the act of sending themselves back to the lobby prematurely, the comments all seem to agree with the content of the video, which I found rather disturbing if I'm being completely honest. It feels so wrong. I feel like no matter where I am or who I'm around, I'm out of place. It's like I was supposed to be out of the picture years ago. I'm sticking around because it will be cruel to the people that love me if I didn't. I graduate someday. I wasn't supposed to make it this far, and I don't know what to do with my life. I'm so scared. Comments like these,
Bro, you're probably like fucking 13. Chill. I'm dead serious. Like, what the fuck? Every teenager feels like that. No one's special enough to be like, I know exactly where I'm going to be in life, or where I'm, or even around the people you're around. Like, they're in the same boat. They just don't outright say it sometimes. Like, shit. Sometimes they're in a full denial about it too. But like, Jesus Christ. Like, it's not that bad. Usually it's not even that bad. It's literally never really truly that deep half the time. It's usually just a feeling. And feelings are extremely fleeting and misleading. And also, they don't really... They have...
Jolly Hunter says you mean they're in denial.
Maybe. It depends on the situation at hand. Can't say all the time, because what they're legitimately feeling may be legitimate to whatever's happening. But to say that you're always out of place with everyone you're near, that sounds like more of a you problem. To a certain degree. And even if that is a you problem, it's not that big of a deal. It's pretty much most people say anyway to themselves anyway. That's it. Most people feel that way all the time. Very rarely anyone feels like they're in the right place at the right time for their age or where the case may be or whatever the hell's going on in their life. It's ever rare. I don't want to say it's rare, but it's not like a common thing. 9 times out of 10.
Jolly Hunter says that's an exaggerated statement, TBH. Yeah. Hard to say if it's true or just how they feel.
That's just how they feel 9 times out of 10, and usually how you feel. It's usually fairly misleading.
Many more from people all agreeing and explaining how they each felt as if they were floating through each day passively without feeling a thing or two were riddled in the entire comment section. Are these people doing okay? Before anyone makes the rash decision of putting their loved ones in a position where they have to solo clutch their duo or end up playing solo versus squads because they lost their teammate reboot card, remember everyone loves you. You don't have to send yourself to the lobby. No matter what your situation is or how bad things are, it always somehow turns out better in the future. Trust me on that one. You don't have to know where you're going or what you're doing every single day. But as long as you have an idea of what you want to do, no matter what it is, hang on to that for hope and breathe through each day.
Jolly Hunter says I know how they feel though.
Artists
juggling one's emotions is like a roller coaster at times.
Oftentimes end up drawing some
yeah,
of
but that's just all just emotion at that point. After a while, it really depends on the situation at hand. Not saying what they're feeling is not valid, just saying that because you're feeling a certain way and nothing's actually happening doesn't mean you need to know everything that's going on. Sometimes you just gotta sit back, chill, and see how things go. Sometimes just being in the backseat of your own damn car can be better than just always thinking you have to be in the driver's seat knowing where to go.
Jolly Hunter says true.
Because I noticed that myself. Like, if you just sometimes, like, I may not like how certain things are going in probably my life, or like, say, let's just say the stream. Let's say for the stream, for instance. Let's use a stream, for example. Say, like, it's a Friday, and there's not a lot of people watching, and I'm drawing anime girls, and there's not a lot of people watching. Maybe it's not me. Maybe it's not even the drawings. Maybe it's just a day where no one's really coming in. Nothing's wrong with you. It's just another day. You know what I'm saying? There's always tomorrow, because today we may get 6 people. We may get 10 people today, and then tomorrow we get 2,000. This happened before. That's the sweetness and the curse of being human in this life. It's never guaranteed of how things are gonna go. Sometimes it's not you. Sometimes it's just how the day is
Morris
going.
Small
That's
Cafe
it.
said, I'm learning mixology for drinks. 3.
Ooh, mixology. Let's go. But like 9 times out of 10, it's really not you. It's just what you're feeling, and your feelings can mislead you. It can happen. Not saying your feelings are invalid or anything. It's just saying that because you feel it that way doesn't actually prove that the fact that what is happening is what you think happening, is what you're feeling. What you're feeling and what you're knowing are two different things.
Original characters. These features could be physical characteristics like their hair color, or sometimes it could just be the artist's dress sense, and other times it could be body features like freckles, acne, scars, stretch marks, vitiligo, eye bags, or in the case of this TikTok video, yellow teeth.
Wait, what? What? What the fuck? What's happening?
A lot of people have teeth that are warmly diluted to an extent. I myself sadly fall into this conscious pit of warmly diluted teeth. And while coming to terms and accepting these insecurities as part of you doesn't make you any less of a person, it ends up being quite difficult for some people. Others accept it and even make jokes about it with self-deprecating humor as a way to accept and manage their insecurities. I can only imagine the kind of comments this artist was receiving in their video, which led them to make the unanimous decision of turning off the comments for everybody.
Then why did you...
Exploring the complicated muscles of the male specimen and conveying these curves and contours into drawings on a plain white digital canvas is a rather fascinating way I spend my free time when I'm not making YouTube videos. But organizing all these photos of different muscles from various body parts and then carefully arranging them alongside art from other artists who happen to share the same affliction as me when it comes to drawing the male specimen.
Okay, for those who don't know, we only have the head and this piece left. Everything else is pretty much done. Literally, I'm not even kidding. The only thing we have to let this piece here and the head, and then we'll just color everything, and then we'll be done.
Ashier_star said, whoa.
Yeah, pretty much.
In all its glory, always feels like playing a game of chess with my computer and losing. That is until I found a better platform that provides all of these and much more with today's sponsor, Millernote. Millernote is an interactive tool that helps you organize and visualize the planning stages of your creative projects on one platform, so accessing them can be easier. Millernote allows you to collect and organize pictures, videos, notes, and text, and arrange them into different boards using any of their built-in templates, making it easy for you to start off your creative projects. You can also create several tasks for different things you want to study and tick them when you're done. Using Millernote is quite easy. I start by creating a general board where I'll lay out a broad overview for everything concerning the project I'm about to work on. Then I'll move on to place my references in a subboard and place all the artists I'm drawing inspiration from in a separate board so I know where to find each of them, and also place them side by side so I can compare and learn all at the same time. I like to use Millernote's web clipper tool to pull images from the World Wide Web and then save every image or screenshot I find useful in its respective board. Millernote also works well when you're collaborating with other artists and working on the same project, so everyone has a good understanding of what the project is about.
You know you're 30 or up when you use World Wide Web.
And has access to the same references all at once, since everything is properly organized in the same place. The kind folks at Millernote are giving away free access with no time limit to everyone who signs up for a using the link in the description. So head over to the link in the description to try it out for free with no time limit. All the details will be in the description, and a big thank you to Miller for sponsoring this video. Stealing art on TikTok is not an uncommon problem on platform. Instead, it has given artists the opportunity of making sweet vent about the situation. This artist made a video about having their OC stolen and not even being credited by the art thief, but it turns out it was all rage bait at the comment section of the video. Or was it? 8/10 rage bait, 7.8/10 rage bait, 10 rage bait. I love this account so much. This is quality rage bait. While everyone in the comment section.
Yeah, you went on OC Colors? You don't own colors. What the fuck? That's not something that, what the fuck? That's bait, I think. You can't own colors. You can't own a pose or a color. but you can own a character, especially if they look super similar to something, because character is more customizable in situations where it could be a literal, like, anything. It could be a cosmic monkey, right? That could be your OC. And theirs could be like a cosmic lemur, and it looks really similar to yours. The chance of that happening is very unlikely on like a pose, right? So that's something you can be upset about. But when it comes to like a color or a pose, that's kind of rage baity. I'm not gonna lie.
Action seemed to a TikTok video was rage bait, and no one can quote unquote steal the colors of an OC because the artist wasn't the one who invented them.
How can one get mad if all colors that your character has? Yeah, right? Like, so I guess Spider-Man should be, you know, in trouble because he has colors like Superman. I guess All Might should get in trouble because color like Spider-Man.
_stuff account made an extra account and would make it look as if that other account was stealing their videos. Loudly crying face emoji, raised hand.
Adam made an extra account and would make it look as if that other account was stealing their videos. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, that's madness, bro. Like, that's crazy. Like that. How does that make sense, right? Like, you can't take. So I guess Bane. Let me. Spawn. No, not Spawn. Spawn used like white, black, and red. But like, I guess Moon Knight or Batman and all these other characters, or Green Lantern. I guess Green Lantern and Green Arrow. You know what I'm saying should stop. They should stop making them because they have similar color schemes. Like, what the fuck? Like, bro, that makes no sense.
The colors is. It appears the joke was on us for thinking too deep about it instead of laughing at the punchline. Other people who also happened to take the video literally started asking genuine questions about how they could go about drawing their own characters without pissing off an angry TikTok artist wielding stylus pens and phone cases, while others were pleading artists to stop making rage bait content and do something meaningful with their art. Grapefruit emoji was also somehow thrown into the foray of the quote-unquote rage bait video out of context, which will lead anyone to probably assume it was because the artist had made videos about that type of thing in the past, which is quite understandable since grape is serious and not something people joke about on the internet. Speaking about taking things serious, this artist made a video with the caption saying, "I wish people take me serious," nudging the pen to the fact that they were either considered a joke or just not considered at all when it came to meaningful conversations.
Okay. Wait, what? What? I do act childish most of the time. So how are you gonna take people seriously if you act childish most of the time? I think you kind of answered your fucking question. But I wish people didn't treat me like what? That doesn't. What the fuck? What? I wish people wasn't so scared of me, right? It's like saying, I wish people wasn't so scared of me. I do get angry all the time. Like, what? Right, what? How does that make sense? You're saying, okay, say I said, yeah, I just said it's like, say if I say, I wish people wasn't so scared of me. Like, well, I get angry 90% of the time. Whoa, bro, man, genius. The fuck? Why do you think people don't want to deal with it? I'm still smart enough to, you know, but it's too late to change their minds. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? That's not no one's fault. That's yours. That's a skill issue. Skill issue. That's a skill issue. That's a skill issue.
The video, which had almost 400,000 likes.
I wish people didn't hate me, but I do take their stuff 90% of the time, right? It makes no sense, right? What the fuck? Like the lack of self-awareness in this. Like, bro, what are we doing? That's crazy, dude.
2,000 comments was filled with people relating to it so much and sharing their own thoughts on the situation the artist supposedly found.
You know, sometimes we shouldn't put. This is one of those moments where we don't need everything. We don't need to share everything on the internet. You know, I'm just saying sometimes these things are gonna bite you in the ass more than you think.
Head and my face isn't suitable for my age, so I'm comfortable with a personality that could fit with my appearance. It doesn't make it better, and I got bullied for it. I always act silly and cartoonish because being serious is kind of boring. The sad thing is, they think I have a mental illness. Why is everyone so serious? It feels like almost everyone sees me as a small child. Yeah, sure, I act immature and silly a lot, but I still have thoughts. I can think on my own.
You're telling this to the world like they know who you are. You should be telling this to the people who you directly deal with. The fuck is wrong with you kids?
Sally's backstory says how you drawn my sister's Uck Lavender.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes. Yes, I am. Oh, shit. Oh my god, what did I just do? Oh, okay. Go back, fix that. Okay, yeah, we gotta fix that. Get the lie to. That's funny. Like, people know who they are. Like, you're not like a celebrity or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, geez, like, it's not that deep. Just don't do silly stuff. Be more serious. People will take you serious pretty easily if you just stop doing childish shit. Like, they might treat you childishly now because of what you have done before, but it's like, hey, yo, bro, I'm not really doing that no more. And then they're gonna think you're joking, but when you really aren't, like, fucking around like that, they'll be like, okay, I guess they're serious. I'm gonna stop, you know, being that way. They'll stop. But when you out here, like, bro, just, that's a you problem.
Act like I don't know anything, but I do. One too many of these types of comments were all under the video, with each person explaining how being treated for either being too comical or being a little too bubbly and lighthearted, while being stern and quietly farming aura points in a corner comes naturally. Other people are more relaxed and goofy, which also comes naturally to them. Forcing people to act a certain way and treating them with contempt just because they crack a few jokes or two more than the average person in your friend group isn't what's going to make them grow up or become mature all of a sudden. Some people just enjoy being jovial and are built that way. So just let them be themselves without any outside interference or influence, for God's sake.
That depends on the situation, my bro. That's not like something, that's a situational thing. It really depends on what they're doing, for them to get the reaction they're getting. People are not crazy. Come on.
Ashier_star said, I hate when my dad says I can't draw, and when I tell him I'm kinda good at it, he says, then draw me. You're actually an artist. Like, I don't want to draw Transformers. Loudly crying face emoji, raised hand emoji.
Oh, that's subjective though. What he considers, what may be something you don't consider as art to a degree. So like, if he considers something like say realistic art, right? And you draw mainly, say, like, say, anime or Transformers or furry art, and he doesn't see it as art, it's a pointless endeavor. It's a pointless endeavor. You could have, like, a very good drawing of, like, some type of furry outfit, furry drawing of, like, something that looks realistic or whatever the case may be, but that can go, it really depends on the individual at that point. And it's like, you can't really convince people what's art and what's not sometimes.
Ashier_star said, good thinking face emoji.
It sucks, but it is what it is. There's some people who don't consider anime as art. There's some people who don't consider furry art as art. Some people actually don't consider realistic art as art because it's too encased in the idea of like something being realistic. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not creative enough. So consider stylization more of a art form than is realization. So like, it depends on the individual at that point. Sadly, it could be your family, a friend, and sometimes you can't convince them. Sometimes they have to convince themselves, or you just can't, and that's just the of that. Sad, but it happens. Yeah, you shouldn't hate per se, but then again, you know, everyone's different. So
most of the videos I had seen with the hashtag vent art underneath them, you had the most amount of comments of people relating to the message the artist was saying and either being excited for finally being seen or leaving comments about how the video hit too deep because they were often seen as childish because they never took themselves too serious. Please don't change who you are for people who probably don't really care about you that much. Don't do that. We love how goofy you are and wouldn't want to trade that for anything else. Scars, stretch marks, and or even.
Yes, but you can't complain. But this is the problem here. If you act goofy and you're getting the reaction you're not expecting from people, you're getting a negative reaction that you're not liking. Stop being childish. You can't, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You can't have your cake and eat it. It's either one or the two. You're gonna be goofy and get goofy responses, or you can stop being as goofy. You can be still goofy. I'm not saying stop completely. You can still be goofy. People can take you seriously, but just don't be 90% goofy. Be like 20%, 30%, right? People take you seriously still, and hopefully they're not their so-called quote-unquote boundaries on that. But then again, it's like, you know, you have to be self-aware. Maybe I have some form of, compass to this, to some form, right? You can't help how people are going to react to you, but then again, you can make a synopsis of, if I take a dump on a desk at the office, I'm going to pretty much think everyone's not going to like that very much and be shocked that you do things like this and not expecting some type of negative response from said people you're around. You know what I'm saying? I know that's extreme, but I'm just putting it in context. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be some a little bit. Like you can still be goofy. You don't have to be as goofy. That's the point.
Birthmarks are being used as bait by some people who, for some reason, have no idea about the human body and how it processes clarifications on the skin or even injuries, and are using them as insults. People who have scars or stretch marks, tigers apparently.
What? What the fuck? What? Wait, whoa, go back. What?
Apparently.
Okay. Like the cat, the giant lion, the tiger?
This video from Melp has over 2,000 comments, and most of the people leaving their heartfelt words on a digital cyber forum all seem to have had people call them names just because of their stretch marks or scars. I got called a math nerd.
Okay, that was kind of funny. A math notebook.
Because of lines. I got called Zebra in middle school. A classmate of mine asked if my scars can work as a Spotify.
Hey guys, look, I got a scar. Please be called paper.
I could. I can't. My Pookie calls me a cotton board and a line notebook. Wow. A cotton board is diabolical.
No, the fact that you call him Pookie, that's what makes it funny. That like my Pookie. We still use the word Pookie in this area.
And a line notebook. Wow. A cotton board is diabolical. While the majority of people leaving comments all found most of the names pretty funny and took a good instance of name calling as innocent little light-hearted jokes, some others were pretty serious about it and didn't find it funny at all, especially if their scars came from them trying to send themselves back to the lobby prematurely when the game barely started. While this vent art didn't seem to be as traumatic for some people, it's still relatable to a lot of people who had one form of scarification or the other.
Lavender, if you're still here, can you please let me know, do you still need the 2 stars? Do you still want the star over here, or can we have 1 star? It's up to you. That's up to you. It don't matter to me. I'll put the other star here, but if you just want the 1 star here, here, and here, it's up to you. You tell me.
This video by Kami Wami about them venting to their teacher and imagining what said teacher must have felt listening to them struck a nerve on quite a number of people, but some of them were mostly worried about the artist's use of emancipation in their video, desperately asking what the word meant. The Merriam-Webster dictionary defines emancipation as to be free from restraint, control, or the power of another, especially, and I quote, to be free from bondage. Now, usually I hear this word in discussions regarding slavery and other cases of people breaking from oppression, but in the context of this video, people were hoping the artist did not and was not intending to do something drastic by taking decisions into their own would-be hands. The artist came out to clear all the assumptions, explaining what the word meant in the context of their video. Other people also started leaving comments about them venting to their teachers about their situations because their teachers were kind-hearted and listened to them, giving them comfort and hope that their situations would indeed be better. And I just can't thank everyone who was kind enough to listen to their students and comfort them and cheer for them, because kids are easily susceptible to harm and could innocently make decisions they wouldn't understand at their age. So it's good having someone to talk to and a listening ear to give you advice when you're feeling so good. So if you're watching this video and have something bothering you or something you want to talk about, leave it in the comments, and everyone going through the comments, say something nice to comfort them. Let's make someone stay brighter and put a smile on a person's face today. Well, it looks like you to the end of this video. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like, share the video with a friend, and subscribe to the channel if you're new here. With all that being said, I'll see all you pretty pen in the next video. Bye! Who would have thought that a teacher sharing art from one of his students will become the new art community's viral sensation and also a wave of uncertainty amongst other unassuming artists faithful to their other wonder-developing craft years
Did we watch this video? This is 7 days ago, I guess not.
after years of effort, and start a train of hate from artists who apparently receiving the same amount of attention for their art.
This is Luna. She was created by a student who thinks nobody will ever like her art and nobody will ever make fan art creation she's made. That student's birthday also happens to be tomorrow, so wouldn't it be crazy if Luna went viral and inspired lots of fan art?
No.
Ashier_star said, Ashier_star said, I seen that.
I'm not doing Luna.
Drydriclo says ninjas.
Yep.
Mr. G Help Me, who conveniently goes by G on TikTok, posted a video on his account where he shared a drawing from one of his students who was a little under the weather, if you will, about their art, saying it wouldn't be approved by anyone because of how it looked. Judging from the said drawing Mr. G post, you can tell the age range of the student would rather fall between 0 and old enough to play Mario Kart. Artists on TikTok immediately jumped on the bandwagon to aid the young G, drawing fan art and sharing their own versions of the character. The original video, Mr. G, immediately racked up a whopping 18 million views with almost 3 million likes, with people all showing amazing support to the artist and leaving melting comments like these. With the usual toxicity of the art community, this is a breath of fresh air, and I love seeing people come together. This is why the art should exist. Get together and inspire younger artists to create. Seeing the fan art is crazy. I love every second of it. I wished I had a teacher who was this support. Growing up, my art teacher would berate me for drawing all over my papers, so thank you for supporting them. With over 15,000 comments on the original video, the art on TikTok was immediately bombarded with an overload of cute Luna fan art, with everyone showing support for the young artists on their birthday. While all this short-lived positivity was gladly enjoyed by a large portion of the artists on TikTok, some acclaimed critical thinkers for the ill-fortuned underdog artists, also known as CFFTIF, it doesn't make any sense, but stay with me here, put forward their argument that the whole Luna situation was male cow fecal matter, saying the artist was terribly bad and shouldn't deserve all the support.
Wow, you're a piece of shit. Wow, you're a piece of shit. Holy fuck. Oh my god, dude. Are you serious? Wow. That was... Wow. Bro, the point of the whole thing was that... not to him, but what he was talking about to those people. It was supposed to show...
Ashier_star said, dang.
That's supposed to show support to the young artist, that she can... That people are there to, like, you know, support her, that you can do this. Bro, whoever the fuck he's talking about is hate of hating. Like, bro, it's like a kid. Just, it's not even that deep. Just let them have their thing. It's a kid. Let them have their thing. And the kids don't really get much. Let them have their day. Jesus Christ, dude. You're like, fuck, you remind me of Onision, bro.
We're getting from the art community.
Is it me, or does the whole Luna thing is bullshit? Like, I get that you're supporting this creator. Look at this mess of a drawing. My blind eye could do better.
Of course, in a normal session, you'll expect all the comments to support the original poster of the video, hereby named Instigator. But to my utter surprise, Art TikTok did the unthinkable, came not so toxic apparently. Wake me up if I'm dreaming, slap me silly if you have to. The entire comment section was filled with people calling the instigator out for trying to bully a child, and all being totally
Jolly just says I can't stand haters who just want to hate.
Into the situation for some reason, which had me throwing my face under my unbuttoned shirt, trying to hide away in shame since I rather fancy all the Gona art posts, and I'm slowly teetering between the line of becoming a Gona artist myself. But I'll rather leave that topic for an entirely different video. A TikTok video with almost 100,000 views and 7,000 likes tried to appease the small crowd of people who were weeping and mourning and gnashing their teeth at the thought of Luna going ugly art, saying the artist was clearly trying their best while the hate mob was just sitting in the corner making fun of them.
them, I'm telling you something, they really lost the plot on that. They lost the plot completely on that bullshit. Like, bro, it was not about saying that the art was amazing. The point of the art was to support the individual, for them to feel like they can do this, they prove, blah, 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 this on the third. That's the whole point. Bro really took that serious. Like, someone said the art was like some type of immaculate thing. No, it was not the reason. The reason was to support the young artists to feel like they can improve on their work and not give up. That's the fucking point. But like, for some odd reason, that didn't compute to bro here. What the fuck?
Which is precisely the idea of every hate mob attack in the art community on TikTok, with one half of people attacking the other half for making an attempt at something they're not. As per not so usual, the video's comments were also filled with people in support of the young artists and telling everyone to allow them draw whatever, encouraging them to continue to make art. A TikTok user posted a video where they discussed in measurable lengths the result of the Luna situation and why other young impressionist artists who hope to achieve a similar height of virality with their art often fall short of the metaphorical popularity tree in their humble efforts of attaining into fame and virality with their drawings.
A lot of you complain about not being famous on social media with your art, and it's because you're boring. Not you personally, but what you post. Your art is a beautiful, scrumptious piece of work that anyone has ever made. You could be making Mona Lisas every single day. And unless you're able to market yourself, unless you're able to make interesting videos, they're not going to go anywhere. Content has become more...
She's not wrong. It's actually, like, she's not lying. It's actually true.
Advanced, your speed paints and time lapses aren't going to cut it. Your single photos where you're begging for views are not going to work. People don't want to see that.
While this part unfortunately happens to be true, artists who post speed paints and time lapses find it a tad bit easier when they add a narration or a relatable story time to the video as they make it, like the watching right now.
I personally don't like it when people are asking me for views. It makes me less likely to engage with the artist. Yep. Social media is literally made to engage with people. If you cannot engage with people, whether that be through what you're saying or doing, or their response posted online, newsflash, you're not going to get anyone to stick around. They have no real reason unless they're super mega fans of your art.
Pensive face emoji.
No, it makes sense because MHA is more recognizable than your art. See, this is why I say this is why I steer clear from doing fan art, because what's happening is a fan artist is the same as being a cover artist. Are you famous because you can sing? Are you famous because you're singing someone else's song? It makes total sense that will work. That's why I don't do a lot of I don't do a bunch of fan art, because once you are known as a fan artist, you kind of just branded yourself to a degree, and it's going to be really difficult to jump out of that. Especially if your so-called quote-unquote art style is not very stand out-ish. If you can't stand out with your art style alone and all your other methods, whether it be coloring methods or a case may be, then you're kind of wasting your time. And then what's going to happen is if you build a following doing just fan art, what's going to happen is that when you start drawing something that you want to draw, like an OC or some other artwork, or probably even another fan art that's not similar to art, not the same as the one that you usually do, like Genshin Impact compared to like, I don't know, JJK, you're gonna be surprised how many people are not gonna want to look at your shit and not like it. They're gonna be like, it's alright, and some may leave a comment, and you might still get a few likes, but you're not gonna get as much as you was drawing like a Genshin Impact if that's all you draw, right? Like, for instance, I do the animatics. I can do OC animatics, and I have a plan for that, but like, I'm just testing the waters if anyone cares about me making animatics. Once you have a good testing pool of like work you've done animatic wise by using other brands like IPs like Marvel Rivals, One Piece, you know, then you're like, okay, I can do this. I have practice of doing this. Now I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm not gonna get a lot of likes as before, but if I stick to it, people are gonna recognize my characters and they're gonna want to know who these characters are and have more of a, you know, a wanting, a desire, like get to know me and my characters, and then you can build an actual following. You don't have to worry about like running on the laurels of other people's work. You know what I'm saying? That's the point. So don't feel upset because people didn't like your OC. Who cares about your OC 9 times out of 10? Let's just be honest, it's the OC. It's not like it's a brand. You know, compared to like JJK, Marvel, Disney, you know, it's just a brand recognition.
Ashier_star said I separated my fan art and OCS and stuff into so I can post fan art when I want on one and OCS and lore on a different one.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. You can do that. It's double the work, but I get it. That can work. But then like, I wouldn't be upset too much about if your OC work did not do as well as the JJK or whatever the fan art thing you're comparing it to.
Artwork, and that's just not going to happen for everyone.
This sheer need for engagement, either good or negative, is what has created a response-driven community on the internet, often resulting in rage-bait posts and comments about a situation, all in a bid to spite unassuming spectators into leaving a comment on the content as they consume it. While on social media no form of engagement is considered good or bad, people tend to lean into the more negative and toxic side of the community, since they know it drives more engagement more often than not, and I'm speaking from experience.
The nature of posting on social media is that you're not going to get that much attention. There are so many people online. And if a child miraculously goes viral, why are you getting upset over it? Shouldn't you be happy for them? I mean, seriously. It sucks that not all of us get to be famous overnight. But why are you jealous of a child?
While most people agreed with the hearty message in the video and started asking the artist to make an explanation on how to make potentially viral worthy videos for artists, other people started expressing how they've noticed this problem evolve rapidly in the art community. I've seen so many people complain about how it's based on pure luck rather than skill, but in reality, it's none of those. It's always been marketing.
It could be three things. Could be marketing, and it could be just, or it's luck. The luck actually falls under the idea of just the right time, right place situation. That can happen. That happens. That happens. That happens. No one thought if you act like, if you were to have the attitude of like a Jack Dorothy to a I Show Speed or a Neon, you think you was gonna get famous. You know what I'm saying? Like timing, the placement, the time you live in, the people, you know what I'm saying? It's just the right place at the right time situation, you know what I'm saying? So no one thought if I act like I Show Speed, I'm gonna get famous. Most people think you're just crazy and probably annoying and extremely X, Y, and Z. It's just the right timing. He has comedic timing for his audience. He has a certain, you know, about himself that people gravitate to a degree. That's why that one guy, that one white guy, I forgot his name. He was pretending to be like an I Show Speed clone. I forgot his name, and he was doing everything I Show Speed was doing, but it was just a carbon copy of him. You know what I'm saying? And after a while, he got relevancy, and people just kept on calling him I Show Speed clone, and it pissing him off to a certain degree that he just stopped, I think, streaming altogether, because he kept on doing a lot of things that I Show Speed, like, are you serious, bro, type meme. So, like, I think he got on I Show Speed, like, stream, like, one time over a circumstance of, like, I don't know what was the reason, but he got onto his show, like, one time. And then ever since that, he kept on bothering I Show Speed, tagging him and all that stuff. And then he started trying to start beef with him, didn't work, and then he just lost all relevancy and no one fucks with him no more. So what works for you may not work for me. Even if I copied exactly what you did, all about timing, who did it first, and, you know, charisma. It's a lot of factors, and marketing, definitely. But, like, it's just the timing of things and how life is going.
Happy for Luna, and then immediately after its video, it's not that serious. I've seen a lot of those complaint videos and even more comments about people complaining they don't get many views and followers. The thing is, at times it's an obvious beginner artist with low quality posts. Nothing wrong with beginners, but you still gotta be realistic and ask yourself if it's really the algorithm being fair to you, or if your content is just not that great. Comments like these, a lot more, are why we end up having TikTok accounts pretending to be beginner artists faking their improvement, all in a bid to go viral. A TikTok artist who participated in Luna fan art support train posted an image of their drawing on TikTok to join the train and encourage the artist. But to their utter dismay, people on TikTok failed to show them the same unbiased encouragement, making fun of their drawing for being ugly and having wishes, with some people calling the drawing ugly because of the long neck and hands, and others suggesting the drawing will feel like a disappointment to the artist if they saw the weird looking image. Sad and discouraged from making the fan art, the artist ended up fixing the drawing, making it more appealing to the watchful eyes of TikTok, taking away all the unique of the original drawing. It's undoubtedly sad that people have to conform to what others bully them to do with their drawings on TikTok, and while not every artist is susceptible,
You can't bully me. That definitely did not work. When they try to bully me out of drawing the pose because there was a nun on it, you can go fuck yourself. I'm gonna keep drawing this. I don't care. You have a problem, you can make a complaint, you can report. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna draw what I want to draw in front of y'all, and y'all, there was nothing y'all can do because I was in violation of nothing. I was doing a reference. I showed you a reference, and you didn't like it. Fuck you. I don't care if you're like 50, 60, 70, or 2. I don't care. I'm gonna draw what I want, and you're not gonna stop me. And that's what happened. And guess what? It ended up working in my favor.
to peer pressure, situations like this happen more often than not. Speaking about peer pressure, an account which goes by Zach M with a username I would rather prefer not to mention in my YouTube video posted their drawing progress from 20.
And the irony about it is I was not even drawing the nun. It just happened to have a nun in the pose. And we kept on saying this over and over again. Not the nun. It's not a nun. I'm not drawing the nun. It just happened to the nun. She's in the perfect pose I need. That's the whole point.
Brightriclose says the modern Holy Grail Wars.
T20 to 2025 for
Jolly
people to
Hunter
acknowledge
says
any
FRN
bit of
the Chad
improvement
went
in their
nuts.
work and commend them for their effort in striving for greatness and perfection in their drawings. The post, which had almost 900,000 likes and a whopping 4 million, was littered with comments making fun of the drawing as per usual. Looks like bullying's back on menu, boys. Here I was thinking TikTok had become all positive all of a sudden. Shame. From 1/10 to 10/100. A tree died for praying emoji. Before and slightly later, crying emoji. You had 5 years. Sorry for ever touching a pencil. Why so much negativity? He improved even if it was not as gradual as others. Still putting in the effort. Words never said on TikTok and possibly never understood as we speak. The comments kept piling up in the thousands, all making fun of the drawing and laughing at the artist for even trying. Now I'm not sure if this account is dedicated to posting art and could possibly be a meme account, but either way, undermining an artist's attempt to improve and laughing at them is quite possibly the worst thing to do who test their skills with a pencil. While it might seem like little to no progress to some people, it could be a huge lot for the artist, and every little bit of encouragement could blossom into a large tree bearing fruits in the form of art. So keep drawing, my good sir. You have the blessings of the art community hobbits.
Look what I drew. That's not realistic at all. That sucks.
Well, I also did these.
Wow, straight copying a photograph. Not creative, not art.
You can't win. You just can't win.
Creative, right? Well, recently I started to get...
My 5-year-old could do that. That is just paint thrown on a canvas.
Okay, both.
That is not realistic at all.
This video posted by artist Kayla Carlisle on TikTok has almost 900,000 views and is probably the most relatable video on TikTok. Posting a drawing only for the comments to tell you it sucks and doesn't look realistic is all too common these days, as we have seen earlier in the video. But one will be forced to assume that posting a better, much more realistic looking drawing will appease the comments into supporting your little art career.
And you know what's funny? The irony in that too? The video made me want to bend my wall. And you know what's the irony in that? Same people will tell you the drawing doesn't look realistically will be the same people who watches a bunch of anime. They'll have anime pictures in their profiles telling you something's not realistic. When you drew something that was from probably like an anime 9 times out of 10 or something to that degree, and then they'll say some nonsense saying it's not realistic. And 9 times out of 10, the person who's posted don't even say it's real at all. They don't even mention that it's supposed to be realism in the slightest, but they do it anyway. Shit's weird.
Of positivity on your drawing. Sadly, that assumption is false.
Yeah, but I don't think you're out here telling people, just because you have a PFP that has anime doesn't mean you're the person telling people that things are not realistic. If it's not you who's doing it, then I'm not speaking directly to you. I'm speaking about hypocrites who say these shit and then they happen to have an anime picture or a furry drawing of their shit. And then when you go in their profile, they have no art stuff to begin with, telling people what is art and what's not art. That's the craziest thing.
Doesn't end up that way, regardless of what type of art you post or how.
Because if you have a picture, shouldn't you have pictures of something like realistic? Picture of something? Since you're like, you know, so fixated on realism for someone. You know what I'm saying? Like most of the time people don't even mention is realism.
Looks, someone is going to find a problem in the drawing or go to extreme lengths to create one if there any. As I have concluded from experience, someone who criticizes your work without hinting at any improvements they intend for your development is simply someone who wants to hit for no reason.
Yep, this is why when people ask me the question, can you look at my work, can you give me some pointers? I'm like, first thing you have to be a student, because I'm not going to do that for free, because when I do that free, I get nothing but hate words back to me when I'm giving them on what they need to improve on. Now, I'm not the bastion of everything, but then again, when you're asking me specifically, if you ask me specifically and I'm saying, okay, I'll look, but then I'll look if you're, because you'll actually perk up and pay attention to what I'm saying and not think I'm trying to, quote unquote, what's the word, gatekeep you or some stupid shit. You can't really gate. It's just either you're just too lazy to look it up yourself, or you're looking for a cheat code to a degree for me to tell you something so you feel like that's the one way and the only, when there's thousands of ways of doing something. You know what I'm saying? When they say it's not realistic, it means that they don't like you. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, you're not wrong.
Teacher used to be like that, and
they're just fucking with you at that
passion. I had a friend in high school, and every time I show her my art, she would say rude comments. I feel like teachers are going to hate no matter what, because they see that you are better than them. Share art on the internet is now a sport with a high risk, high reward
jealousy, or
they think a drawing perpetuates body standards,
or something like that. I remember I had this, like, I was drawing nothing but girls, and someone asked me a question. I don't really see you draw, like, you don't draw other girls of like shapes and sizes. I'm like, I do that, but when I do that, I get the opposite effect. I get people saying that I'm promoting body, like bad health, life health decisions, or I'm promoting being overweight is okay, or any case may be. I'm like, dude, I am not saying to go eat a burger. I'm not saying to eat some like apples. I just drew a character that happens to be overweight. Chill. It's not that deep. I didn't tell them to go and eat whatever they want. I didn't tell them to go eat an apple. I didn't tell them to go to doctor. I didn't say anything about their BMI. I just happened to draw a character who happens to be overweight. Just chill. It's not that serious. You know what I'm saying? They do that all the time. And then when I draw someone who's not overweight, they say, you know, these are not real body proportions like standards. You're pushing them. I'm like, shut the fuck up. If you're comparing yourself to a drawing, you're crazy. Like, it's a drawing. You're comparing to a drawing. You're not even like looking at people who are actually who either promotes that. And then what's weird, you're going to a place that you don't like. You already assume that I'm assuming that I'm pushing the idea of being super muscular is like the standard you should be. Why don't you just follow people or listen to people who tells you that being overweight is perfectly fine? There's nothing wrong with it. Why are you even looking at my thing? I didn't tell you to say anything to me. Drawing. There's no audio telling you what's wrong and what's right. You just saw a drawing and made an assumption and attacked me for it. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit's crazy. Ugh.
And having people call you and tell you that your drawing is terrible because it unfortunately doesn't meet the same standards as other artists they enjoy. is quite high. Having people compare your art with another artist has become increasingly challenging and inevitable at this. The key to being happy as an artist on TikTok and the rest of the internet is to post what you enjoy and are proud of yourself. Not even sure why I have to say that out loud because I'm expecting everyone to know that at this point. Being a teacher, that doesn't sound as easy as it should. You're tasked with attending to pesky little kids all day long and finding interesting yet entertaining ways of impacting knowledge onto them, since apparently they're the leaders of tomorrow. But while doing all this, you're also being fashionable, or so it will seem.
Wait, what? Fashionable? When bro tells me to look at the teacher's shoes?
As a kid with a rather unpleasant relationship schooling system in my country, I spent most of my time in school outside the classroom than in it. But the few times I miraculously found myself in class, I clearly remember my teachers rocking those long-toed, pointy Oxford dress shoes and making sure each step they took, the heel of the shoe slammed hard into the floor, just to emphasize dominance over a classroom filled with literal 13-year-olds for some reason. It was either those dress shoes or sandals which dragged across the floor when they walked. Always somehow tell which teacher was coming just from the way their footsteps sound every time they walked toward class. My science teacher doesn't wear shoes. That's not what I was expecting to read off the get-go. Is there a scientific reason why he doesn't want his dogs cuddled up in a nice warm pair of New Balance 550s? Or is it just for the aesthetic? My teacher in 3rd grade used to wear Croc heels. I think Crocs are low-key the most comfortable casual footwear, followed by clogs. And I can say that confidently because I own a pair of each. I obviously can't say the same for Croc heels as I haven't worn them before, but they're looking pretty dashing, not gonna lie. My German teacher wore socks. Scheiße, Digga. Wie viele Socken hatte? My teacher wore Crocs and his toes peeked out of them. Rocking a pair of Crocs while they're comfortable is an abomination if your toes are just plunging through the little holes. Get your little lower body grabbers in line. My English teacher does wear shoes sometimes. He also climbs on tables to close the windows. The thought of that alongside the mental image is mildly disturbing. Blame every artist on the internet as well as offline shares with their peers is the seemingly impossible task of drawing the other eye when it comes to putting a nice decent look together.
Why are 2 of these people teachers not wearing shoes, right?
Damn!
For some, drawing the other eye somehow proves to be insanely difficult even after so many tries. Placing them closely makes the face look awkward, but drawing them apart and making the drawing look like Dasher or a modern-day Hey Arnold, which I find rather cute. While some digital artists end up using the forbidden method of copying the first eye and changing it to draw the second, traditional artists are stuck with trying over and over until they get a semblance of something that looks like an eye in their drawing. Artists on TikTok shared some tips on how they go about.
Usually you can just use a ruler. It's usually
Titan bros, I am guilty of copy pasting the eyes.
Well, you can do that. That's not, I don't think that's a guilty thing to feel guilty about. Because even if you copy paste, it still can look kind of off. If you just flip the canvas 9 times out of 10, but like, there's methods of doing this. I have a video both either copy paste or use methods like angling it with a bracket and then drawing the bracket and all that stuff. It's the longer way, but if you want it more accurately, well, other than copy and paste, that can work depending on the angle. So that depends. Or you can copy and paste, put it in there, and then use liquify tool or the liquify method and hope for the best from that point. Depending on the angle, that can work, but it might look a bit warped, and it still may have, you still may have to erase and draw some certain parts for it to fit pretty well. So that's up to you if you're doing it digitally. But if you're doing traditionally, I would use a ruler. That's the best way, I would say, if you want accuracy to that degree. So it'll suck, but it is what it is.
Are solving the conundrum for themselves, which they believed could change the way every other artist draws the second eye. Get a piece of paper, cover the first eye, scribble the front of the paper, and then place the piece of paper on the position you want the other eye, and then you will get a pattern for the first eye. Next, you outline it and you'll get the second eye you want. Sounds quite easy and extremely satisfying, but I'll only pass judgment if someone actually...
I guess that's the best way of saying copy and paste for people were doing traditionally. I never really had a method of that other than using a ruler, but I never thought of that.
Uses this hack and successfully draws a convincing set of eyes. Other artists express their dread for drawing eyes and how they face their fears by covering the other eye with hair, which seems to be a running joke in the art community, where those who can't draw the other eye escape it by covering it with huge fluffy hair. Ingenious to say the least. Fellow art commentary yapper on YouTube, Rim, made a video on Tik where they explained how to draw the second eye for people who have problem with it, like yourself and I. The video goes into detail on how to approach drawing the eyes every single with a slice of classic Rain humor to keep you entertained along the way.
You show great insights into the visual arts, but it turns out your genius is so great even you can't replicate it. Don't worry though, this time I'll teach you the hidden arts of drawing an eye. You can draw the one eye already, why not just copy it, flip it,
Ashier_star said, I remember when I used to make all my characters emo one of the eyes with an eye patch or hair VC. I didn't want to draw it.
I think we've all been there. I can relate to that.
Draw it once. It looks amazing. Honestly, why is everybody overcomplicating things? Too bad this method crumbles when you show the smallest bit of the tiniest angle shift in perspective will have your whole world crashing down. Also, the inverted filter has humbled you one too many times for you not know that the human face is not symmetrical. Not usually, at least, but we're all still very beautiful. Listen, the way to draw the other eye, no matter the artistic situation you may find yourself into, is to not have another eye to draw. What I mean by that is that you should draw both of the eyes at the same time. You draw the upper lid on the right, then on the left. You draw the bottom lid.
Hey, that's a good idea. You can do that too.
On the right, then you draw it on the left. Then the pupil and the eyebrows and so forth. It is much easier to match them. You are, after all, only replicating one piece at a time.
Rin shares other mindfully helpful videos on her TikTok and YouTube channel, and the Association of Art Yappers on YouTube for her absence on the platform. But patiently, we await her return with another banger video to keep us entertained and laughing our way into a bag of Cheetos while kicking our feet in the air in our gaming chairs. Drawing on paper after drawing on the computer for so long is creating problems where there wasn't any. Years ago, before digital art was a thing, forcing artists to drag their fingers across their paper, thinking it will zoom into the drawing so they can draw the small finer details in their work. While I have occasionally caught myself making this small gesture with my hands when drawing on paper, the problem I suffer with is desperately trying to hit imaginary Control or Command Z keys, trying to step or two when drawing on paper. Muscle memory has me in its tight, warm clasp, and I'm comfortably wiggling my toes while cuddled up in between its fingers. Other artists in the comments somehow turned this into a debate between digital art and traditional art, with one side saying digital art is better and inciting hate towards traditions, and the other side doing the exact opposite. It's inarguable that no form of art is better or superior than the other, and when it comes down to it, every artist is allowed to draw whatever they like.
Says one time I tried to click Control Z on my paper when I made it. I face palmed afterwards.
Anybody in the process. Arguing between drawing on the computer or drawing on paper is pretty pointless since both of them are equally enjoyable and everyone should be doing both. So don't starve yourself from a good sheet of paper. Have an iPad. You're blessed enough to be born in a time where you have access to both. So treat yourself to some fun and try everything out. But it looks like you've made it to the end of this video. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like, share the video with a friend, and subscribe to the channel new here. With all that being said, I'll see all you pretty penguins in the next video. Bye.
I'm almost near done anyway, so we're gonna color the rest of this, and then once I'm done coloring all this, I'll finish the rest tomorrow in the morning. And it's just the head, and that's it. I'm just coloring everything now, and then actually I might not even finish this. I might just get this done tonight and send it off, and then we can go back to what we were supposed to be doing anyway. Okay, Shonen. No, I don't care about that.
your dream is? To be the greatest Hokage! Then the village will stop disrespecting me and start treating me like I'm somebody important. Our hopes really did get through to reach our son.
Not gonna lie, him saying out back then, I didn't think it was a big deal. It was just kind of getting us this of not what Naruto's motivations are. But if that was real life, you would probably laugh at, to be honest. For you to be a Hokage, do you have to be like... Don't you have to be part of Anbu Black Ops? At one point or eventually? Because ain't like the best of the best, like literally second under the Hokage? If I'm correct, I'm pretty sure that's how that works, right? Kakashi was Anbu. The third Hokage was Anbu. I believe that even the fourth Hokage was Anbu. I don't know about the first or second because the first and second kind of like started the whole Hokage thing.
Titambro says, no, I think you have to be Jonin at minimum.
At minimum? That's weird.
Brightriclo says, oh, I watched this video.
Oh, you seen this video? When a story hates its characters.
Why do some stories seem to revel in the suffering of their characters, while others do all they can to lift them up? Before answering, we need to understand the context of the genre I'm talking about. Shonen are manga aimed at a younger male demographic, typically focusing on growth, overcoming impossible obstacles, and probably an uncomfortable amount of fan service. My people will never be free. Early series Naruto and One Piece define themselves with these themes. The main focus is the belief that no matter how dire your circumstances may become, hard work will prevail. 1,000-year-old eldritch entities, secret world governments, ancient demon lords, all fall short when compared to the determination of a 15-year-old kid who got their powers 3 months ago. Over the past decade or so, however, some shonen have massively diverged from this formula to great success, leading to darker, grittier narratives. These series often strip their protagonists of all control and emphasize the despair and fragility of life. They are more realistic, the way that these characters, who are usually still teenagers, break down and fail when confronted with situations far beyond their reach. Just to clarify, when I say a story hates its characters, I don't mean it inherently dislikes them. Rather, it places them in a world designed to crush their spirit, deny them victories, and remind them of their insignificance.
But that's realistic in itself. I don't think that's a problem. It's actually more realistic and believable. That's what makes certain stories a little bit more believable than others. It really does. Like, I don't know why people think that... I understand a happy story is great, but sometimes even a happy story is not good enough because it could be... Seeing Ash Ketchum not win every tournament is believable more than me seeing him win every time. This is why the idea of Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of like sucks to a degree, but it makes sense at the same time. It's like it's supposed to sell you a card game. That's the whole real gist of it all, other than its story, right? So having the main character keep winning kind of makes sense to a degree, right? But Pokemon is a little different because even though they're trying to sell you something, Pokemon has been around much longer, right?
Titandro says Yugi didn't always reach.
Not all the time, but 95. His win rate was like a 98%. That's more of a 100% than most people. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with Jaden Yugi. I think he lost, what, 5 times? Or 10 times, I would say? I would say 10. Just to be safe. But, like, literally, his win rate is higher than probably any protagonist that you can probably think of compared in the Yu-Gi-Oh series. With Yugi, with Yami Yugi. So, like, something like JKK is more believable because not everyone's got to come back alive based on what they do and what their you know, their overall arcing story is supposed to be about. So that's why I can, like, appreciate stories like this to a degree.
So why has this shift happened?
That's why, like, I think I even saw that for, like, Hunter x Hunter, because I thought, and I think anyone who was watching Hunter or Hunter x Hunter, depending on who you're asking, that Gon, Killua, and the other characters at the time did not run into Meruem at all, felt as weird but yet realistic at the same time. To a degree, because the chances of you running to all these people who are of importance all the time in every situation or any particular situation is pretty unlikely. That's like running to like 10 celebrities in your entire life without having no real like status in the slightest. That doesn't make any sense. Or like or having connections with these people and you have no true status yourself. The likelihood of that happening is unlikely. So the fact that they didn't run into Meruem once, the main character Gon and his friend Killua, was a bit of a fresh air to a degree. They was doing their own damn thing that happened to have Meruem in the area, but they never run into him. They ran into his subordinates, true. They never ran into the big baddie himself. So that's kind of realistic to a degree.
Direct reaction and subversion of the optimism of earlier shonen stories that came before, or have we simply been conditioned
That's like, it's equivalent to like running into a gang, having a problem with a gang member, then running into the gang leader. The chance of you running to the gang leader is unlikely compared to a gang member. See what I'm saying?
Praising edgy slop. In this video, I'll examine how these tonal differences, optimism versus shape our connection to the characters and story. What happens when a story loves its characters, and what happens when ultimately it doesn't? Let me ask you a question. Just how much of your life is online?
Oh, here we go.
Let me answer that question.
No.
In the summer of 2016, you were on my... Okay, I'm downloading the app. You sure will. And if you're ready to take control of your online security, go to www.aura.com/. Knowing that you're online, I would quit it. Stay safe out there, and now let's head back into the video. The story of Naruto Uzumaki is a quintessential example of a shonen that loves its characters. I mean, I would too if my franchise was worth $10. This is reflected not only in Naruto's own arc throughout the series, but also in the arcs of countless side characters who are given the chance to grow and succeed, often with Naruto as the central catalyst for their transformation. No matter how much they have struggled, almost every character story will conclude on a hopeful end, whether that be through redemption, growth, or at least self-reflection. Despite its setting as a cruel militaristic society, where even children are used as soldiers, Naruto has always remained oddly optimistic. Naruto's own story starts off with him as an outcast, a boy ridiculed and feared by his village due to the nine-tailed fox within him. For context, if you haven't watched the series, the Nine-Tails is pretty much a living, walking nuclear bomb. So, in all fairness, this is some valid prejudice.
Is there an anime where the main character is the side character? Like it's a meta commentary, kind of like how you look at One Punch. Is there like an anime like that? The side character is the main character and living in the protagonist world outside of that? Is there an anime like that? I'm pretty sure that exists somewhere. If you guys get what I'm trying to say here. I'm pretty sure that exists somewhere.
Despite being the absolute bumbling...
Like, it's more of a meta commentary on we're looking through the eyes of a side character as our main, who's kind of like on the sidelines. And I don't mean they're like in the fray. They're kind of like commentary, like they kind of commentate what's happening. It doesn't have to be like a...
Tyke says, I think Mackind. Too many losing herons is that kind of...
Is that really? Okay. I know of that anime. That's a life, I think, love story. Or is it quadruple love story? I think it's like a triad type thing. Because I always wondered if there was like one like that.
Ashier_star said I'm back.
Welcome back. I was like one like that, like where the character is the side character is the main character, but he kind of commentates on how his friend, who is the main character, is X, Y, and Z, and then look through the lens of a side character and how they look at the main character and how they become stuff like that. I thought that exists already.
A ninja he is in the academy, Naruto clings to his dream of becoming Hokage, essentially the ninja president, but to finally earn the respect and love of all of those around him.
Titandro says some of the randoms like when I was reincarnated as a vending machine. That counts too.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look into that too.
Anime, big dreamers. Despite the narrative portraying these characters as coming from nothing and having no chance of success, these characters will still have the ambition to set their eyes on the most prestigious achievement within their verse. We'll contrast the modern protagonists later. As the story goes on, however, and Naruto learns more about the darkness and cruelty of the world he lives in, his desire to be Hokage instead turns into a desire to change the brutal world that he's felt in. Because one thing that remains true about Naruto's character throughout the series is that he is a savior. And you can tell the series loves him because he is never once punished for this. He will always give people a sense, even if truthfully, these people don't deserve it. One of the clearest signs that a story loves its characters comes from how it treats its antagonists. Rather than justice, karma, or retribution focus of Naruto's antagonists, it instead reframes them, turning them into complex, relatable individuals who can be redeemed. You could wipe a group of people clean off the map, start wars that end thousands of lives, and be the sole reason for all of the protagonist's loneliness and his own death. Yet Naruto will still reach a hand out to you and tell you that, no, you're alright. Take Gaara, for example. Much like Naruto, he was a character consumed by loneliness. A vessel for the one-tailed beast, he faced the prejudice that Naruto does. But whereas Naruto wishes to earn the love and respect of those around him, Gaara just wants to crash out. After Naruto defeats him, rather than being filled with some form of catharsis, he instead relates to Gaara's pain and extends empathy. Gaara not only reforms, but eventually becomes the Kazekage to his nation, proving that even the most damaged characters within the story have need to change. The fact that Gaara killed so many and his involvement in the assassination of the current Hokage of the Leaf, yeah, all of that was largely swept under the rug in favor of the themes of redemption. A plot that loves its characters will always prioritize its themes over its consequences. And this is not the same for its inverse. One of the most poignant arcs in Naruto comes from his confrontation with Pain. From this guy's name alone, you can probably guess what his whole gimmick is. Pain, who is actually Nagato, consumed by despair from years of war and loss, had become an agent of believing in violence as the only path towards peace. Naruto, having experienced similar amounts of pain, chooses to respond not with vengeance for the village, but with understanding. This moment is another testament to the series' faith and compassion over violence. Naruto's decision to Nagato and inspire him to make amends, even at the cost of his own life, highlights the powerful belief in empathy, regardless of one's past crimes. And of course, there is no case of this as important as that with Sasuke. While Naruto's story is one of forgiveness and breaking hatred, Sasuke, to juxtapose him, largely follows a path of revenge. Sasuke delves into ever deeper darkness and hatred as it continues, and whereas Naruto humanizes his antagonist, Sasuke ruthlessly and efficiently executes his, both growing in power as they follow their separate routes. This culminates into the finale of the series, where Naruto and Sasuke have one final battle to determine whose ideals or Nindo will win out in the end. Sasuke has years of training, has managed to capture every single tailed beast, and is capable of seamless mountain-crushing jutsu. Naruto has friendship, and other stuff too, but trust me, it's the friendship that makes him win. So as Naruto and Sasuke...
I'm not gonna lie, Naruto didn't really learn a lot of new jutsu stuff like the one movie has, and just variants of it. That's pretty much what it is. You know what I'm saying? I never liked that, especially with movies like Harry Potter. Now, I'm saying the movie, I'm not totally sure about the books. I'm pretty sure they're different from the movies per se. I don't think they're 1-to-1, 9 times out of 10. I'm talking about the past movies that passed, not the current thing that's gotta be coming out soon in a couple of years from now, or I'm talking about just in general from the movies itself. I really didn't like the fact that Harry didn't learn any new abilities other than the one he learned from, I think, the Prisoner of Azkaban. I think it was that one, or the Deathly Hallows. Is one of those two, and that's all he knew. He only knew one spell. He knew any other spells, and he's going to school for spells. That's what makes it weird. It's he didn't learn any other new spells other than from the movies. I'm saying, just the one he knows from the Deathly Hallows. Bro, this is boring. What the? And then I guess do one little blast from his wand, every other wizard has done. I don't know any type of moves that's special to him or anything. Just that one. And that was just for Death Eaters, and that was pretty much it.
They lay side by side, joined together by a
Titambro says he spanned Expelliarmus and
Naruto's
Stupefied.
ideology of hope, redemption, peace, and love wins out in the end, and Sasuke, finally realizing his years' worth stakes, finally...
Shit, I think Hermione knew Hermione, I think I'm saying it right. Knew more spells than at least 3 or 4, but he only knew 1. That shit is always annoying. Same thing with Naruto spams 2 moves. It's either it ain't the clone thing, he's shooting the Rasengan. And then if it ain't the Rasengan or the clone, he's just doing a variant of the Rasengan. That's it. And then he just relies on Kuma right after that. But since he's gone, then that's only got that.
Lee accepts Naruto's bond. The end. Now, I mean this in the best way possible, but it's all a little convenient. You have to have a certain degree of suspension of disbelief when consuming media like this.
Yes.
The fact that all of these hardened antagonists are willing to change their entire worldviews over a single conversation.
That's where the problem comes in.
The fact that Naruto's ideology of forgiveness never came back to bite him.
In the end, yeah, for real.
Pushing him into this position as a prophet reincarnated child savior. It all does a great job at servicing the series themes, but what you lose from all of this comfort in the fact that the good guys will always win in the end is the ability to instill true despair into your audience. Hell, even when Naruto and Sasuke seemingly died, I was just like, I give it 2 chapters tops. And of course, they both revived, now with a godlike stat boost. This is why the series loves its characters. At every opportunity, it gives them all the tools to grow, to overcome, and to find happiness, and thus never truly pushes its readers into a state of true worry or despair.
And I think this is why the idea of Sharingan does a better job at this than Naruto, because even the fact that when Kana was extremely positive with Simon's situation, no matter what it was, he died in the end because of I don't know, whether it was lack of not paying attention or a case may be. not everything is going to end out in your favor, which was, I think, a good fresh breath of air to us. I think it was a good sense of realism to it. Even though the show isn't realistic in like how the world works, it was at least realistic in the sense of not everything's gonna go exactly the way you wanted, yes or no. So like the fact that Kamiya dies, and then at the far end of the show, majority of everyone started dying. Like that was actually as realistic not to happen than everyone surviving. You know what I'm saying? So like that makes more sense. That's why Gurren Lagann in my head is a bit more believable in their verse compared to like a Naruto. To a degree. Not completely, but to a degree in this type of conversation.
But what about when he doesn't do this? When a story hates its characters?
Yuji, you're a strong kid, so try to help others. Save the people you can, even if it's only those closest to you. It's okay if you lose your way and don't know whether they'll thank you or not. Just save as many as you can, even if you could only save one. When you die, you should be surrounded by people. Don't end up like me.
Naruto's story is a bit like a mountain range. At the start of every arc, you have a continual downtrend as things become worse and worse. This ultimately culminates in a climax, before things jump right back up again, turning to the status quo. Countless anime follow this continuous cycle, from One Piece to Bleach. However, Jujutsu Kaisen is in the way that it breaks this mold. If Naruto is a mountain range, then Jujutsu Kaisen is a cliff. As the story goes, the situation for our characters just gets worse and worse and worse. Jujutsu Kaisen presents a world of perpetual suffering, where victory, even when achieved, just look at the characters' win-loss ratios, oh my god, comes at a steep cost. Characters are rewarded for being hedonistic and selfish, and the audience's expectations of this genre are broken time and time again. One of Jujutsu Kaisen's main themes can be understood even from its first chapter, where Yuji swallows one of Sukuna's fingers in order to classmates and Megumi, an arguably selfless and heroic action, leading to the rebirth of Sukuna, an overwhelming presence of cruelty and malevolence that becomes a constant shadow over Yuji's life. The inner demon is usually used to highlight a misunderstood antagonist, one who struggles to honor that of the protagonist before eventually becoming a force of good. Think of Kurama from Naruto or Zangetsu from Bleach. Sukuna,
nope,
not
he ain't
like
fucking with that.
He juxtaposes the protagonist, yes, completely, whereas other inner demons are misunderstood or mistreated.
Women and children are crawling everywhere like maggots. How marvelous! Massacre!
This guy is just irredeemable. He only dreams for carnage and serves no one but himself. This is part of what makes him such a thrilling antagonist. He's literally just here for the love of the game. On the topic of dreams, it's almost funny comparing the scope of Yuji's dreams to other shonen protagonists. Yuji, rather than wanting to become something like the Sorcerer King, instead he wants to follow his grandfather's dying wish of not dying alone. Such a simple and human dream. And yet for this, Yuji is punished again and again and again and again. Junpei's story is one of the biggest subversions within the entire series. A lot of fans are used to the archetype of the deuteragonist that starts off as an opposing force against the main character before inevitably joining their team. Hell, even the points towards this. Instead, Junpei is used as a devastating blow towards Yuji's.
Yeah, I was under that impression too. When whatever happened to Junpei, I was like, bro, I was expecting this dude to join the team. Fuck.
Or belief in saving everyone. It's a harsh lesson that kindness and goodwill aren't enough to protect people in a world by curses and malice. A lot of people disrespect Junpei's character, but honestly, he's one of the best introductions into the world that we could have gotten. And then we reach the Shibuya incident, which is considered by many, including myself, to be some of the peaks of Gege's writing. The Shibuya incident is a bloodbath and one of the most important turning points within the entire series. Okay, I want you to imagine an arc like this in any anime, a clash of all the relevant characters so far within the series. In a lot of other stories, this would be an arc of ever-changing perspectives, going between different side characters on the good guy's side as we watch them somehow become their respective villains. Like in the Arrancar arc of Bleach, the Sasuke recovery arc of Naruto, or even the Infinity Castle arc of Demon Slayer. That's how it normally go anyway. In Jujutsu Kaisen, this ends with most of the cast either dead or gravely injured.
Well, we're down somehow. I have faith in everyone.
Not only is the main objective failed, this is one of the worst cursed terror attacks in history, pretty much crushing the entire nation of Japan. Where else could you find such a shockingly crushing defeat on the protagonist's side? Not in much shonen anyway. And now, what you might be thinking. Just because characters die doesn't automatically make the series good. Gege does make some questionable decisions. He handles the fates of his characters. But you do have to at least admit that there is a problem in most other shonen, a drought in important character deaths. Arcs will go down with end-of-the-world scenarios where everything is at risk, and then maybe we'll get a single death of a non-important side character relevant like 13 arcs ago. Gege definitely doesn't do it perfectly, but at the very least, this type of writing could be in response to one of the weaker sides of shonen, its handling of permanent consequences. Jujutsu Kaisen, despair isn't just a theme, it's a constant, an oppressive force that shapes every character's journey. The series doesn't offer that comfort of a world where hard work and perseverance guarantee success. Some people are just born great, while others are born with nothing. It forces its characters to confront the futility of their efforts, the weight of their failures.
This is the commission I was doing yesterday.
And the inevitability of their loss. I think this unrelenting pessimism resonates with the audience because it feels honest. It acknowledges the harshness of life and the frigid effort in the face of overwhelming adversity. Yet within this darkness, there is still something compelling about the characters' refusal to give up and push on, even when the world offers them no reason to do so.
I don't think
Jujutsu Kaisen is...
It's just OC not redesign. It's just a redraw.
Not a story about fighting curses. It's a story about surviving in a world that feels cursed. And so the greatest moments are not found in triumph, but rather finding the will to continue. And in that, perhaps it finds its own unique form of hope.
Just so you know, I've always loved listening to you talk about your dreams, Denji. Here's an contract for you. This time you're getting my heart. In exchange, tell me your dreams. That's all I ask of you.
If Jujutsu Kaisen was teetering on the edge of pessimism, then Chainsaw dives headfirst into it, embracing a worldview where hope is fleeting, relationships are fragile, and the mere action of surviving is a reward. That is the world of Chainsaw Man. The story paints a grim picture of society consumed by devils, manifestations of humanity's...
Well, that's too bad. That's what the commission wanted.
Worst fears. And apparently tomatoes. And chickens. I guess anyone can be afraid of anything. In the midst of all this chaos, you have Denji and his never-ending search for the most basic forms of human joy. It's interesting to compare Denji's dreams to those of other protagonists. Even Yuji has a comparatively lofty dream of wanting to people. Denji is not like that. His dreams stem from a life truly lived in abject poverty, and his desires are simple: food, shelter, and maybe the chance to get with a chick. He's just like me, for real. His ambitions don't stem from a place of heroism. It's a purely selfish desire to survive and get at least a little enjoyment out of his desperate life. This bleak foundation sets the tone of the entire series. Chainsaw Man is about grand victories or stories of change and hope.
RIZZCISM
It's about the whole
said
desire
tenths for your art, 3/10 for the person's idea.
about a decent life and everything that life will throw at you to ruin that. Each step forward that Denji takes in his life is simply 2 steps backwards into despair. For example, if Naruto celebrates the power of relationships, Chainsaw Man examines how painful and fleeting those same relationships are. Denji is given a brother figure in the form of Aki, someone who deeply cares for him and appreciates him on a deeper level, then is immediately forced to put him down in the most gut-wrenching moment in the series. Denji is then given a sister figure in the form of Power. Yes, sister figure, we are not arguing about this, who is a bit of a prick, let's be honest, but still someone who he deeply relates to. Then is immediately forced to watch as Makima brutally murders her right before his eyes. These moments aren't just tragic, they're cruel. Unlike the bonds of other shonen protagonists, which grow stronger in adversity, Denji's relationships are doomed shattered, leaving him more isolated and broken than he was before. Of course,
Writer Close says, Teach, you might want to skip this part.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, we'll jump here.
So why does the difference matter? The stark contrast between these series reflects differences in the philosophy around storytelling, primarily topics of the human struggle and nature of hope. The difference matters because they shape how audiences relate and engage with these characters, allowing them to interpret and view their own difficult experiences through separate lenses of fiction. So let me ask you, how do you view hope? In Naruto, hope is a constant and transformative force. No matter how bleak things become, the series assures us that perseverance, friendship, and empathy can overcome even the most dire situations. Characters like Naruto embody the idea that belief in a better future is not just naive optimism. In of itself, it's a powerful tool to create. By contrast, Jujutsu Kaisen and Chainsaw Man ask harder questions about the limits of hope and the human spirit. In Jujutsu Kaisen, Yuji is fighting to protect others while knowing he is disposable in the grand things. In order to hold on to his heroic outlook to save lives, he paradoxically forces himself to see no value in his own life. This series acknowledges hope, but tempers it with an unflinching look into the cost of survival and how difficult it actually is to achieve the best outcome. In Chainsaw Man, hope is almost absent. Denji doesn't feel or what's right. He fights for scraps of happiness. The series rejects the idea that hope is enough, focusing entirely on the harsh reality of survival in a world that tries to take everything from you. Thus, the tone of these series profoundly affects how the audience engages with them, and these differences are stylistic. They're a reflection of broader shifts in how audiences want to view their stories. Whether through hope, perseverance, or the simple act of survival, each story leaves its mark, shaping how we confront ourselves and how we approach the media that we consume. So, which one do you like more? Let me know in the comment section down below. As always, thank you for watching, and if you liked it, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Okay, I think up from here. This is path 11. Alright guys, so I'm gonna let you guys go. We'll do more artwork tomorrow. I'm on the next animatic, we'll see. Because I'm gonna finish this tonight and send this off to my client. I'm literally at the end stages of this whole thing, so the only thing that's left is just I'm putting the base colors and I'm gonna just fix the head. So I'm gonna shade everything in, blah blah blah. That shouldn't take me long at all. So I'm going to just get this done tonight and send this to my client, and then tomorrow we'll do whatever art stuff we need to get done. Probably do more studies on skin, or we'll do an animatic. Yeah. So with that said, have a great night. I'll see you guys later. Thank you guys for coming. I do appreciate it very much so, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, there guys. Boop, 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 boop.